In gymnastics, we train for years, for moments that last seconds. Flag's no different. Every movement, every routine, thousands and thousands of times. So when the moment comes, you only get one shot to stick it.
Take off, this one's on me.
This isn't just a game. It's a spotlight on all the work nobody got to see. They've trained for this moment. Their time is now to grab the Flag Football Championship live on ESPN.
For the worldwide flag football community, all roads and destinations point towards Canton, Ohio. Welcome, everyone, to the NFL Flag Football Championships presented by Toyota. In the shadows of football greatness and the Pro Football Hall of Fame, 300 teams from around the country and internationally vie for enshrinement. They're trying to take home some trophies and make some names for themselves collectively and their teams. Let's take a look at some of the headlines going into this event this year. The rise of football, flag football, has been extraordinary around the world. Over 20 million players worldwide in over 100 countries, 3.6 million players, notable players in the NFL have participated as well. And remember, a key point, in 2028, it will become for the first time an Olympic sport. Let's take a look at the brackets in the women's high school division, the 17 under. As you look at the 16 teams, keep in mind that the Staten Island Giants were the team that prevailed a season ago, but there is plenty, again, lots of stiff competition. Hello, everybody. I'm Mark Jones alongside Phoebe Schechter. Katie George will be joining us in just a moment. Back again for the 2025 edition of the NFL Flag Championships. Phoebe, what does this competition mean to all the participants here?
You know what? You've got the participants, you've got the coaches, the officials. Everybody is so proud to be here on this massive worldwide stage, and they've earned the right through 32 different regionals throughout the year. This is a huge opportunity for everybody here.
Today we've got the Steelers and the Jets, an all Staten Island affair, and Sarah Colchumiro is someone that we've seen last year that was one of the best players.
She is. I mean, she is phenomenal. She is a rusher for the Jets, but she's also playing receiver. She was the 2024 USA Army Bowl All-American athlete. She also is one of our Flag of the Year finalists. I mean, she is just one of the veterans on this team, and she is relentless in her pursuit to get that flag.
We'll keep an eye on her. Ava Rotundi on the other side for the Steelers, a high-scoring team during the pool play.
She is definitely one to watch. I mean, again, one of our 2025 NFL Flag Players of the Year finalists, but she is phenomenal. She is also somebody who her coaches say her resilience on the field is what makes her so dangerous.
All right, we're going to take a short break. Katie George has a great nugget on the other side about just how, quote-unquote, close these teams are. Back after this.
Welcome back to Canton, where it's not uncommon for two teams within the same club to face one another throughout the course of the season. This is actually the third time these two teams will have met, with the Jets winning the first two meetings. Now, the Jets are comprised mainly of seniors, so they're the older team. The Steelers, on the other hand, have a lot of sophomores and juniors. Now, while you might think that this rivalry will be a little bit heated in the club, it might have some animosity, it's quite the opposite, guys. Joe Taglia, the owner and director of THT, tells me that a lot of times he'll interchange these rosters. He'll mix it up depending on the event. 80% of these girls, Mark, play high school flag together, so they're used to playing alongside one another and against each other. Just unfortunate that this is the draw. One THT team has to eliminate the other.
Man, Katie, that feels a little bit cruel to pit them against each other so early in the tournament. As we get underway. But first, before we do, you know, there's some very unique rules in NFL flag. Phoebe breaks it down for us.
Number one rule, there is no contact in flag. So no tackling or blocking. Every player wears two flags on their belt. If a player has the ball and either flag is pulled by the defense, the play is over. 5 players take the field for each side. The offense starts on their own 5-yard line and has 4 downs to try to reach the midfield. Once they cross the midfield, they have 3 downs to score a touchdown. Defenders rushing the passer must start 7 yards from the line of scrimmage and wait for the snap. Defenders can try to intercept passes, but cannot touch a receiver at any point. There are also no punts. You either hand over possession to the other team or go for it. If you go for it and don't make it, the other team gets the ball on the spot. Games are 2 12-minute halves, so get as many points as you can, and don't forget your celebration dance.
Looking forward to seeing some world-class sellies in the end zone this weekend, and it'll be the Steelers with the football first. Emily Salafia, quarterback right there, number 1. First down. Pass complete to Olivia Picalillo.
It's great to see really early on trying to get some nice, easy passes, finding the gaps in those defenses, that nice 5 and out from Olivia.
Second down in midfield. That pass complete.
So there's now 3, they're on 3rd down now. Keeping in mind within this, they have to get a big chunk here, because on 4th, if they're not close enough or they don't feel comfortable, they would either have to punt it away, which gives possession to the Jets, or they would play it. If they did not convert, then the Jets would start from that position.
On the spot. 3rd down here. Let's keep an eye on Ava Rotundi, number 4. Pass incomplete right near midfield. And that was intended for Rotundi.
You
so it'll be 4th down. Yeah.
So this
favorite
is
target. But we got a flag down there. Let's see what this flag is all about, Phoebe. So that was against the Steelers. Declined. It'll be Jets football.
So that is impeding the rush. Now, this is a rule that's going to come up quite a lot. The rusher, who starts at 7 yards, has a direct line to the quarterback. So in that case, the center disrupted the path of the rusher. It was 4th down. Now it's turned over, and the Jets are on offense.
Jillian Molfetta, the quarterback for the Jets. First down in midfield. Molfetta delivers a pass complete to number 5, Jacqueline Molinini, pardon me.
What's so key within this sport of flag is about the yards after the catch. If you can throw to a receiver who's on the run like that, look at how many extra yards you're able to get, and it puts that defender in a trailing position. And these flags are so tough to pull.
So basically, right here, that's it.
And we've seen how elusive these players can be in terms of being able to elude somebody pulling their flag off. using all those moves.
Fast, fast, fast.
Second down in midfield.
Fast, fast. Go, Jack.
Another completion.
Let's go, let's go.
5 yards shy midfield. It's Molinini again.
Play 4.
I love that. It's a nice clear out route, opens it up underneath. They are just outside the run zone. You'll see where the red dotted line is on the screen. Within that, they cannot run the football, but third down.
Watch the wheel out the backfield.
Hear coach say, watch the wheel out of the backfield. It's not the wheel, but the pass batted down by Keely Gifford.
But that's the familiarity, right? You can hear him calling the play out in the back. That's what makes it so challenging here. This is why your rusher is so important. You see that she gets her hands up. Not only does she block the vision, but against a shorter quarterback, it knocks the ball down. I mean, terrific job. I think rusher is one of the most important people on the defense.
Fourth down, and the Jets are going to go for it. Justine Lyle in a quarterback. Wobbly pass, incomplete. And the Steelers will take over from the spot. Sarah Colchamiro was the intended receiver.
Wow, I mean, you love to see this. This is how much it means to them, right? We talked about earlier, it's win or go home. A bit of a wobbler coming out from the quarterback. It is a little bit wet out here, which will play a role in that, but great job by the defense covering up the receiver.
Steelers on first down, the pass complete.
Nice play design. You've got the 2 outs and the 2 corners going as well. Again, it just forces the defense to make decisions early, and we're talking about familiarity. I mean, this could be the real turning point in the game where they've got this great possession on this side of the field.
Keely Gifford made that catch. On second down, another pass complete to Gifford again.
3 downs to get the touchdown here, but you see they're using that same concept. That's one of the things I love about flag. If you see that something's working, you keep doing it. You might mix the players who are running it, but the double outs with the double corners.
If they do that, that's going to hurt them, actually.
Wait, let me see.
Extra point right
This
there.
is extra point, look.
All
Who
right.
wants to run the doo-doo? I will. Ava, you have to. Right there on the right side.
Right now, you want it?
Yes,
Yep.
doo-doo.
I'll do this one.
Look, Grace, you're sitting in the middle.
I want to time out with 1 second. Time out.
Looks like they're going to get a timeout. Do they,
No, I don't.
Phoebe Tara, run the same play again to Gifford?
You know, it's really interesting is, first off, I love to hear in the huddle like that. You hear how the girls are coaching each other up. Hey, you're going to have to sit here. But when you get into the red zone like this, things get so much more congested. And as a defense, you are really so much more limited. In flag football, the expectation is that you're going to score, especially from about 6 yards out like this. So I would look for them to run something a little bit different, but they're normally aiming for the front and the back pylons when you get here.
Gifford has made 3 straight plays. Had a deflection on defense and then the 2 catches. On third down, into the end zone, touchdown. Grace Anderson.
Wow.
Pardon me, no, that was the star, Rotundi.
I mean, this is exactly what you love, right? The quarterback was able to evade the rusher. Now they have 7 seconds. You can see the official clocking it, but this is where the scramble drill comes in. That relationship with the quarterback. Ava Rotundi coming in big for her team.
Yeah. So you can go for 1 point from 5 yards out or 2 from 10 into the end zone, and they get the extra point. 7-0, that was Rotundi again.
Phenomenal, and you watch when she grabs it, she turns her back to the defender, almost boxing her out. This is exactly what you want to see. We talked about that sudden change and the difference that it will make there.
Steelers off to a great start. They lead when we come back.
we got, never mind. TV timeout. No.
Look at this catch getting the foot in.
Wow, what a great!
How about that?
Oh my goodness. That is a fantastic catch.
That might be one of the highlights of the tournament.
Look at this catch getting the foot in.
Wow, what a great!
How about that?
Oh my goodness. That is a fantastic catch.
That might be one of the highlights of the tournament. Here was that wonderful grab a moment ago by Ava Rotundi.
Phenomenal.
Yeah, Steelers go up 7-0. She was pivotal on that scoring drive. And no surprise that OBJ might be or is her favorite player. First down for the Jets and midfield to go. Down 7-0. Pass incomplete.
They'll be slightly frustrated with that because you've got to be able to get at least 6 to 7 yards every play. You almost act like you've only got 3 downs in this first half because that's the sort of distance you need to be gaining each time. But the quarterback was smiling afterwards.
Second down in midfield, and these games go extremely quick. 2 12-minute halves. Downfield, this pass is caught. And a nice move by Olivia Demanda, making the catch.
This is great. She's kind of slow played it off the line, but ended up knowing she was man on man in that situation. I mean, great contested catch with the hands coming through. Strong hands, but we do have an injury.
Yeah, it looks like Sierra Castellan injured herself right there, number 5 for the Steelers. And as you look across the line, I think they only had 7 players on their roster.
Yeah, so only having 2 subs in this game is tough. Already they're having to play both ways. It is going to be a big challenge, but you can see the camaraderie, the players coming over to them.
One. Do you think I have? You sure? Do you think you had her?
It wasn't that, but it was close. It might just hit her because it was so close. I thought I pulled it then.
Remember at the top of the show, we told you that these teams are both from Staten Island and know each other extremely well. One more look at how she was injured. She rolled her ankle right there, turning it right over.
Yeah, that's always a tough injury. I mean, there's so much change of direction, and the sport, again, even though it's non-contact, there is always incidental contact.
Might have just heard Coach challenge something.
That's correct. That is subjective, just like DPI, anything like that is subjective.
So he was trying to check that he was trying to challenge that it was a sack, but you can have challenges as a coach. However, if it's a subjective moment, you cannot challenge that. It has to be a rule that you are then challenging.
Okay.
What down is it right now? Third down. No, I'm not allowed. I'm not allowed to challenge.
Third in midfield coming up for the Jets now. Jelena Malfett at quarterback. Rolls to her right. That pass caught, juggled, and let's see where they spot it. Phoebe right at midfield, and good enough for the first down.
Absolutely perfect for them. And you love this. Again, you've got that kind of clear out. I mean, she juggled it, but she was able to finally gain possession, reaching the ball out. In flag football, it's about where the ball is, not where the flag is. So reaching that ball out is pivotal. And of course, in flag, there also are no strips, no fumbles. So you don't have to be afraid of holding that ball with your kind of 5 points of contact you'd normally see in the NFL.
From midfield. They got 3 downs to score. Malfetta downfield, wide open. And flagged and brought down right before the end zone. Colchamiro with the catch.
This is phenomenal. We talked about her veteran leadership. She knew that she was open. There was a blown coverage here, but the way she came back to the ball, Sarah Colchamiro, I mean, she has been a standout. Even in her high school, she had over 760 receiving yards throughout her season. This was a big pickup that this Jets team needed.
And as you pointed out just a moment ago, she tried to extend that ball into the end zone. 3:20 to go in the first half. Malfetta pulls it. Touchdown, Jets.
Beautiful job. When you're looking at this part of the field, we talked about it earlier, you're looking to kind of pull those defenders in, but what you want to see is this over route, that kind of speedo that crosses across. That's so hard to defend because you're running into open space. Beautiful job by number 7 there, Josephine Bourguignon.
So now the extra point, they're going for 1. Can go for 2 from the 10. Malfetta checking her wristband there. And batted down at the line of scrimmage. They're again underscoring the importance of the rusher, Emily Salafia.
That is huge. Look at the way that she matches her hands to the quarterback here, raises her hand, the jump at the same time. This is where it can be troublesome when you've got a shorter quarterback. You've got to either be a little bit mobile or you have to be able to throw around. Terrific job.
First down and 10 coming back the other way, 7-6. Steelers with the lead. Beautiful pass, complete. It'll be second down. Vicky Allo with the reception.
You're starting to feel that urgency now because we're running into under 2 minutes within the half. They've got to put points on the board here.
Downfield, and she overshoots her receiver, Keely Gifford. So it'll be third down coming up. Big play here for the Steelers.
Huge, and that was just slightly overthrown. Again, you're looking at that kind of high-low. You had a hitch and out and then a corner over the top. You had your receiver open, and that's where the urgency.
Let's go, come on, come on.
Urgency plays a big role.
Let's go, hurry up. I think we're going to put just for this for the people. Listen, you got nothing, you don't need to touch it, all right? We have the ball coming out.
Third down to midfield. Salafia delivers. Incomplete into heavy coverage for Rotundi.
That was a big turnover as well because they're going to have to punt it. This is a just dangerous enough to have that sort of distance. But keep in mind, it is raining now. The football can be quite slippery, so you might start to look at some of the girls taking off their gloves or finding other ways to give them a little bit of that edge.
Wow. Justine Lyle now in at quarterback for the Jets, incomplete. We've seen a couple of different quarterbacks, and you see that a lot, though, right, in NFL flag?
It is the future of flag football because ideally, imagine if you had an entire team of offense all with quarterbacks who could throw, with receivers who could catch. That would be unbelievable.
That's the end of the first half of play with the Jets leading the Steelers leading the Jets 7-6 in this all Staten Island affair. As Phoebe reported, Katie, it's raining out there, huh? Who do you have?
Yeah, it is. Ball starting to slip through. I've got Ava Rotundi. Ava, you guys score on your second drive, and then you get the 1-point conversion. What do you like about the offensive movement at that point?
I love the offensive movement right now because I know that Emily as a quarterback is going to get us and she's going to take us to the win.
What do you think of your all's defensive effort here to get rid of the 1-point conversion?
I think that it was a mistake that we made when we let them go deep, but we're gonna put that in the past, and we didn't let that get to us on the extra point, and we stopped what was most important. We said what was most important is not letting them get this conversion because we got it. So now we're up and we're still in the game.
Appreciate it, Ava. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ava is beaming with confidence right now, folks. You already know. You heard and saw for yourself. And she's got the talent to match. Steelers with a 1-point lead. Back in a moment with the second half. Touchdown, Sarah Colchamiro.
My name is Sarah Colchamiro. I'm 16 years old. I play rusher and receiver. I started playing flag football when I was 8.
Tiny, she's grown.
Look at some of the players on hand getting ready to play their respective games at these 2025 NFL Flag Football Championships in Canton, Ohio. Hey, Sarah Colchamiro, one of the stars to watch in the women's high school division. Folks, just 4'11", diminutive, but dynamic. Touchdown, Sarah Colchamiro.
My name is Sarah Colchamiro. I'm 16 years old. I play rusher and receiver. I started playing flag football when I was 8 years old. I was always an athlete. One of my friends was starting a flag team, asked if I wanted to join, and I fell in love with it right away.
What a catch! She's always got that smile and spark, and the team follows where she goes.
Sonic Sarah scoring again.
Being at the NFL Flag Championship, it means everything. Being here with my best friends, sisters, my coaches, it's more than just a game, it's the family.
There's very few that you can say can spark a team and lead somebody on and off the field.
When I step on the field, all my problems just disappear. I'm only focused on what's going on in the game. Flag has definitely taught me resiliency, keep my head high, and just hold confidence and pride.
Let's go! Yeah, looking forward to seeing a little bit more of Supersonic Sarah here during the weekend. And right now her team down by a point, Phoebe.
But she was the one that got them on the board, and she is going to be that vivacious life that they need, especially playing in this sort of weather, inclement weather, but also under the stress of they need to be able to go downfield and score. That extra point plays a really big possession here, but with them starting on offense, this is going to be a great opportunity for them to come out with ferocity.
Jets with a little bit of work to do when we come back for the second half of play. No doubt number 0 will play a part in the outcome. Back after this.
Not the only big 10-year-old team in the country. There's other big 10-year-olds. You see. Yeah.
It's a 7-6 game. We come out with the ball, right? So this is our game still.
That was my fault. The touchdown.
We're good. Let's go.
We're good. Listen, it's a little wet. Those gloves are going to be slippery. Got it?
Flags are
we
gonna
don't
be
have
slippery,
it.
too.
Flags are going to be slippery, so we're going to gang tackle. We are on our game right now. You hear me?
We are definitely on our game.
And we have ball first.
We have it. We just took the momentum back.
This broadcast is copyrighted by NFL Productions for the private use of our audience. Any other use of this broadcast or any pictures, descriptions, or accounts of the game without the consent of NFL Productions is prohibited.
Welcome back to the NFL Flag Championships presented by Toyota from Canton, Ohio. In this first game of the day for us, it's a 7-6 football game right now. Staten Island, New York, leading Staten Island, New York. The Steelers up 1 on the Jets. Both coaches are mic'd for sound. Let's listen up.
It's a 7-6 game. We come out with the ball, right? So this is our game still.
That was my fault. The touchdown.
We're good. Let's go.
We're good. Listen, it's a little wet. Those gloves are going to be slippery. Got it?
Flags
so
are
we
gonna
don't
be
have
slippery,
it.
too.
Flags are going to be slippery, so we're going to gang tackle. We are on our game right now. You hear me?
We are definitely on our
game.
game.
And we have ball first.
We have it. We just took the momentum back.
All right, underway here. It's going to come back to the Jets. They'll have the football first. What are you looking for from them, Phoebe?
You know, we heard it in the huddle there. The flags are going to be slippery, so you're going to need to make sure that you're not just relying on one person to pull a flag. You've got to drive everybody that pursuit drill to be able to make sure that that person stops in their tracks.
First down in midfield. Malfetta quarterback incomplete to Colchomiro.
Yeah. They're going under center. You're looking to try and drag in the defense a little bit, but I would advise to take off gloves at this point because the material of the ball is composite. It's not your leather ball. So with the plastic of the gloves as well, it's like catching butter.
Yeah, we heard Coach allude to that in the huddle a moment ago. That pass complete. Organoni makes the reception.
It was a great tackle by Keely Gifford. Look, in flag, all you need to do is pull one flag to end the play, but if you can go for two, that increases your percentage by even more. That's what you love to see.
We heard Coach mention gang tackling in one of those huddles. Same concept, get everybody to it?
Absolutely. Everybody, it's like a pursuit drill. Everybody get over there, because one missed flag can be the difference between a first down and short.
Third down in midfield for the Jets. Malfetta looking downfield, surveys, almost sacked, incomplete for Colchimero. Madeline Renna in there with good pressure.
I think there was a little bit of a miscommunication on the offense as well, but watch the defender, number 3 here. She almost pulled it, but we talked about it. Take those gloves off. It's too slippery.
It slid right through her fingers. She otherwise would have had a sack.
You are so spot on, and that would have been a great opportunity, but it was incomplete here.
Let's go to Katie for more on the Steelers.
Yeah, guys, Sierra Castellan, who's one of the receivers and cornerbacks for the Steelers, she got her right ankle taped during halftime. She's hobbling here on the sideline. She is going to try to give it a go here in the second half, which is helpful because the Steelers only have 7 players right now, Mark.
Wow. Emily Salafia in a quarterback, first down in midfield. That pass complete to Rotundi. Ava Rotundi with the reception.
You see what the Steelers are doing here. I mean, they're essentially high-lowing everything, finding ways to get their receivers on the run. What I liked about that from Ava is normally we don't want to encourage a body catch, but with the inclement weather, it's just guaranteeing that you're securing it. And right now, they just need to march down the field because, as we've said, these games go so quickly. So
how many possessions on average do we get?
You really are looking in a game about 4 or 5.
Wow.
That's nothing.
Got to make good use of it when you have the football on offense. Second down in midfield. Once it's handed off, she can run, and she chooses to do that. Turns it upfield. Salafia with a nice sprint.
I love when people start using the double quarterback. Now, this is a great tactic within flag because the first person to receive the ball is designated the quarterback, but they cannot run. Once you hand it off or toss it back, the 7-second clock is canceled and that person can run or pass the football.
So they're looking at third down in midfield. Got to gain about 10 here. Pass is complete, but that's going to be short of the midfield mark. Madeline Renna makes the catch. And fourth down coming up. Let's see what they do. It looks like they're going to go.
They look like they're going to go for it. And on this replay, you've got a little bit of a sit, a pivot, and coming back out. Great read of the linebacker in that situation, calling for the ball. Nicely done.
They're in the no-run zone. Colchimero with the rush, and it's incomplete. Got just enough pressure to force that pass.
That was a huge incomplete there in a pivotal moment, but this is where the rusher is so imperative to a defense because the quarterback had some open receivers, but sometimes your eyes drop to that rusher who's coming at you, especially when you are familiar with them from practice. You see her eyes here, and she wants to go fake pump it, but Sarah Colchimero is just in her face already.
So the Jets will take over on the Steelers side of midfield, trailing by 1 point. Rain coming down, 7:27 to go. Got 3 downs to score on this side of midfield. Pass a little bit low. There's a flag. Had a little bit of contact.
We have a timeout for an injured player. Officials timeout.
Borgononi.
We heard
one that was shaken up.
We heard the coaches talking earlier about the resilience and strength of Ava Rotundi. In this situation, you cannot come through a player to get the ball. This is a non-contact sport, you still have to protect them. So the flag would be on Ava Rotundi in that situation.
Pass interference. Defense. That penalty enforced at the spot of the foul. Automatic first down.
This is a non-contact sport.
Incidental contact does happen. It's hard when you see the passion and the fire within. They want to be able to get that, but this is a gift. They have first down from here, only about 11 yards away from the end zone.
It's a touchdown. It's a touchdown.
Jets down by 1.
Or Jack, the center.
Over the middle. And that's a touchdown, Colchimero. And the Jets take the lead.
You could hear the coaches saying beforehand, it's a touchdown, and then directing traffic here to Sarah Colchimero as they shout her name. You see her coming across, and then it is just open grass with the beautiful reach across. Fantastic play call, especially with that familiarity.
Great yards after the catch there. And it's a 5-point lead. They're going to go for 1.
Come on, Joe.
Have we gotten to the point where we go to the analytics to go for 1 or 2 here?
I'll check my sheet. I would say, wow.
Wow, sacked. What a great stop by Madeline Rena. Knifing through there. Didn't even get a chance to throw the football.
Brilliant, and then the way that she came in with that speed, pushing the quarterback out to her left as well, which is tough. I mean, beautiful sack. And then you're watching the focus from Sarah Colchimero as she finds the end zone there to put the Jets up.
Welcome, everyone, to NFL Flag. No matter where you are, who you are, lace up your cleats, smear on your eye black, step onto the field, and chase something. In this game, there's a position for everyone. Visit NFLflag.com to find a league and start the chase today. Mark Jones, Phoebe Schechter, Katie George here in Canton, Ohio's 12-7. Jets leading the Steelers with 5:15 to go here in the football game. And it's Steelers football trying to mount a comeback. They haven't scored since very early in this game, Phoebe.
Yeah, it was on the fourth down that wasn't converted. They took advantage of that, but this is going to be a huge drive for them with just about 5 minutes left in the game.
You know, guys, we mentioned how well these two teams know each other because they play for the same club. Well, they're essentially running off of the same playbook, so both staffs are trying to throw in a little wrinkle or a little trick to catch the other two off guard. They know exactly what's coming because they're so familiar with each other's game.
Great point. At some point, you got to switch it up. Second down coming up. Emily Salafia pulls. Pass complete to Rotundi. And immediately stopped. It'll be third down at midfield.
Great job by Ava Martinez, really going for that sideline tackle. She honored the fact that she knows Ava's going to try and break some ankles and cut back inside, but she held her own there, which is tough in these high pressure situations. You're seeing the defense has started to back up a little bit more, standing closer to about 7 yards now.
Looking like a double pass, almost picked off, incomplete, and a safety is called. They got to the flag while she was in the end zone.
Oh my goodness, look, this is all about field awareness, and we talked about the rusher. What is your plan when you have a double quarterback? You see the other defender comes down, and the second that ball is thrown back, number 2, Ava Martinez, flies around. And then, of course, great defense after that. But the safety, that is sealing the deal here. They didn't even need to go for those 2 points earlier.
Keely Gifford caught in the end zone. What a great stop there by the Jets.
Fantastic. And some of the New York Jets organization are here, stood on the sideline like proud parents watching this Jets team. This is what's so great. The NFL clubs really support their teams getting out here to Canton, so they're very proud.
5 seconds, Joe.
That is so awesome. 14-7. And the Jets get the football too. And do they try and burn a little clock here? Is that what does that look like in NFL flag?
Yeah, you're going to wait and see them wait until the last 5 seconds are here, and then look at running the ball as well.
And there it is. On the rush, Olivia Demanda, number 4 for the Jets. Nice little gain. Second down in midfield to go.
Timeout. Steelers, their second of the game.
Rev, if she stands still, she don't got how much time?
Steelers.
Okay, oh, I got you. Okay, I got you. Step forward first.
So excited.
All right.
Hey, sorry, what's the
Not a lot of time.
You
want to go play 11?
2:34. No, yeah, go on.
Listen to me.
And
then
start
double
stupid.
set. 2:34. Jill, look at me, please.
So the Steelers stop the clock with 2:34 to go in the timeout. They need a big play here defensively. Who are some of the defensive stars? Who are some of the more dynamic athletes on the Steelers that might be able to come up with one?
Well, we see Ava Rotundi out there. We also see number 1 for the Steelers, the rusher. They can be a big part, just as we say it there. I mean, great job for her to be able to change direction. And that's where you want to see these more long-bodied people like that. Number 1 from
Emily Salafia, yeah.
I mean, she is very long body, got that reach, which really just blocks. She is 5'4", but her wingspan is much higher.
At the point now where a first down pretty much puts the game on ice for the Jets, right?
Yeah, and you know that the Steelers are feeling that right now. Both teams have timeouts still left, especially from the Steelers' perspective. But what's key is you know they're going to want to try and get those short passes on the run and take their time otherwise.
The Steelers were undefeated coming into this game, and that pass complete. And a stop immediately by Jacqueline Molinini.
Timeout.
1:36 to go, and the clock stops.
Timeout of the game.
Fourth down coming up in midfield to go.
They punted. All right, let's go.
So they're going to punt.
Jay's got it.
And the Steelers will have one more chance, Phoebe.
This game is not won yet. Going back to your point earlier, the score is still very tight. They could make this happen if the Steelers are able to drive down the field. They're going to have to take some chunk shots. So I'm interested to see what the Jets defense does in order to prevent that.
That costly safety that they gave up the last time they had the football gave the Jets that 7-point margin.
It would force them to have to go for 2. I'd imagine they wouldn't want to be in a shootout in terms of going into overtime if they tied the game up. but this is where you're hoping that all players are healthy. They're able to run their routes to their full
clock
extent.
never stops. 136. Just run to the line. Emily, call the plays to the line. Whatever you have to do. Use the band. We need yards. We're gonna score. We're gonna go for 2 for the win. It's all wet and ruined.
We go for 1. Oh, we're going to go for 15?
Yeah. No, it's 13-7.
It's 17.
17-14.
7-14.
Okay, yeah, we'll go 2 for the win. Emily, you call the plays off the band with Jace.
That is the resonating sound of a confident coach. Talking about we're going to score and we're going to go for 2 for the win. Pass complete. It'll be 2nd down. Gifford with the reception.
The defense has gone into a cover 3. All the girls have the wristbands and able to look and know the routes.
Salafia back to pass, slings it, and just overshot her intended receiver, Grace Anderson. Clock running, 1:10 to go.
They're not out of it yet. I just feel like they need to put that little extra gear in some of their routes right now.
Salafia rolling to her left, downfield, incomplete again, so that sets up a 4th down. Rotundi, the intended receiver.
They're going to go for it here. You might as well with the time that's left, but they've got to be able, as a defense for the Jets, to defend the halfway line. This is going to be huge. This looks like a bit of a diamond defense, as we call it in flag.
They have to get to at least midfield. Salafia caught Rotundi and short of the 1st down, and that'll pretty much do it. Ava Martinez making the tackle number 2 right there. And the clock running with 15 seconds to go. The Jets lead the Steelers in this all Staten Island battle.
Get in here. I cannot be more proud of you girls than what just happened. We went down to a great team. They're our friends, and we took care of business. Okay? All of you. Great job. 2nd half.
Take a knee, take a knee, take a knee, take a knee. Take a knee.
So the Jets will get that greeting perhaps down Victory Boulevard, the most popular main street in Staten Island, in this battle between 2 programs, talented, deep programs from that area. The Jets defeat the Steelers 14-7. As the Steelers couldn't get their offense cranked up the way they did in their first 3 games in pool play. Let's go to Katie.
Sarah, what do you like most about that final defensive stand?
Oh, how intense it was. I mean, we came back in the 2nd half and we just kept our mind in check, and 2nd half teams always win. So
the Steelers took a 7-point lead early in the 1st half. What did you think about the response that your team showed?
Yeah, we definitely kept the level head. We didn't get too high, we didn't get too low. We know they're a great team. I mean, we're best friends with all of them. So we just kept our minds in check and just had to use our ability to come out on top.
Speaking of being friends with them, how difficult or better does it make it playing a team you know so well?
I mean, they're all our best friends, but we know how to have friendly competition. It is difficult, though, but when it comes to game time, we're all locked in. So
we saw a bunch of highlights throughout the course of this game. How difficult is it getting a safety?
Very, very hard. I mean, you have to stay concentrated the entire time on the girls' hips, and we executed that. That's what we did.
You guys advance to the quarterfinals tomorrow. What's the plan for tonight?
We're going to chill, have a good night, have a good dinner. And yeah, watch some film probably too.
Congratulations, Sarah. Thanks for the time.
Thank you.
Mark.
Gonna be an interesting dinner if some of her Steeler teammates are around there, right? From the same area tonight, but what a performance by the Jets. They win it. And here's a look at some of the pivotal plays. Steelers took an early lead.
I mean, this was incredible. You had a quarterback scrambling. Ava Rotundi coming in big for her team multiple times, getting the extra point as well. But the Jets were not sleeping on that whatsoever, getting in the end zone, which was so pivotal because the Steelers scored off of a 4th down that wasn't converted. But Sarah Colchimiro, the star of the show today, 4 receptions, touchdowns, was just phenomenal. These 2 teams were going back to back, but they persevered and they left it all on the field.
So there's a look at the brackets. The Jets advance by virtue of the 14-7 win. They'll play the winner of the Jags and the Costa Mesa Chargers. So, in this knockout phase, we are winner of their next game goes to the quarterfinals. And we've got another one coming up between the Patriots and the Texans. The Texas Fury Texans coming in at 3-0. They were semifinalists a year ago, and the Patriots with quarterback Razel Obrero, one of the stars to watch in that one. That's our next one. But in this one, 14-7, and a great comeback by the Jets, who looked a little bit shaky early, especially offensively.
They did, but they found a way to rally, and you could see where that veteran leadership came in. We heard Katie talking earlier about how the Steelers were the younger girls, but that veteran element being in these big games like they have was phenomenal.
Well, Phoebe, thanks for watching, folks. The NFL Flag Championships presented by Toyota. Up next, Leominster, Massachusetts and Austin, Texas meet in another high school girls round of 16 game. Stick around for that.
Before the lights go up, before the cheers in the crowd, there's only you and the grind. In gymnastics, we train for years, for moments that last seconds. Flag's no different. Every movement, every routine, thousands and thousands of times. So when the moment comes, you only get one shot to stick it.
Take off, this one's on me.
This isn't just a game. It's a spotlight on all the work nobody got to see. They've trained for this moment. Their time is now to grab the Flag Football Championship live on ESPN.
Welcome to the NFL Flag Football Championship presented by Toyota here from Canton, Ohio. In a thrilling game just a moment ago between a couple of squads from Staten Island, New York. This one, though, Leominster, Massachusetts, the Patriots taking on the Austin, Texas Texans. Here's what went down a few moments ago in that aforementioned game. And Sarah Colchimero, one of the stars last year, tracking that way again with a pivotal touchdown catch and run. As we take a look at the updated brackets as we head towards quarterfinal play tomorrow, the Jets defeat the Steelers to advance. And remember that it was the Sick Giants winning a season ago in the women's high school division. Hello, everybody. I'm Mark Jones alongside Phoebe Schechter, Katie George joining us in just a moment. Let's talk about the Texans first. And when you look at their program, a great program for a number of years, but they have an interesting star tandem at quarterback.
You are so spot on. Look, Ava Wallace, who has really been the star of this Texans team for quite a few years, is at the point where she's starting to take on some more play calling roles. And then you've got Emery Beckett, who is really that next generation, about to kind of be the lead, essentially. But Ava Wallace, you've got to give her flowers. She was the first ever flag player to win the Maxwell Player of the Year award. She has been a phenomenal leader and someone who's been incredibly open about mental health. I mean, she is a great embodiment of this organization.
Katie has more on the duo at quarterback.
Yeah, Mark, so the original plan was for Ava Wallace to move from player to coach this season, to pass the torch essentially to Emery Beckett. She unfortunately had to get thrown back into the fire due to injury, but she was going to be the offensive coordinator, quarterbacks coach. She was going to help out with play calling. But now, because of that injury, she's in a wide receiver role. She also plays drop back quarterback when the team employs that 2-quarterback system. Wallace says she's still there to help Beckett along whenever she needs. And she says Beckett's deep ball is one of one. Her IQ is unmatched, and that's what makes Beckett such a deep and powerful quarterback. Mark?
All right, we'll keep an eye on that storyline. What about the quarterback, Razel Obrero, for the Patriots?
She is absolutely phenomenal. Has a bit of a basketball background, but she was also the first quarterback to ever be taken in the USA football program.
Wow.
Her aims are to play for the Philippines national program one day, but at her height, she is 4'10". She is quite short, but it makes her so dangerous because she is so shifty in her position and such an exciting player to play against.
We'll get a chance to keep an eye on her. She'll be handling the rock a lot at quarterback. We're going to take a short break. It'll be the Patriots coming up against the Texans. And a trip to the quarterfinals on the line when we come back for the start of this one. Everybody having fun here at the NFL Flag Championships in Canton, Ohio. Of all ages, 300 teams in all participating. Flag football has a unique set of rules. Let's take a look at them.
Here are the rules of flag. The number 1 rule, there is no contact in flag, so no tackling or blocking. Every player wears 2 flags on their belt. If a player has the ball and either flag is pulled by the defense, the play is over. 5 players take the field for each side. The offense starts on their own 5-yard line and has 4 downs to try to reach the midfield. Once they cross the midfield, they have 3 downs to score a touchdown. Defenders rushing the passer must start 7 yards from the line of scrimmage and wait for the snap. Defenders can try to intercept passes, but cannot touch a receiver at any point. There are also no punts. You either hand over possession to the other team or go for it. If you go for it and don't make it, the other team gets the ball on the spot. Games are 2 12-minute halves, so get as many points as you can, and don't forget your celebration dance.
We buried the headline. And there's a look at the starting quarterback. Talked about her a moment ago, Razel Obrero. And the rest of the lineup for the Leominster, Massachusetts Patriots. They come in with a record of 2-1. Derek House, one of their receivers, another one of the players to watch for the Patriots. The Texans, meanwhile, come in undefeated at 3-0. They were semifinalists a season ago.
The Texans program has changed a lot, but they are also led by one of their coaches, Nathan Williams, who also coaches for USA, for the national programs. So to have that familiarity, to have that standard of coaching, and on the other side, Coach Jack Reed coaches Great Britain women.
Razel over the middle, complete. Charlotte Bamford. No, check that. That was Julia Daly making the catch.
Okay, let's go 14.
What you'll see a lot of is these kind of shallow routes from the center when we're looking at this Leo Minster Patriots team. So those kind of crossing shoot routes, those are a big part of the game.
Another pass complete. This one to D'Amelio, Jordan D'Amelio.
I love that the Patriots are going fast here.
Are they ever?
They know they've got to be able to put this Texans team on their heels because they know the quality of who they're going up against.
3rd down in midfield, outside the no-run zone, so they can run it. Obrero's pass a little bit low, incomplete for number 5, Derek House. That's one of their prolific receivers I was talking about a moment ago, so it'll be 4th down coming out. About 7 yards short of midfield.
It even looked like Derek had one hand grabbed that for a second. It was so close.
And they're going to play here. Looks like they're going to go for it.
I love the risk early on if it pays off.
Obrero rolls to her left. Tough throw, incomplete. And the Texans will take over from the spot intended for Derek House.
I think the way that the format of these games works, it forces you to make decisions you probably wouldn't always make because of the condensed time. I felt like if Derek had gone with 2 hands, that they would have been able to bring that route in.
1st down and 10 coming back the other way. Little play action out of the backfield, complete to Hill. Sarah Hill with a nice gain. Take a look at the Texas Fury Texans rosters. Beckett at quarterback. Emery Beckett, number 9.
This was a huge yard after catch. Again, we saw it in the earlier game as well, going for it early on. Just a little route out the side, now and up. And
wow, is that a touchdown? Yes, just barely got in, Phoebe.
That's all that matters. I mean, that was a great job. Emery Beckett doing a great job of reading, finding that open space. When you're looking at this play, you see how they took a second in the backfield. It slows that defense down, and you throw it right to the middle. We talked earlier on about how in this part of the field you look for front pylons and back pylons. Well, that leaves the middle wide open.
Mio with that touchdown catch, and the extra point is good to Caitlin Reynolds. And wow, you talk about a quick turnaround and flip. After an unsuccessful fourth down attempt, the Texans run it right back for the touchdown. That's impressive.
They were matching energy here. You saw a little bit of a delay from number 5 from the Texans, Kelsey Quinn, who probably is who you're looking at in these critical moments, but it opened up the space for number 1 to run across. Fantastic play calling.
Back the other way, that's Jennings with the reception from Obrero. Second down in midfield.
We talked about how we've got 2 national program head coaches here going back and forth. This is going to be all about speed and execution.
She can run it because of the handoff and stopped immediately. Wow, Caroline Jays ripped that flag off the waist. And it's going to be third down in midfield.
Wow, what a great job flag pulling. We actually saw Caroline's sister Hannah playing last year with the Texans, but fantastic job against a shorter quarterback.
Obrero through the hands of her intended receiver, number 8, Julia Daly, and it'll be fourth in midfield, and no decision this time. They'll punt.
Yeah, it's the wise decision here.
How are we doing today?
You really want to kind of push it
early on. Not going to make the same mistake I made yesterday. Because, you know, I can't do that.
We're going to take a short break. Ava Wallace comes in at quarterback for the next series of downs. Oh, yeah, we live for the Sellies. You got to get in the end zone first to do your dance, though.
Right, but did we, was the play pocket? Yeah. No, I understand, but they should have did that at the, when, is the ball they were struggling getting that play set up, you know. Okay. C8. What's that? If you don't immediately see blue or black, you should take off. I don't think there's going to be anybody there. Do we want to turn her into a fly? Jolly, play inside out, okay? We'll play inside out. What the heck? After you do the handoff, all that's that way, like the holding stuff, so it looks like you still have it. So, like, after you do the handoff, I want you to throw your hands up here like you still have the ball.
I'm excited about the flag football becoming a thing in the Olympics. Just to play different people across the country and represent the United States is going to be exciting.
Representing the USA at the Olympics, I think, is one of the biggest honors you can have, being able to just represent your country, a country that I love and I'm proud of.
I just know the feeling would be, you know, something so real, just representing your country. I bet that's the best feeling ever. The feeling has to be great, right? I would think so.
Flag football will be part of the 2028 Olympics. along with these other sports. And that's going to be so exciting to see the flag football landscape expand internationally. It's a game that's played in over 100 countries.
It's absolutely phenomenal. Even this weekend, we've got 8 countries who have come from all across the world to play in international competitions. And as we look across this weekend, you might be seeing some of those to be playing in the 2028 or 2032 Olympics. Yeah. It's an absolute dream come true to see our sport being put on the largest platform possible.
You are looking into the faces of who's got next right there on the Olympic stage soon. Ava Wallace is in at receiver. Beckett still the quarterback for the Texans, who lead 7-0. Beckett hands it off. She can throw, and Beckett makes the catch at the other end and stopped. It was Ava Wallace that made the catch and then the pass.
What makes Ava Wallace so difficult to defend against is you want to watch her hips. The way that she is able to give that little hip flick right at the perfect moment and then to get it back to Emery Beckett on a wheel route. Beautiful play calling here.
Boy, that's a lot of weaponry on the field with those two. Beckett passes complete over the middle, and a first down to Zara Hill, number 2. Galazzo making the tackle. It'll be first down and goal. They'll have 3 tries on this side of midfield now.
Just great play calling here and in with a shallow post. I mean, it's just attacking this 2-2 defense.
Emery Beckett. Pass incomplete. Intended for Zara Hill. So it'll be second down and goal.
Just a little bit of a low ball there. Sometimes when you're on this big stage, this is Emery Beckett's first time in this environment, you get a little bit excited. You just got to take a little bit off, follow through. She didn't have a rusher in her face.
That was her first incompletion, but she's back on track here. Pass complete to Caitlin Reynolds. And it'll be third down and goal.
I love the way that they are play calling here. You saw the shoot from the center, and then from the receiver, you had almost a hesitated angle route coming back in flat across. You're just creating these windows as you go along, and that's what flag football is all about. Now, only about 2 yards out of the end zone.
Beckett rolling to her left. Touchdown, Texans. Kelsey Quinn, the soon-to-be collegiate hooper. And that was a slam dunk, that catch.
Absolutely brilliant. Like a corner route to the back pylon. Put it in your tallest receiver's hand. You saw the defender shooting down on that front pylon because they thought that the other receiver was going to get it, who's been such a threat. Number 4 for them. Fantastic job there and just reading the defense.
Boy, an impressive drive by the Texans. Going for 1, and they get it. It's 14-0 in a blink for the Texans. And again, that was Kelsey Quinn.
As you watch her coming across the back of the end zone, that's one of the hardest routes to cover because either you're in a man defense or you're playing zone, as we see that they are doing here. You've got a bit of a man defense, but coming across, you even saw her call for it in the back of the end zone when she was covered, and then the quarterback was patient enough to let it uncover.
See if the Patriots can get something going here offensively. That pass incomplete under big-time pressure. And she might have been over the line of scrimmage when she threw it, thus the flag. Good pressure by Caroline Jays.
Really great pressure, and you're right there, Mark. It looked like she had thrown.
Pass on the offense, that'll be half the distance. Lost it down, second down.
Official Desiree Abrams calling us there. It was a legal forward pass. As you saw when she rolled out, this was so challenging. She stepped over the line. The football has to be released before you cross that line.
Here's Obrera, rolls to her left. Downfield, has a receiver, juggled, and incomplete. Julia Daly couldn't squeeze it. And now it's 3rd down in midfield.
They're putting themselves under quite a lot of pressure. She had it as well. Just needed to bring that left hand in, and I actually thought the awareness was great when she went to chase it back down, but she had her defender beat on that. There are some great decisions being made here by the quarterback, Rizel. Now they've just got to be able to finish.
Yeah. And they are deep in their own territory. Underneath, the pass complete to Daly, but it's 4th down in midfield to go, and you would guess they're going to punt. Yeah, they will.
Yeah, we hear Coach Jack Reed there saying he's going to punt it. It's a tough situation to be in, because in this game, you've got to be able to score almost every drive. We've talked about how you really don't get many opportunities on offense, and you've really got to capitalize on this moment. This is going to be a huge stand for the defense, most likely going to be the last drive of this half. So defense has to come up big here.
Texas Fury. Texans were 3-0 in pool play. Ava Wallace is going to take the snap here. Completes it over the middle. A crisp delivery to number 2, Zara Hill.
They're just picking apart this 2-2 defense, essentially like you would see your cover 2s in the NFL. It's sometimes called a box defense here as well. So you're just aiming for the middle every time.
Ava Wallace taking a shot down deep. Oh, that's room service. Touchdown, wide open. Kelsey Quinn with another touchdown reception.
Wow, what a brilliant job there by Quinn. I mean, she was on an island by herself, and the composure of Ava Wallace, I mean, this is an absolute pro at the game, and the defender just let her go. Again, a blown coverage, but well done and great recognition there.
So it's 20-0, and the Patriots have really dug themselves a huge hole with under a minute to go here in the first half. They'll go for 1 from the 5. You can go for 2 points from the 10. Wallace still in at quarterback. Drills it incomplete. A little bit hot, but into coverage. Intended for Hill again. So it'll stay 20-0. The time winding down here on the first half. Patriots going to try and squeeze off a play here. They will. Pass complete to Maggie Jennings. They'll be 2nd down in midfield. And that'll do it for the first half. A dominant first half for the Texans, who lead it 20-0, courtesy of a couple of touchdown catches by Kelsey Quinn, and Emery Beckett doing a great job at quarterback, and she's standing by with Katie.
Thanks, Mark. Emery, what a start. You guys jumped out on them. What'd you like best about the way that you guys played that first half?
I think truly just our energy. We were able to pick our players up if we made a mistake, and we were just able to capitalize when we needed to.
What's impressed you most about the suffocating defense?
I mean, I say it so many times, but their communication. I mean, that's the biggest thing for us. We've struggled this season with that, but it's truly coming together when we just communicate and focus on what we need to do.
You've obviously had some fantastic throws already. Ava drops an absolute bomb downfield. What's the 2-quarterback system with Ava like?
Oh, it's amazing. She's been an amazing mentor for me. We work off each other so well, and it both makes each other get so much better.
We appreciate it, Emery. Best of luck in the second half. Mark?
You love to see the mentorship. Ava Wallace and Emery Beckett. It's about each one, teach one. And it's working out really well for the Texans right now. They lead 20-0 when we come back for the second half. Welcome back, everyone, to Canton, Ohio for the NFL Flag Championships. Ava Wallace eluding the tackle there and having her flag pulled for that big completion a moment ago. And, you know, there's so much nuance in this sport. And yesterday, Phoebe gave us a wonderful tutorial on grasping the flag.
So Phoebe, flag is obviously a lot different than tackle. We've seen players use multiple different moves to keep from getting their flag pulled. What are some of the most common techniques you see?
So there are 3 in particular that I love, and because in flag, it's all about those yards after catch. So you've got to be able to be evasive. So the first one is that kind of quarter spin. So you're trying to grab my flag.
A little Shakira-like.
A little Shakira, exactly. Number 2 is the spin, and literally just spinning. You're gaining ground to try and stop them. It's hard when these are flying around. And the third one is the dip. Now, this in flag, you cannot raise the height of your hips, so therefore we lower them. It's probably the hardest to actually make happen. You go nice and low, at full speed. And
a lot of quad work. A lot of quad work.
Exactly.
All right, let's put them to action right now.
This is going to be our quarter hip flip.
All right, bring it on, Phoebe.
Hut. Woo! This is the spin move.
Hut.
Woo! This is the dip.
Hut.
Can't lunge like that anymore, Phoebe. Can't lunge like that anymore. My hips ain't that loose. Can't do that.
You got a little quarter hip flip, a little Shakira for us?
Maybe an eighth, not a quarter. Just a fraction of that movement. Loose hips lead to touchdowns here in NFL flag. We're going to take a short break and come back with the second half of action between the Texans and the Patriots. Texans holding a commanding 20-0 lead.
This broadcast is copyrighted by NFL Productions for the private use of our audience. Any other use of this broadcast or any pictures, descriptions, or accounts of the game without the consent of NFL Productions is prohibited.
Welcome back to the NFL Flag Championships presented by Toyota. You're from Canton, Ohio, ready for the second half, and we welcome you to NFL Flag. No matter who you are, lace up your cleats, smear on your eye black, step out onto the field and chase something, folks. In this game, there's a position for everyone. Visit NFL.com, NFL-flag.com to find a league and start the chase today. That's NFLflag.com. So Texas Fury Texans have the football first. Caitlin Reynolds gets it underway with a run.
Nice short yardage and gets the defense coming down and pulling flags early on. That benefits both sides.
Ava Wallace at quarterback, hurls it downfield, caught inbounds by Reynolds, still on the run, and had her flag pulled at about the 4-yard line by Julia Daly.
Wow, I mean, that was a great chase down there by Jordan D'Amelio. Her and Charlotte from the same team actually started girls flag at their high school, but phenomenal job. You might say the flags have gone to the back of their hips, but that is okay. Once a flag starts on your hips, and then if you're running and it twists, there's nothing you can do about that. Wow. It's just the cards that are played.
Does it make it any tougher to grab it?
100%. If you're constantly aiming for that hip and then it's twisted round back, it is definitely challenging.
That's a tough moving target. First and goal. Wallace into the end zone. Caught! What a grab by Hill. Man, she went high. The fun bunch in the end zone. Selly.
Love a group celebration. That is the definition of team. Look at this corner route in the back. The defender was actually in a good place, but she took her eyes off the receiver there. She could have played the ball, but fantastic throw, fantastic grab. Look at the way this Texans team are just having fun out there.
They are just piling it on, 26-0. Emery Beckett in a quarterback for the extra point. And Wallace gets the bling around her neck because of that nice touchdown pass. We got a incompletion. They don't get the extra point. It remains 26-0.
They ran that play earlier with Quinn. You get the hitches on the front of the end zone to pull the defenders down, and that kind of deep over around the back.
Not bad for mentoring her successor, huh? Emery Beckett, 5 for 5 passing today.
That's fantastic.
The Patriots trying to get on the board. That pass incomplete to Derek House. It'll be second down in midfield to go.
Derek's a fantastic receiver. Drops happen, especially in these big moments, but Derek is the first big-time player out of Rhode Island, and really the first to take it as a serious role.
Downfield and incomplete, broken up by Kelsey Quinn, who's been great on both ends of the field. Had 2 touchdown catches, a pass breakup right there, filling up the stat sheet.
I mean, fantastic job getting a hand in there. She's so good at just recognizing. That's where those multi-sport backgrounds play a really big role. We love to see athletes coming from all different backgrounds: basketball, handball, track.
No, they're back.
This is what makes flag football so exciting.
Quinn will be playing basketball at Texas A&M Kingsville next year. Pretty much figured that the Patriots have to score on this drive. Short pass complete to Jennings from Obrero. They're going to go for it. You heard Coach.
Yeah, you really need to. You've got under 8 minutes left, so you've got to go through your playbook and see what's our got to have it.
We're going to go 14. 14, Derek, get to midfield. On my way, Julia. Julia, run the post. Run the post.
Hey, the line's right here, right behind you, man. You're good. You're good.
Keep an eye on number 8. Running the post. And she's sacked. Obrero sacked by Jays. And they will take over deep in Patriots territory. Wow.
Yeah, you're going to watch Derek here. running her route, but she slips in the middle. It would have been wide open. She looked like she was trying to run a whip, just didn't get up enough time. And Rizal looking downfield, trying to find her. You don't have enough seconds. Those rushers are so quick.
They get on top of you real fast. Beckett back in at quarterback. And now she splits out. It'll be Reynolds at quarterback. Beckett, she can throw it. Caught. Out of bounds, though. Ruled out of bounds by Kelsey Quinn. Man, the Fury are opening up the entire playbook here, Phoebe.
Absolutely. You saw Emery starting on the line of scrimmage, backing up from that receiver position to receive the football from Caitlin Reynolds. I mean, this is what makes flag so fun.
Wow.
You're going to have to be able to really focus on who the blitzer is going after. Is it the original quarterback, or do you go to the second quarterback who is the true quarterback?
So causing that indecision buys you a lot of time then, I guess, right?
It does, absolutely. And if you've got a longer built play, it gives it time to open up.
Beckett didn't need much time. Touchdown again. Her third of the game, Kelsey Quinn.
This Texans team are just like surgeons out here with the ball. I mean, they are recognizing the defense. And again, this is where it's really important when you've got a coach who sees and plays against a multitude of defenses. You can dissect it on the fly.
They have been precise offensively. They're going to go for 2 from the 10-yard line. Wallace into the end zone. Wow, just missing.
When you go for 2, you're able to either run the ball or pass it. That's the difference between going for 1.
This is immediate timeout.
Nonetheless, it's still 32-0. And here's a look at that last touchdown a moment ago. Kelsey Quinn, again, the remix. Back after this.
All right, hey, we're down. We need to stop on D. Okay? What I want here in the second half, we got to fight. Okay? We got to fight. We got to make plays. We got to score some points.
We had our fun. Yeah. Business time. Get your minds right. Hey, killer instinct right here. Put them away. Put them away. Come on. 3 on 3! 1, 2, 3, 4! I don't have a voice either.
Number 7.
Texans out in front of the Patriots. Both coaches wired for sound.
All right, hey, we're down. We need to stop on D. Okay? What I want here in the second half, we got to fight. Okay, we got to fight. We got to make plays. We got to score some points.
We had our fun. Business time. Get your minds right. Hey, killer instinct right here. Put them away. Put them away. Come on. 3 on 3! 1, 2, 3, 4! I don't have a voice either.
Not much voice, but a lot of points. 32 today, and the meter is still running. First and midfield, almost intercepted. It was tipped by Caroline Jays.
I think Coach Jack Reed was right. They did need to come into this with the fight. It's going to be a big game for them. And then you look at it from the business side. When Fury or Texans were talking about that, they've been able to make it to the quarterfinals 4 times. They've got to be able to progress. So this is trying to assume their identity on people now.
Obrero has the ability to run. Boy, that was a great tackle, great pull by Kelsey Quinn, who has been outstanding at both ends, both sides of the ball.
You saw the double QB here. Rizell is so dangerous when she's on the run. Fantastic grab. I mean, to go from the tallest player to the shortest player on the field, it's phenomenal.
Obrero, pass was low, incomplete, intended for Maggie Jennings. It's going to be 4th down midfield. You heard Coach say we're going to go for it. They don't have much choice with 4:20 to play.
Sticky coverage there by the Texans. I mean, everything is going to have to be a contested catch.
We were talking about it during the break. If you're the Texans, you don't want to show too much right now, though, right?
Correct.
With 2 more, 3 more rounds to go potentially?
Absolutely, unless they might have quite a mighty deep playbook in there.
I have a feeling they do. Obrero rolls left, throws right, complete to Julia Daly. And they pick up the 1st down. It'll be 1st and goal.
This is a huge moment. This is the biggest play that the Patriots have had. You see the out route and then great vision getting the ball to number 8 there, Julia Daly. They've got a great relationship.
On the reverse, Reynolds stopped immediately. Wow. Sonia Chalil took that flag out. It'll be 2nd down and goal. Obrero. Incomplete. Boy, it's been a tough day for Derek House trying to catch the football. She's really struggled a little bit.
Yeah, and sometimes it's hard, right? Once you start to get in your own head, you know, as a sports person, you know, you kind of get the yips, so to speak. I mean, again, just bringing those 2 hands in, I feel like they'd be able to bring that, but it's just one of those days. I love that Rizell keeps going back there, though, giving those opportunities. That's a great sign of a leader.
3rd and goal. And they're going to blow the play dead first. Texans call a timeout.
Timeout.
With 2:45 to go.
They're first of the game.
And a commanding 32-0 lead.
They have to go in zone.
Yeah, that's what we want.
Hey,
Okay, so what we're going to do.
defense on Nate.
So, all right. Jordan, you're going to run. You're going to run the go route. You're going to run a seam right up the middle of the field, and you're going to do a go. You're going to have 3 goes to choose from. Okay? And then Rizell, after you fake, you pop back. If you really need to Rizell, you can throw it back to Rizell. Okay?
There it is.
Just simple like that.
What do you make of the play?
It's like a jump ball, really.
Yeah.
You gotta give your team a chance. You've got under 3 minutes left. You've got to take this opportunity. There's only 3 downs in this part of the field. I'm fascinated to see what they're able to do here. That's where double QB again can play a big role. You don't know who can throw and who can't.
Deliani Santiago, the quarterback, throws it back to Obrero, low, incomplete. And it will be Fury ball, Texans ball, pardon me. Yeah, pardon me, 4th down coming up.
We're on D.
1st down the other way.
Don't worry about your gloves. Go play D.
That'll pretty much do it if it wasn't already done.
Yeah, I think that the Patriots would have preferred to be able to have a little bit more success, but that Texans team, offensively and defensively, are just really attacking here, foot on the gas pedal.
Yeah. Ava Wallace's pass incomplete, intended for Caroline Jays. A rare miss today by Wallace. Wallace and Emery Beckett have been outstanding as a duo at quarterback today for the Fury. In all the games that we've seen yesterday and today, this is clearly one of the most impressive performances we've seen from all of the teams we've had a chance to observe. That was Amaya Shepard on the reception for the Texans.
And you love the creativity, right? Nobody else moved.
Yeah.
She was the only one that went out on a route. And you can just keep audibling to that the whole time. And that's Ava being a pro, seeing what the defense are in and just saying, hey, we're going to take what they can give us. That
Nice hip swivel by Wallace. Directs the receiver downfield for the catch underneath. Shepard again with 1:14 to play.
Fourth down.
It's going to be fourth down. They are inside the no-run zone, so they have to pass it.
And you might have been watching that thinking, why didn't she reach the ball out, right? We talked about how if you reach the ball out, that's where the ball is spotted. But actually, you can do something in flag called short lining. Now, this is where you are short of the half and you intentionally stop because it gives yourself an extra opportunity. Normally, you'd rather do this on a more shallow down, potentially not putting you in fourth down, but it's still a great opportunity to test something like this and see how your plays work against different defenses.
Your route needs to be super shallow. So, super shallow. We just need 1 yard. Okay? Yeah, you're running behind. Go behind Ava.
If you would put two ball, just like a straight pull across. Oh, okay. Wait, Fury
But-
ball, two ball. Okay, yeah. Look for both.
Okay.
I'll look for both.
Okay, we're good.
All
right, get the first down.
Go! Get it! Fury on three! 1, 2, 3, Fury!
Texans coaches have drawn up a great game plan coming in, and the players have executed it meticulously today. Wallace back at quarterback. Pass complete. It'll be first down and goal. Jalil with the reception.
Sonia is one of our NFL Flag Players of the Year finalists. We have 5 in the girls and the boys category. Throughout that, they have to give their report cards. They write letters about how they embody the NFL values. Their coaches do as well. And of course, then highlight reels.
Love it. Wallace going up top. A couple of receivers fell. No flag on the play with 15 seconds to go, and that'll probably be the last play of the game.
Looked like they had a bit of a scissor route there, and they just ran into each other. I mean, but what a phenomenal win.
That's about as impressive as it comes. As I said a moment ago, as good a game by one team as we've seen in the entire tournament so far. The Texans win it 32-0. Texans, as Phoebe mentioned a moment ago, semi-finalists last year, trying to take that next step and get over the hump. And Katie George standing by with somebody got a lot of carrots around her neck, a lot of gold carrots.
Yeah, she does, Mark. Thanks. Ava, that was pretty close to perfect today. What impressed you most about your all's performance?
I was so impressed with the composure our team held throughout the entire game. We had our foot on their neck from the start, and we had the opportunity to let off, and we didn't. And I'm just so proud of the way that we've pursued this entire weekend. Just our energy was incredible. We came into it knowing that our energy would help us win the game, and we did it.
You guys obviously lit it up offensively, but your defense deserves a lot of credit as well. What did you like about the play on that side?
Defense was phenomenal. Our rusher, Caroline, was the start to the equation. Getting in the quarterback's face every single play was literally what led to all the lockdown defense we had.
Watching you and Emery in the 2-quarterback system is so much fun, but how helpful and beneficial is it having such a slew of talented receivers to go up and get it?
Yeah, our receivers, as a quarterback, our receiver does our job for us, literally. We just throw the ball, our receivers are there to make the play.
I hear you're the best dancer on the team, is that true?
Absolutely it is.
Prove it by putting the stamp on the claim, baby.
There it is. Ava Wallace with the exclamation point, capping off a fantastic afternoon for the Texans as they advance to the quarterfinals. Here's a look at what it looked like. It was impressive from the opening as Emery Beckett was on point right from the start.
She absolutely was, and they kept going back to their star receiver, Kelsey Quinn, who was outrunning defenses, standing in the back of the end zone, and the ball got spread around. Zahara Hill doing a phenomenal job finding that corner route, and you go back to Quinn, the basketball player, phenomenal all-around team win.
So there it is. The Texans advance 32-0. They hang a donut on the board defensively. In a game we saw a little bit earlier, the Jets upset the high-scoring Staten Island Steelers in a battle of Staten Island squads as the Jets also advance to the quarterfinals. Ava Wallace back to try and finish the job that the Texas Fury Texans weren't able to do a season ago. Folks, thanks for watching the NFL Flag Championships presented by Toyota. Today at 1 p.m. on ESPN2, Miami, Florida and Jacksonville, Florida meet in a boys 14 under round of 16 game. That should be a very good all-Florida affair. We'll see you a little bit later.
Did she have the light in the postgame just now?
She already walked off the field. Was she standing with us when we did the
Yeah,
postgame
did we-
interview? Or no? No. I think video might be okay without it. As long as the coach isn't wearing a mask. You said you'll be okay? Well,
I think it's, if they bring it, they bring it, and that's fine.
she's all video's usually really good about not needing it unless they're like wearing a hat just to get, like their face.
Oh, I think this is her. Is this Lacey? Yes. Oh, hi. Sorry. Katie, nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. I've got Lacey. Okay. Here, I'm gonna bring you out here if that's okay. Yeah, sounds good. Congratulations. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Welcome. Yeah. When did you find out you were coach of the year?
Not until yesterday.
Oh, yesterday.
Yeah,
Oh, wow.
yesterday
Okay.
at the fields. Yeah, they let us know we were finalists, but
amazing.
Yeah, didn't get to know until yesterday.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Very cool.
Thanks.
And now your team's not out here, right? You guys didn't qualify?
No, they are in the B division right now. So we won our first game this morning, but they're in the B division right now.
Fair enough. All right, that sounds good.
Yeah.
Yep. Lacey, first and foremost, congratulations on being named Coach of the Year. What was your reaction when you found out?
It was pretty exciting. It was a surprise. Again, love those kids, love the girls, love coaching, but definitely a little unexpected.
What is it about this sport that you love being a part of?
Oh my gosh, so much. I think football has just always been a passion of mine growing up, and seeing the opportunity that these kids have now to play flag football. Growing up, I didn't necessarily have an opportunity to play football, and my parents didn't want me playing tackle, so I just love the sport. It's so much fun, and again, to see them having the opportunities that they have, like they do here with the NFL flag, it's incredible.
How much pride do you have being a part of the momentum and the growth of this game?
Yeah, so much. Just to see how much it's grown from even when I started to where it's at right now, and just how quickly the girls pick up the game. I mean, they're athletes, but they pick it up so quickly. They love it. You can see the passion in their eyes, and just sharing that and helping them grow it, or helping grow the game and see them, just take that on. It's incredible.
We appreciate the time. Congratulations, Lacey.
Thank you so much.
All right, Phoebe, when we watch the NFL on Sundays, the defenders come full force at the quarterbacks. It's the job of the offense. All right, Phoebe, when we watch the NFL on Sundays, the defenders come full force at the quarterbacks. It's the job of the offensive line to protect their QB. A little bit different, though, in flag football. It is a non-contact sport.
You're so spot on because it's all about health and safety, protecting everyone. And in flag, the rusher starts at 7 yards and they have a direct line to the quarterback. You'll see them raise their hand. This might also be known as shielding. So what's gonna happen? The center snaps me the football and the center gets in the way of the rusher. Flag on the play. This is not allowed. Centers have to be head on a swivel all the time to make this play successful.
So Phoebe, flag is obviously a lot different than tackle. We've seen players use multiple different moves to keep from getting their flag pulled. What are some of the most common techniques you see?
So there are 3 in particular that I love, and because in flag, it's all about those yards after catch. So you've got to be able to be evasive. So the first one is that kind of quarter spin. So you're trying to grab my flag.
A little Shakira-like.
A little Shakira, exactly. Number 2 is the spin, and literally just spinning, you're gaining ground to try and stop them. It's hard when these are flying around. And the third one is the dip. Now, this in flag, you cannot raise the height of your hips, so therefore we lower them. It's probably the hardest to actually make happen. You go nice and low, at full speed. And
a lot of quad work. A lot of quad work.
Exactly.
All right, let's put them to action right now.
This is going to be our quarter hip flip.
All right, bring it on, Phoebe.
Hut.
Woo! This is the spin move.
Hut.
Woo! This is the dip.
Hut. Phoebe, there's so many great dual threat quarterbacks in the championship, but if you're the quarterback that takes the snap, you're unable to run the football. So how do teams get their best athletes the ball?
I'm so glad you asked that. I'm going to show you, and you're going to be my #1 quarterback. So the center is going to snap you the football. You've got 7 seconds on the clock, but what you can do is pass it back. Now, Taylor can either throw or run the ball. It gets the football in your best athlete's hands and causes a huge issue for that defense.
the New York Giants. Give it up for Alex Kramer. All right, next up, representing the Baltimore Ravens. I'm sorry, the Las Vegas Raiders. Noah Lund.
This broadcast is copyrighted by NFL Productions for the private use of our audience. Any other use of this broadcast or any pictures, descriptions, or accounts of the game without the consent of NFL Productions is prohibited.
Welcome back to Canton, Ohio. 7-0. Raiders leading the Ravens. It's Henderson County with the advantage over Calvert County. And we mentioned the Higa twins, part of the junior national team, including Trishelle 2K, also part of the Predators, the Apex Predators representing the Raiders. And well, you talk about talent after last year finishing as the runners-up. You lose 3 key players from that roster, and you bring in 3 members of the under-17 national team. And no wonder why the Raiders are knocking on the door again of a championship. Ravens will get it back. Sarah Cusano, the sidearm delivery, and the pass will be grabbed by Maya Summers. Anything different you want to see from the Ravens and their offensive approach here, Rebecca?
Yeah, I'm liking what they're doing, you know, building up their offensive drive instead of just throwing the ball really deep. But we talked about communication at halftime. She's a quarterback. She needs to make sure that everybody's in line where they're supposed to be when she's looking at them and for them when she throws that pass.
After a quick conversation with head coach Vincent Greenfield, Sarah Cusano towards the near sideline. And Monty Welch racing towards midfield. Will be stopped about 2 yards shy. So it'll be 3rd down in midfield coming up.
Yeah, and also I think she could step back a little bit, just like a yard or 2, get herself some time away from that rusher. She's really getting to her fast.
12-yard pickup, 3rd down and short. So you would think 2 opportunities here to pick up the 1st down, given the fact that the Ravens are down by a touchdown, and it's starting to get late in this one, just 5 minutes and change remaining. And the shovel pass straight ahead. Greenfield will pick up the 1st down. So 1st and goal for the Ravens. They've been close before, and let's see what the strategy is here.
Yeah, now they just need to make sure that no flags fly into that field. We've seen some of the drives end there, which is, like I've said, very painful because you lose yards, but you also lose it down. And that could be the play that closes us out for the Ravens.
All right, Greenfield set to play flag for Baker University. To help recruit this team just in year number 2. Underneath, Greenfield stays in bounds and crosses the goal line for the touchdown. Mariah Greenfield from 16 yards out.
That was just great. You can see the communication. She knows exactly where her receiver is going to be. And they're building this offense play by play. So that was just like a in route, deep in route, which was great. It's exactly what they needed, some yards. And then the flag pulling is just so important in flag football. You got to get that balance, your knees really low as if you're squatting, making sure your arms are wide.
They'll go for 1, Rebecca, so an interesting decision here. Sarah Cusano wants to throw it, lobs it in the end zone and incomplete. Open for a moment was Summers. And there's a lot of traffic near that front pylon along with Monty Welch.
Yeah, it was hard. Even the rusher. Great work.
So the strategy now, the extra point, or the conversion rather, is no good. And there's only 3 minutes and 20 seconds and counting remaining.
Yeah.
If you are the Raiders, you're trying to get every ounce out of the clock here, not to play the analyst role. Higa's going to throw it. Palmer's going to catch it. Stays in bounds, and the flag is pulled. But how do you manage the clock?
Yeah, when you're in offense and you're already winning, you can really finish the game right here. So you're going to wait for that ref to count all the seconds down. You're going to snap that ball maybe when you're 2 seconds in. And make sure you're just taking as long as you can, bleeding that clock as much. And also, I would like to see from the Ravens a little bit more aggressiveness. This is where you need to play aggressive.
You have
to play aggressive. So you can leave like a safety back there just to make sure nobody's behind you.
Higa with the handoff.
And also, we're going to see a lot of this. We're going to see running plays. We're going to protect the ball. We're going to make sure that we're not putting that ball in the air with the possibility of it being intercepted, which is exactly what they're doing right now.
It was Phillips.
This is still a very important play. Like, they do need to get that gain, right? Because if not, they're going to have to make a choice. And they don't want to make that choice. So this play is just really important. They need to cross that midfield. If not, they're going to be in a position where it's uncomfortable, and they don't really need to be there.
So a big play here. The Ravens trailing by just a single point. 3rd down midfield to go. And the pass deep to Palmer. She's wide open and scores the touchdown.
Wow. We were not expecting that. We were talking about they just need a small gain, make sure they're not risking the ball. They were like, no, we got better plans.
You can see the talent and the speed for Jelani Palmer, one of the top players in this tournament, one of the top players in America, number 8 for the Raiders. Reaching the end zone again, all smiles. And now in the driver's seat, a 1-point conversion attempt coming. It's 13-6.
I love this play. I love when they get out of the rule book, you would say, or like the basic way to play flag football, and kind of suggest something different from what the obvious decision would be, right? That's what makes great teams great, where you're not expecting what they're going to do and they surprise you. They didn't just surprise the Ravens. They definitely surprised me.
8 touchdowns last year in bracket play in 2024 for Jelani Palmer. And now the conversion attempt. This will be for 1 point in a 1-possession game. Calvert County, Maryland now down to that final timeout representing the Ravens.
This is such an important stop. Like, you need to get this stop if you're on the defense. You got 126. You could still be back in the game if you make this stop.
Go for 1 from the 5. You can go for 2 from the 10. So the conversion here would make it an 8-point lead. Higa. Pass is going to be intercepted in the back of the end zone. Monty Welch, who else? So a big stop. You talked about the importance of that play. They'll get the stop on the conversion. It remains a 7-point advantage now for the Raiders.
That is the play they needed. They are still in this game. You can see her back here, how her eyes are always forward, but she has like this vision, wide vision, where she's seeing also the receivers in front of her.
Monty Welch also plays a lot of basketball. You can see her climb the ladder to grab the football at its highest point. The pass intended near side is incomplete and a timeout call.
Yeah, and that's the right call. They really need to make sure they're very clear on what they're going to do in the next couple of plays. Because if the next play is not a touchdown, they need to make sure they're lined up really fast to get that next play on its way.
You got to check down here.
We're not just talking about the next play right now.
Hey, if we throw an incomplete pass, I got to get the ball and hurry up and get back set. Hey, Monty and Lucia. Lucia, I need a good stop and go here. I need a good stop and go here.
The stop and go to Monty Welch has been everywhere. Let's see the quick hezzy off the line of scrimmage, and if that pays dividends deep down the field. There have been moments Ravens have had players open, including Mariah Greenfield. Sarah Cusano underneath this time, and the pass deflected. Looking for Ayanna Greenfield. The clock continues to spin.
Yeah, they need to move fast right now.
3rd and mid. Got to get to midfield to get the first down, and you see the defense plays back Rebecca. That pass behind the line of scrimmage, you can still throw it, and incomplete. It'll be 4th down. Well, the Ravens holding on at the thinnest of threads at this moment and out of timeouts.
They need a miracle.
Welch open near sideline, out of bounds. The flag is pulled, and it's right near midfield. But just 5 seconds remaining, and let's see. They'll rule it a first down. Ravens got to go, and they ran out of time.
No.
Heartbreak at the end. 13-6 the final. Vincent Greenfield's team gave it all that they had. Just their 2nd year here in this event. The upstart organization falls just short at the buzzer, Rebecca.
Yeah, and kudos to them, honestly, because we're talking about the Raiders that have been the runner-up for the last 3 years, and they kept them without points for the first half of this game. This team from the Ravens has great potential moving forward.
13-6 the final. Somehow, some way, the Raiders survive and advance into the round of 8. as we step aside in Canton. Wow, what a finish back in Canton, Ohio. 13-6, the Raiders survive against the Ravens. Rebecca Londa, I'm Roy Philpott, and we're joined now by the head coach, Apex Predators, representing the Raiders. And he is Todd Thompson. Coach, nobody said it was going to be easy. You don't expect it to be at this level. What was that finish like? What did it take to get the job done today?
The girls did a good job of sticking together. We had a rough first half. They weren't playing the way that they usually are capable of playing. But at halftime, we just kind of, had that stick-together mentality. And, you play for each other, you're going to find a way to pull through at the end, and that's what they did. We got big-time players and ended up making some big-time plays.
So, Coach, there was this really big play at the end there to surprise the Raiders. The Ravens. Talk to me a little bit about how that came to be. How did you make that choice?
So Rudy's a very aggressive offensive coach, and when we got that 3rd and short, he said to me, he's like, we're going to be aggressive on this, and I was like, take the shot, because they're just expecting us to get the first down. So Rudy dialed up a beautiful play, and Jaylani, she's Jaylani.
Yeah, Rudy Fernandez, an incredible performance by him, and Jaylani Palmer. I mean, you talked about her with us pregame. She's one of the best players in this tournament, if not in America.
Correct.
Her passion for the sport really shows, and the big play that you guys just talked about. What's next for Palmer as you guys try to continue to advance in this tournament?
Jaylani's Jaylani. If we don't get that Jaylani, we have no chance. So, she knows that, and she just goes about her business. So I expect big things from her. We got a tough next game against a team that, we're used to playing against. So there'll be no surprises. It's going to be whichever players make the most plays, and, I like our chances with Jaylani.
You've been close here in Canton the last 3 years, runners-up. What have you talked to your team about to try to win that championship and get over that speed bump this year?
So the speed bump's more personal to me. Every team, every year, every team's unique, right? And so we have some girls that have had that bitter taste for a year and they're a little driven. Then we have girls that weren't on that team last year that, look at me like I'm crazy when I talk about it because it has nothing to do with them. But as a program, we want to finally get that last W. It makes the plane ride a lot better, I imagine.
Coach, appreciate your time.
Thank
Best
you.
of luck rest of the way.
Appreciate it.
We'll see you tomorrow. Todd Thompson joining us. And the Raiders end up defeating the Ravens by a score of 13-6. And the big plays, Jaylani Palmer on full display, Rebecca.
Yes, she's a star. And you can see her and the rest of the team. Just the communication is perfect. Even though they're some of them new to this team, you can tell they've been working at it for so long, and that's the play that I loved. It was such a surprise, great way to attack the opportunities, making sure they're comfortable closing out the game.
Yeah, shout out Rudy Fernandez coordinating the offense for the Raiders. And now they survive. They will see the team representing the Houston Texans out of Austin. That matchup in the round of 8 tomorrow. So 3 now have already punched their ticket into the round of 8, inching closer towards Sunday's championship.
That's going to be a great matchup. A lot of people know Texas as Texas Fury, you would say. Just such a powerhouse in flag football. It's going to be such an exciting game. And I'm pretty sure they've seen each other, like he said, so many times. So it's going to be a team that they know each other. And that's going to be also another added attractive to this match.
Defense, certainly for the Raiders, has been impressive in this start. And you mentioned the Texas Fury, 32-0 shutout in the win against the team representing the Patriots to advance out of the round of 16 earlier today. So certainly they bring a lot to the table. And really, at this level, Rebecca, any team is capable of winning a championship with the speed and the skills that we've seen so far this week.
Of course, these are great athletes, and it just comes to like small decisions, those flags being pulled, those penalties being avoided, and making sure everybody's in sync in the field. This is going to be a great match, and we have one coming up next.
That's exactly right. So from 16 teams now down to 13. We will eliminate one more just moments away. Look forward to our second game of the afternoon. The Bad Rabbits Tag Team Elite. The teams representing the Cowboys and the Falcons. That is headed your way next on ESPN+. Well, a spectacular start. This pool play has concluded. The round of 16 underway in Canton. And don't forget the championship Sunday at 5 o'clock Eastern on ABC for the high school girls division here at the 2025 NFL Flag Championships. Great start and an unbelievable day. What we saw from Jaylani Palmer. For Rebecca Londa and our entire crew, I'm Roy Philpott. Final score once again 13-6 as the Ravens fall to the Raiders. Coming up next, we have more girls high school flag football. We mentioned it moments ago, the Falcons and the Cowboys. We look forward to that. Always great to punch your ticket into the next round. Congratulations to the Raiders for getting the job done. Final score once again 13-6 as we say so long from Canton, Ohio.
Before the lights go up, before the cheers and the crowd, there's only you and the grind. In gymnastics, we train for years, for moments that last seconds. Flag's no different. Every movement, every routine, thousands and thousands of times. So when the moment comes, you only get one shot to stick it. Take off, this one's on me. This isn't just a game. It's a spotlight on all the work nobody got to see. They've trained for this moment. Their time is now to grab the Flag Football Championship live on ESPN.
the 2025 NFL Flag Championships presented by Toyota. It's turned out to be a very nice day right beside the Pro Football Hall of Fame. Our next matchup from 16 down to 13 teams will eliminate one more this afternoon. Got the Falcons and the Cowboys. Tag team to lead in the Bad Rabbits, the bracket. Just moments ago, the Raiders advancing. Face off with the Texas Fury tomorrow, representing the Texans out of Austin, Texas. And we have gone from 16 down to 13. One more team set to be eliminated, alongside of the former gold medalists at 2022 World Games, Rebecca London, Roy Philpott. An exciting start. It was a defensive start with our first game today, but these two teams now very explosive, and there should be plenty of fireworks.
There should be, and we saw a little bit of Bad Rabbits yesterday that were going around in the pool play, and they started the game down. They were losing, and they came back to win that game in overtime and then won the rest of their 3 matches. So we can expect a lot from them. Bad Rabbits was also in the later stages of this tournament last year. So we also have a team that has a lot of confidence, a lot of experience, and know what this feels like.
All right, so you've been in moments like this. The pressure for these young ladies getting closer towards a championship. The championship, 5 o'clock on ABC on Sunday. What is that like? How do you manage?
Yeah, you just got to think about the game that you have in front of you. We would always say the most important game is the one that we have to play right now. So the focus, of course, for any of these teams is just the girls that are in front of them, not thinking about the future, because it can get to you, right? The pressure can get to you. So you really need to focus on what you have to do for this specific game.
We do that as broadcasters as well. We've got the start of our next matchup here in the round of 16, the 2025 NFL Flag Championships. Headed your way next.
This broadcast is copyrighted by NFL Productions for the private use of our audience. Any other use of this broadcast or any pictures, descriptions, or accounts of the game without the consent of NFL Productions is prohibited.
What's great about flag football is it's so explosive. And because there's so many fewer barriers to participation, you get way more people having access to the sport.
To see what women can do in this sport is pretty amazing.
1, 2, 3, family!
It has one of the highest growth rates in any sport out there.
The demand is coming from girls. They're saying, we want this opportunity to play.
I'm able to play in college on scholarship.
Bring your teammates back up with you. Let's go.
I see her dedication and her love for the game.
The self-confidence this sport gave them is immeasurable.
It's made her such a strong person.
To be that motivation for all the little girls out there.
Yes,
They're inspiring so many generations of young people.
On the field, you're trying to win, but off the field, so many bonds have been created.
I like competing and the friendships.
And these young ladies know that they are the future, inspiring others to follow in their footsteps. Back with Rebecca Londa Roy. Philpott State's currently with women's flag football sanction 17 and growing by the day, Rebecca.
And I get goosebumps just thinking about it. It's just amazing the opportunities that flag football is giving this young girls. We're being affected is maybe not the word, benefited by it in so many ways. With friends, with experiences, with scholarships, with dreams. There's so many things around that flag football that make it such special sport, and that's why we love it.
And representing the Falcons and head coach Ormond Moore, tag team elite, their quarterback Kennedy Young, set to play flag at Huntington College. And they've got plenty of firepower, as do the Bad Rabbits, representing the Cowboys, led by Giovanna Ortiz at quarterback. They have made their respective runs in this tournament in the last couple of years, and currently in the midst of another role. They will get possession first with Kennedy Young as the quarterback.
Yeah, and look out for Paula Nicole Cruz. So she's #1, and she was part of the under-17 national team player for the USA. So she's a player to watch. She was nominated for NFL Latino Youth Honors this past Super Bowl. There she is, motivated by her mom, by her sister. This is a flag football family.
The Cowboys get it. Giovanna Ortiz, the quarterback. Big fan of CeeDee Lamb, the receiver for the Dallas Cowboys. She has played flag since she was 7 years old, and also a standout softball player. Number 11 in gray. The Bad Rabbits representing the Dallas Cowboys. Set to go. The Falcons will shift back into a zone look. And Ortiz with plenty of time as the pressure arrives, and the pass is caught across the middle to Gomez for a short gain. It'll be second down in midfield from there.
Beautiful. They're going to take advantage of that soft spot in the middle as long as they give it to them. This is how they're going to play all the way. If you're going to give that up, I'm just going to take it from you.
Take what the defense gives you. That's football 101.
Yeah, and sometimes in flag football, we try to be creative. That's the right way to do it, to push our sport forward. But also, you got to play really smart when it comes to flag.
Alan Salas, the head coach. You know him quite well. Panama's national team coach. He knows what it takes to win a championship. Ortiz. Clean snap again and a quick delivery. The pass is caught approaching midfield and sidestepping out of bounds. About 1 yard short of the line to gain. It'll be third and mid there.
Yeah, and we're going to see here, again, whatever the defense gives you. So there's a lot of space between the cornerbacks and the receivers. They're just going to throw those short passes if you give it to them and gain up those yards after the catch. Now, interesting what they could do right now in 3rd and half.
Anna DeCastro with the reception. 3rd and this close, you can take a shot deep, figuring that you could pick up the first down easily in the next snap.
You could totally expect that now.
That was me trying to be an analyst. There's the deep ball, open to Castro across the goal line for the touchdown.
You read it perfectly. So this is the thing. They are going to play very intelligent flag football. They're going to make sure they're taking up all those chunk yards if you give them the opportunity. This is a team that's willing to play that 4th down if they're really close to that midfield line.
We were so impressed watching Ortiz yesterday throw the football into the teeth of a wind that was probably gusting at 30 miles an hour, and she was so accurate. That accuracy on display with DeCastro grabbing the first touchdown of the afternoon. Going for 1 from the 5-yard line. Ortiz back of the end zone and grabbed. It's now 7-0. So Gomez, her second catch on that drive, this time results in the point. And the Cowboys leading the Falcons early.
Yeah, and when you see this formation, they're basically obligating the defense to play zone because you can't play man when they're lined up like that. Spaces are going to open up. Just a great catch in the back of the end zone.
Kennedy Young on the field as the quarterback for the Falcons, wearing number 11. And across the middle, Jasmine Smith, they call her Naz. And a penalty marker comes in. Well, number one, Emily Howard, our NFL flag referee. Automatic first down. So now some opportunities to try to go deep, approaching midfield, and first down for Kennedy Young. Sidearm delivery off the carom and then going down. That's a smart move. It'll be second in midfield. And what's the strategy?
Yeah, I think you can go really deep right now because you know then you have a third down. So you can be risky right now, try to gain good position for the other half of the field.
Young committing to play for Huntington College. The pass will be tipped and batted down on the pressure.
You need to take advantage of those situations because we know that once you cross that midfield, you have to gain 25 yards in 3 downs.
Madeline Montez able to get a fingertip on it. Third down, mid to go. 2 downs to pick up the first. Young wants to go deep, loops it down the field and incomplete. And there was ample coverage working against Holly. She approached that front pylon with Quintero.
And what goes through my mind is it was the other way around. So this last play should have been the second down. And what was the second down should have been this this last play, right? Just to make sure you're crossing that midfield.
Surprised they elected to punt here, given the set of circumstances and how close they were to midfield. Obviously early in a conservative approach, which you probably aren't surprised with here in the round of 16. Ortiz. Flag will be pulled on the completion. And the reception by Nicole Cruz. Paula Nicole Cruz has been active early.
Yeah, what we were saying, the defense is too way back. They need to be a little bit tighter on those coverages. Even if they're playing zone, they need to really trust that there's somebody behind them that will watch out for them. Look at that
Rabbits
space.
representing the Cowboys with a 7-0 lead. Ortiz throws it behind the line of scrimmage. She'll get it back. And then down the field, bobbled and incomplete, and tiptoeing out of bounds for a moment. Enriquez. It'll be third down, midfield to go.
Yeah, so we see no rusher in this play at the beginning. They kill the clock with a lateral pass, and this is just something you gotta catch. She wanted to run before she had the ball in her hands.
That happens, right? I know you're a rusher by default, but that can occur in big moments.
Of course. Sometimes the easiest balls are the hardest.
Young remains the quarterback.
That's
and the pass
a great
caught,
catch.
a diving grab for the first down right across midfield.
Woo! I love that from Camila Gomez. Just looking for that ball. It's on the outside. Great effort in crossing that line.
Third reception of the day for numeral 0. Need a Spanish version of how to pronounce her name correctly?
Camila Ortiz.
Yes. Looking forward to hearing your Spanish call.
Not today.
To enlighten all of us. These young ladies certainly would appreciate that. Going backwards and on the turf. And that play will be whistled dead right there. So the backwards pass. It'll be second down and goal from deep on their own end of the field, Rebecca.
Yeah, and that was just such an important play for the defense. They adjusted perfectly. Before they had 2 quarterbacks, there was only 1 rusher coming in. And now you can see both of them really letting the refs know they're gonna blitz, let's say. So as a rusher, you have to put your hand up. And once you put your hand up, you gotta make sure you're crossing that line. I'm surprised there's 2 right now.
Dump off comes from DeCastro, going deep, breaking open and crossing the goal line. Another touchdown for the Cowboys. Manriquez with another 6 on the board. And that one from 36 yards out.
Yeah. And this is a team that can really surprise you. So she has, we say a gun of an arm, right? So she has power in that arm. You can see her step into that throw, looking at her receiver. Just a perfect catch.
Loves
the
to eat
extension
sushi,
to get into the touchdown.
Loves Jalen Hurts and loves to eat sushi, and now going for 2. Ortiz 2-point conversion from the 10. De Castro back to Ortiz. And to the back corner, it's caught. Oh, the 2-point conversion makes it 15-0.
And once again, it was Camila Ortiz back into the end zone. Great communication with both of her quarterbacks, making sure she's open, generating those spaces. And we are going on a break. De regreso a los NFL Flag Championships desde Canton, Ohio. Los Bad Rabbits, 15-0 en el marcador sobre Tag Team Elite. Regresamos.
Welcome back to the 2025 NFL Flag Championships presented by Toyota. And the Cowboys leading the Falcons by a score 15-0, under 4 minutes remaining here in our first half. Gen Youth and the NFL Foundation have teamed up to bring NFL Flag in school to over 40,000 schools nationwide, energizing physical education and empowering 17 million students through movement, teamwork, and play. Flag football making its Olympic debut in 2028. Momentum is building. Learn more at genyouthnow.org. Becalanda, Roy Philpott back in Canton at 15-0 advantage. And the Falcons need points here, Rebecca, obviously.
Yeah, they definitely do.
Kennedy Young off the pump fake. Pass corral. Approaching midfield. Smith still on her feet. Pick up the first down. The flag pulled there by De Castro. It'll be 1st and goal for the Falcons there.
That was a great pass into traffic. Great catch, and then the footwork. Making sure she's finding that space in the open field. Little hip twit. And the yards.
Kennedy back at it. And she'll fire it incomplete. Working against the grain. Open for a moment. It'll be 2nd down and goal. We talked about Smith and what she brings to the table. She used to be a boxer growing up.
Wow.
Number 1. The team with the red shorts and the white jerseys. Bottom of your screen. Her physicality has been on display and expected to play flag football for Life University. 2nd and goal. Young eludes the pressure for a moment into traffic and incomplete.
The rusher is doing a great job of making the quarterback uncomfortable. We're talking about Carol Quintero. She's in her face, which is something really important. You've got to get there really fast. Make sure your hips are down low, but you can put your arms up without jumping, making sure she's uncomfortable in her vision.
Audrey Young will line up in the slot and got to score the touchdown here on 3rd down and goal. Now or never for the Falcons towards the goal line and incomplete. Open for a second. On the step was Holly. And the turnover on downs gives it back. The Bad Rabbits representing the Cowboys.
Yeah, preventive defense in those type of situations. You just got to make sure nobody catches the pass behind you. Everything that's in front, just let it happen. You're going to go there with the whole of the team and make sure you're getting that flag.
Quick strike will take what the Falcons give them once again. And it's Paula Nicole Cruz, second in midfield.
Yeah, and the Falcons really need to stop, so they need to be more aggressive. They're giving them 5 yards just to start off.
Ortiz, the backwards pass, and now taking off along the far side. Inbounds approaching midfield, and the flag will be pulled. It'll be 3rd down.
That was a great flag pull. It's really hard when you're really close to that sideline to pull that flag because you don't have anybody else covering you on the other side. And if she leaves, she's into the touchdown.
De Castro, another grab, 3rd and mid. De Castro gets it again. And on the crossing pattern, the pass is broken up. Outstanding defense for the Falcons. And it was Long that batted it away at the last moment.
Yeah, 2 big plays by her. She's also going to college playing flag football. Andrews College, you can see here how she's going to step inside, cross arm, perfect technique to make that incomplete pass.
I mentioned Andrews College. Clean defense and outstanding speed and skill on full display.
We were talking about how they needed to stop. They got it. Oh my God, so close to an interception.
Kennedy Young into coverage. And the pass falls incomplete for the Bad Rabbits. It was Gomez on the final play of the half. And our score at 15-0. Now the head coach for the Bad Rabbits representing the Dallas Cowboys has to be pleased with this start in our first 12 minutes. Alan Salas joins us now. And Coach, certainly a great start for your team. What did you see in the first half?
Yeah, we started a little nervous, but once the girls settle down, they start making plays. That's what they do.
Alan, hemos hablado bastante de cómo tienes un estilo de juego muy inteligente. En esa tercera que acaban jugándose la larga, ¿el punto después era jugársela también en cuarta?
Sí, la íbamos a arriesgar. Confiamos en nuestra ofensiva y también en nuestra defensa.
I was talking about that big play where they decided to go deep pass on that third and they were going to risk it. He says they are full confidence in their offense, but as well as their defense.
Coach, best of luck in the second half. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Well played by the Bad Rabbits and our trusted analyst, Rebecca Landa, there in the interview. 15-0 our score. We are halfway home. A round of 16. 3 teams already eliminated earlier today.
It's the NFL Flag Summer Championships.
Everything that you love about football is present here at this tournament.
How about that?
You're talking about surgical quarterback play.
This one going long, open for the touchdown.
Crazy catches.
It's intercepted. He got another one.
Amazing defense.
That might be one of the highlights of the tournament.
And really the passion for the game. And here in flag football, you get to see these young women and young men be kids and enjoy the game without the helmets on.
Back here to 2025 NFL Flag Championships here in Canton, Ohio. And the team representing the Dallas Cowboys, Bad Rabbits, with a 15-0 advantage over the team representing the Falcons. Rebecca Londa, Roy Philpott, and so glad you could join us. An exciting first half. Bad Rabbits, awfully impressive. And, of course, so excited about not only what they've been able to do, but the growth of the great sport of flag football.
Yes, and we've seen it internationally, of course. But let's talk about the U.S. first. How many states now have sanctioned high school football in their programs? And that's just so important, right? Because those are the first steps for girls really get to approach this sport and then start dreaming about getting a scholarship, going into the Olympics, being in positions like these. When I was in high school, these tournaments did not exist. It was only in our dreams that we thought about it. Even being here, you know, the TV, everything makes it so special.
17 states currently have sanctioned flag football on the women's side at this point in time, and more are coming on board as we speak. Internationally, it's also a very big deal. And for the first time, we're broadcasting the International Showcase tomorrow. The 17 states that you see right now here in the United States, the sport is growing by leaps and bounds each and every year. We were here a year ago broadcasting these games. There's even more energy, more enthusiasm, and the attendance, it feels like, has gotten better here in 2025.
Yeah, and when we talk about international, there's more than 100 countries playing this sport. A couple of months ago, first African Continental Championship, Nigeria champions in women's and males. But you can see that, and then in the next couple of months, we're going to see America's Continental Championships, Europeans. We're going to go to the World Games in China. There's so much things happening around flag football internationally.
All that's coming from the 2022 gold medalist at those World Games, Rebecca Londa. 15-0 our score. Back for our second half in Canton after this. Welcome back to the 2025 NFL Flag Football Championships, presented by Toyota. 15-0. Bad Rabbits representing the Cowboys, leading team representing the Atlanta Falcons. Tag Team Elite. Rebecca Londo, Roy Philpott. What a start for Giovanna Ortiz, the quarterback. Couple of touchdown strikes to Castro. Enriquez getting the job done in our first half.
And she's a great quarterback. You can see the power in her arm. Look at that throw. It's just amazing. Precision. Perfect. Great communication with her players.
And for the Falcons, we talked about what we have seen in that first half from Naz Smith. Ready to play at Life University, flag football in her future. And the Falcons have some work to do. Rebecca, they do get the football to begin this second half.
Yes, and they need to score right now. Flag football moves so fast. You get so few opportunities to get points on the board. They need to make it work right away.
Young gets across the left side and out of bounds. Second down, midfield to go. You have 4 downs to cross midfield to keep the drive alive, and then 3 downs to score a touchdown from there.
And this was a good option to start off, right? You get a really good athlete with lots of speed. Make sure you're gaining yards really early into the game.
Clock is running. Both teams with their full complement of timeouts for this second half. On the move, it's twisting and turning is Young, and that's enough for a first down. So here come the Falcons.
Her favorite player is Lamar Jackson, and you can tell why, right? She's got the ability, catching that ball in its highest point and then twisting that hip to get across the line.
Young also committing to play flag football at Florida Memorial University. She's been a part of competitive cheer early in her athletic career, and you love young ladies that continue to play multiple sports and hone their skills, improve their footwork, and give their team a chance to win a title. Sidearm delivery again, this time from Kennedy Young, and it's incomplete.
Yeah, and this is sometimes what coach will tell you, like you need to go back to the basics, make sure your arms are out, you're setting that triangle, making sure you're looking for that ball that's not getting to your chest, and you avoid situations like this where it bounces off your body.
Second and goal. Moriarty was the intended target. Kennedy Young will play flag at Huntington College, sings it. And Audrey Young unable to catch up to it near the goal line.
Her throw has like a zip. It's like really flying low. I wish she would put a little bit more air into it. Make sure that her receiver is where she's supposed to be. She has time to adjust. Those balls that are like really flat, it's just a little bit harder when you're a receiver.
Third down and goal, so Tag Team Elite needs the touchdown here. Underneath to Young, still alive, and then down to her knees, short of the end zone, a turnover on downs.
That was such an effort, honestly, by Audrey Young. And you can see right here, again, catching that ball in its highest position, and then the hip, and then she was trying to do the dip. I love the dip move. My knees, 2 surgeries, can't do it.
Explain the dip for those that are unaware of what that entails.
Yeah, so basically what you do, instead of moving the flags away from the defender from right to left, you do it from up and down, right? So you kind of do like a, how do you call that?
Kneeling
I'm showing
with
it
one
to you.
knee?
Not a kneel, but like a, yeah.
You bring your knee close to the turf, but it can't touch the turf.
Of course, it can't touch the turf. You need to have like really good balance, making sure you're moving those tip of your toes into the turf to keep it. Is not an easy move, honestly.
Ortiz, the quarterback, second down, midfield to go, a 15-0 lead. Backwards pass to Castro. Zings her way towards midfield. The flag will be pulled. It'll be third and mid from there. You notice the pace for the Bad Rabbits has slowed down. So you take another look at that play, and a nifty finish trying to continue that play.
Yeah.
Bad Rabbits in no hurry at this point with a 2-score lead.
Absolutely not. The ones that are in a hurry should be the Tag Team Elite, and they need to be tighter at that defense. Like, they're giving them 5 yards, and you can see that open space that the second quarterback had just to get into that line.
Ortiz zips it. Pass is caught. Enriquez crossing midfield. It'll be first and goal there for the Bad Rabbits.
It's an interesting choice not to have a rusher coming down. I think they're getting a little bit confused with the two quarterbacks from the Bad Rabbits. They really need to make clear what they're going to do to attack that and make the Bad Rabbits uncomfortable.
So an 18-yard gain. And Cowboys will have it 1st and goal, 7.5 minutes remaining. Already leading by 2 scores, and the Falcons obviously need a stop. 3 tries to work it across the goal line. Ortiz retreats. The dump off short of the goal line. Pass is corralled and across the goal line. Woo! The touchdown is good for Paula Nicole Cruz.
Yeah, you can see those hips moving. Shakira right there on our screens. That's her mom. I love those sombreros. And you can see right here. So she's doing a rollout to the right. Nicole Cruz is doing like a mirror to that same position, and then it's all her to get into the touchdown.
The instincts to shift the hips like that comes from years of experience, I would imagine.
Yes, of course, and practicing. This is something that you would attempt at practice many, many times.
Ortiz, back corner, incomplete. And so a 21-0 lead. And the clock will pause for just 1 moment. Nifty finish. Ortiz gets the job done. Paula Nicole Cruz finding the end zone and enhancing the lead for the Cowboys.
This broadcast is copyrighted by NFL Productions for the private use of our audience. Any other use of this broadcast or any pictures, descriptions, or accounts of the game without the consent of NFL Productions is prohibited.
Hola a todas las familias que nos ven desde México, desde Tijuana, vinieron a apoyar a los Bad Rabbits, representando a Calexico, California, winning 21-0, Roy.
You have a lot of fans here that are excited to see you calling this game. A member of the Mexican national team in flag football for 7 years. You won the gold medal at the World Games in 2022. And during halftime, they were all yelling and screaming. Rebecca Landa.
Yeah, we see each other at nationals. Some of those players have been called to the Mexico's national selection process. So yeah, we're cheering them on.
Second down, and a great grab across the middle. It'll be first down and goal, and this play continues. Flag ripped away at the last minute near the 5, and a big gain as the Falcons now approach the end zone for the first time for Audrey Young.
That was such a great catch, but also a great read. Look at the middle, look at that side throw, and then open space, choosing where she's coming from. I think her teammate kind of messed up with her vibe right there. She should have had a little bit more space to the sideline, but she just wanted to celebrate with her.
Falcons trying to hang around, still have a chance. Smith in and out of her hands.
That is the longest play today. It all started with a pass. Kind of reminds me a little bit about U.S. national team player Vanita Crouch. She has that throw to the side. It's so hard to cover. Me as a rusher, personally, I always have trouble with her.
So a gain of 38 yards by Audrey Young. And now Kennedy Young, the quarterback, on 2nd and goal. Underneath and incomplete. Moriarty unable to catch it cleanly on the move and approaching that front pylon. So now 3rd and goal, one more play here for the Falcons.
Yeah, we've seen a couple of drops from Moriarty. I think it's all focused on her vision. She's not looking at the ball through the whole process of catching it, securing it to her body. They need to hurry up.
5 minutes remaining. Falcons got to have it, and they get it just across the goal line. Desiree Holly in the first touchdown of the game for Tag Team Elite.
And she just made the rusher stop for 1 second. Sometimes that's all you need to get that pass across. You see her pumping, fake pumping there, and then getting an opportunity to put that in the end zone.
Running clock, both halves, an NFL flag. They go for the 1-point conversion. Try to make it 21-7. Young incomplete, looking for Holly again. And it remains a 15-point deficit.
Yeah.
So again, the Bad Rabbits in no hurry with this advantage. And thinking about the next round and what could be on the way. Just trying to close this one out.
So I would say a couple of things. First, they need to make sure they know how to attack the double quarterback when Bad Rabbits has the ball, of course. But then also, as a defense, you got to be tighter in your coverage. If not, they're just going to gain those yards and make sure the clock runs out.
Yeah, we've seen DeCastro and also Ortiz. And they've been able to throw the football back and forth deep in the backfield to create an advantage for the Cowboys. Across the middle. Flag pulled quickly after the pass was caught by DeCastro.
And now what we can expect from Bad Rabbits is just they're going to take the longest time to get that play started, right? So they're going to wait for the ref to start counting 5, 4, 3. They're going to take as much time as they can. Right now we're going to see the clock stop because Team Elite has asked for a timeout.
We watched Bad Rabbits yesterday. We mentioned the wind and how Giovanna Ortiz was able to deal with that, her arm strength. She 3 touchdown passes already today. Unbothered by pressure, elements, or anything else happening, has just stayed extremely cool, calm, and collected. 2nd down after the timeout. All afternoon to survey the passes broken up.
And this was interesting. So they decided not to send a rusher, which means she only has 7 seconds to throw that pass. And you can see her rushing to throw it, even though the rest of the team was covered. And that's why it's an incomplete pass. Interesting choice by the defense, but it ended up working out well.
So on 3rd down in midfield to go, a timeout is called. That'll stop the clock. And Tag Team Elite with the Falcons with 1 timeout remaining, trailing by 15. All right, offensively, the strategy here, obviously you want to get towards midfield, but you talked about the 2-quarterback system. Bad Rabbits have utilized that a lot today, and it's been impressive.
Yeah, and I would say that's kind of part of like the DNA of how we play flag football in Mexico. Like most teams you would see having 2, 3 quarterbacks even. So it's part of the process of how we play. And some teams, if they don't know that, they're going to have a really bad time or a challenge adjusting to that.
After the stoppage, Ortiz wants to go long. Now DeCastro. Pressure came from long. DeCastro gets it back and across midfield for the 1st down. That is a lot to handle defensively if you're seeing those kinds of plays for the first time.
Of course, and this doesn't really make any sense in a way because this is one of the rules that you should not do. Cross the field with that pass, but she has so much space. There's not a rusher in between that's following her, so it's a smart choice to make.
And as a defender or as the rusher, you're playing pinball going back and
Yes.
forth, and that creates the opening.
And that's why you have to know the adjustment. So normally when that would happen, you have to send another rusher to make sure she doesn't have space.
Ortiz was under center and delivers another strike. Tiptoeing on that far sideline. The pass is caught by Enriquez.
Trying
It'll
to
be
gain
second
more
and goal.
points. More points. They want more points. Sometimes even like looking at a team's scoreline, you can get intimidated, right? So it's important to get so many points on that board because the other teams are going to be scared of you coming into a match with you. Totally real.
By looking at the box score
Yes.
and seeing the total number of points.
Yes, you
Notch.
can see they're dominant players. So going into game, you can be like really nervous about it. At least our World Championships, we're always looking at the scores.
You remember.
Yeah, I remember.
Quick strike, and right near that front pylon, out of bounds. The Bad Rabbits, Paula Nicole Cruz. 3rd down and goal to go. So one play with time winding down, under a minute remaining.
They're going to have enough time to put more points on the scoreboard if that's what they're looking for, which is obviously what they want. They're going to take all the time they can off that clock, but then make sure that they have very clear vision of what they're supposed to do and what could be one of the last plays of this game.
DeCastro with the snap and lobs it incomplete in that front corner.
Yeah.
And with time ticking away, the Falcons will get it back on the turnover on downs.
And a lot of people would ask, like, why did she not run? She's in the no run zone. So 5 yards into the touchdown, 5 yards into midfield, you can't run. And that's why also sometimes there's not a rusher in those positions because you know there's no risk.
23 seconds remaining. Kennedy Young back on the field, standing on her own goal line. As the clock stopped momentarily, we did not see the timeout called by the Falcons. You would assume that that's what happened. And a 21-6 ball game. Young underneath, incomplete. And perhaps one more snap or two. Tag team elite's got to hurry. Team from Atlanta representing the Falcons. Kennedy Young, deep ball, incomplete. And that will do it. Bad Rabbits get it done. 21-6. And the Cowboys will move on. Now the 2-quarterback system, DeCastro, Ortiz. Awfully impressive, more importantly, productive in a 15-point lead. We'll step aside, come back, wrap things up. 21-6, our final score here in Canton. Back here in Canton, Ohio, the Bad Rabbits representing the Cowboys 21-6, beating Tag Team Elite representing the Atlanta Falcons. We take a look back at our highlights from this matchup, and quite a performance. Giovanna Ortiz, the quarterback, finding her players and her ladies wide open. Anna DeCastro, a big performance. The defense was rock solid, Rebecca.
Yes, it was. On both sides of the ball, we heard it from Alan Salas. At halftime, he said, I just trust my offense and my defense. They're extraordinary players, and they're back in this NFL Flag Championships for second year. And we're going to talk to Giovanna Ortiz. Giovanna, platícame un poquito. ¿Cómo te preparaste para este partido entendiendo la presión que tienen ahora de ganar para avanzar?
Me preparé para este partido pues conviviendo con mis compañeras. Y pues sí, todos los días nos juntábamos queriéndonos pues estar juntas siempre y apoyándonos. Y pues sí.
I'm asking her how did she prepare for a match like this, for a game like this, and she says we just got to be together. We're a team, we get together, and chemistry is so important for us. ¿Cómo manejas tú la presión entendiendo que cada uno de estos partidos agarra mayor importancia?
Pues la verdad no soy muy buena en eso, pero pues mis compañeras me ayudan siempre. Ellas son las que me ayudan a subir mis ánimos, me ayudan a confiar en ellas, de que cada pase que les voy a poner, cada pase lo van a atrapar y en cada ruta ellas van a estar ahí y el balón va a llegar a ellas.
I asked her about how she manages pressure, understanding that, you know, each game is so important. And she says it has to do everything with my teammates. I'm not very good at it, but they give me so much confidence knowing they're going to run the routes, they're going to catch the passes that I put to them. Muchísimas gracias, Giovanna, y te deseamos todo el éxito para la siguiente ronda.
Muchas gracias.
Gracias. Tremendous performance by Rebecca and Giovanna there. That was incredible. You take a look at the updated bracket, and now the Bad Rabbits, Mexico, California, advance. 4 teams have been eliminated. 4 have advanced into the round of 8, which of course is underway tomorrow with the quarterfinals. Rebecca Landa and our entire crew, I'm Roy Philpott. Final score once again 21-6 as the Cowboys defeat the Falcons. Coming up next, 14 and under division returns to the digital fields, the Cardinals and the Giants. West Durham, Kirk Morris, and we look forward to that call as we continue on this beautiful Friday afternoon. Pro Football Hall of Fame in Canton, Ohio. What a day it has been already. And the championships to come later this weekend, the high school girls division, and of course the international showcase as well. That is tomorrow. We'll step aside. More NFL flag football headed your way, moments away on ESPN+.
Number one rule, huh?
Before the lights go up, before the cheers and the crowd, there's only you and the grind. In gymnastics, we train for years, for moments that last seconds. Flag's no different. Every movement, every routine, thousands and thousands of times. So when the moment comes, you only get one shot to stick it.
Take off, this one's on me.
This isn't just a game. It's a spotlight on all the work nobody got to see. They've trained for this moment. Their time is now to grab the Flag Football Championship live on ESPN.
The Ocho.
Well, Sweet 16 Friday in the boys 14U division of the 2025 NFL Flag Championships continues here in Canton, presented by Toyota. Tell you what, there may be some gray overcast skies, but there's plenty of fun on the grounds of the Pro Football Hall of Fame. We get a Sweet 16 game between Gilbert, Arizona, representing the Arizona Cardinals, and Yorkville, New York, representing the New York Football Giants. That's exactly right. All right, let's go to the bracket. You see this is now bottom right. We're going to see the Yorkville team and Gilbert, Arizona first, and then Miami, who has a team representing from the 504, representing the 404, and then Baldwin City, Kansas, representing the Bears. That'll be our second game in the afternoon bracket. We welcome you back to the digital field, our continuing coverage of these NFL Flag Championships. Great to be with Kirk Morris and Wes Durham. We have seen what we have thought NFL Flag delivered last year and more this year.
Yeah, it's been exciting so far. We've seen good defense. We've seen outstanding plays over the top. We've seen interceptions and big touchdowns.
Yep.
But all of a sudden now it's just like everybody realizes that the next step can lead you to a championship.
That's exactly right. And if you're new to NFL Flag, here's a quick overview. It's 5-on-5 game, 2 12-minute halves with a running clock. That's very big in the second half. 50-yard field. Drives start at their own 5. 4 downs to get to the midline, 3 downs to score from there. Touchdowns are 6, just like the regular game. Extra points can be 1 or 2, depending on the yard line. And each team gets 1 challenge in regulation of a non-subjective play. Here's a look at one of the premier players, by the way, in the flag game. And this is Alex Kramer, the quarterback of this Yorkville group, who was terrific yesterday. And we expect a lot out of him, I think, here today.
Absolutely. You mentioned it yesterday. Threw 7 touchdown passes throughout the day. So he's going to be the guy, sort of the key to the engine of their offense for these Giants. If he gets going, he can get hot, put up 3 or 4 touchdowns in this game.
And meanwhile, J.J. Madison was hot yesterday. J.J. Madison, 7 touchdown passes in pool play for the Gilbert, Arizona group. He even got an interception on defense, too, yesterday in the 3 games.
You know, I had a chance to see him warm up a little bit. He's got a cannon. He can throw the football all over, short, intermediate, down the field. he's got a nice little repertoire of throws on his arm.
Got a nice salad, too, on his head. We're underway. NFL flag, Sweet 16, continuing from the Pro Football Hall of Fame, presented by Toyota, next.
This broadcast is copyrighted by NFL Productions for the private use of our audience. Any other use of this broadcast or any pictures, descriptions, or accounts of the game without the consent of NFL Productions is prohibited.
Canton, Ohio is the site of the Pro Football Hall of Fame. And if you visit, you'll see flag football represented among the sport's greatest artifacts and stars. One of my jerseys as captain of the Mexico women's national flag football team is on display. And while I may be the first flag football player to appear in the Hall of Fame, I can guarantee I won't be the last.
And don't forget, Gen Youth and the NFL Foundation have teamed up to bring NFL flag in school to over 40,000 students nationwide. 17 million through the movement of teamwork and play. Flag football making its Olympic debut coming up in just 3 years. The momentum is building. Learn more at genyouthnow.org. And a quick synopsis here. Show you some of the offensive rules. The one that probably comes into play, no direct handoffs, pitches, or laterals are allowed behind the line of scrimmage. So you'll see a lot of stuff off the snap and a quick pass, that kind of thing, right?
Yeah, but you can still activate the quarterback. And how you do that, you hand the ball off to another player who turns into the quarterback. It gives them the two-way go. So a little activation after post-snap when it comes to flag football.
And here's the Yorkville Giants. And, of course, you see big number 8, Adam Amosura, 6 feet tall. Anybody that height impacts the game. We'll keep an eye on him. And, of course, Alex Kramer is the quarterback. Now, this Gilbert, Arizona team lost a valuable member yesterday. Seth McEwen went down with an injury, so he's not available. So McEwen, number 7, is a scratch. Michael Larkin will wear jersey number 5. You'll see him. And we'll keep an eye on J.J. Madison, the quarterback who was terrific yesterday with 7 touchdown passes in pool play. Giants get it first here. That means we get a look at Kramer, one of the more talented players in flag, and a quick throw here on the perimeter. And this is C.J. Redding, who had 2 touchdown catches yesterday in pool play.
Yeah, he's also their rusher on defense. He's going to be active offensively and defensively, getting him the ball, but more importantly, what he does on the defensive side of getting to the ball.
Pretty good move through 2 guys there for Redding. 4 downs to the midline. That's the yellow stripe halfway home, and then 3 downs to score once you cross the midline, regardless of how many downs it takes. There's Kramer on the backside, and that's Masura, who makes a move and is going to have his flag pulled. And it'll be about 13, let's see, 13 yards or so from the touchdown area.
Yeah, I love what they do. They're utilizing motion and also the quarterback's eyes. Moving the defense with his eyes, not his arms, not his legs, his eyes. They all go left, and then they come back right to Himasura for a big play.
19-yard throw and catch. And Yorkville's Giants rolling here early. Pump, fake, shoots it middle of the field. Catch is made. Rivera from Brooklyn.
Again, it's just subtle. You almost don't follow the quarterback because he's taking you somewhere that you don't want to go. This time he just moves to the left, and yet he throws back across his body in the middle of the field where there's an open gap from the defense.
Caleb Rivera yesterday, 5 touchdown catches in pool play and 2 interceptions on defense. Here's the snap, second play from the plus territory toward the end zone, and wide open. There is a marker down on the touchdown catch for Adam Himasura. Eight-yard throw.
Illegal contact on the defense. That penalty is declined. Result of the play is a touchdown. Tries for 1.
So right away we see all of Kramer's tools, don't we?
Yeah, look, with all doubt, just throw it to the corner. Throw the corner route. You buy a little bit of time, get that ball up high in the corner, and throw it to Himasura, like you mentioned, 6-foot wide receiver. Just go up and go get it, big guy. Nice throw from the quarterback, Alex Kramer.
They're going to go for 1 here on the extra point. And Kramer to his right quickly, and he'll slip it along the baseline and the back line of the end zone. And that's Flynn Chadwick the catch. So the extra point, 7-0 in favor of the Giants.
Well, they made it look easy, and that play was just all called hookup. Backyard hookup. You go around, turn around, look at the quarterback, hookup. That's it. As soon as you see space, you stop and you hook up. That's a nice chemistry by a quarterback and wide receiver.
And on the first play for the Cardinals, here's Gordon around the near side, something on the ground, and you're going to see this more than you think you would in this game.
Well, you got to understand, this is their philosophy. They love what they call the small games, incremental games. They want to keep the chains moving, but more importantly, they like to possess the football.
And the quarterback, of course, J.J. Madison at work, and another throw. And Gordon will break free. There's a marker down as he was trying to elude more defenders for extra yardage.
Yeah, I think they got a holding call on the defense. As he was trying to break through from tackles, the defenders had a grab of his jersey, not allowing him to miss the tackle. You can't grab in flag.
Holding. Defense. Happens at the end of the run. It'll be tacked on to the end of the play. First down to midfield.
Yeah, you can't grab on. See, right here, you can't do that. You just can't hold on to him now.
Correct.
See, he's holding on to jersey, shorts, everything. Yeah, that was Ethan Avalos.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got to let him go. So now 4 opportunities to get into the end zone.
Yeah, and take it as much as they can, and boy, a drop. Diego Dominguez, who had a couple TD catches yesterday. Young man from Tucson can't wrap it up.
Yeah, I get excited because that penalty now gives the advantage to the Cardinals. They have 3 opportunities to cross the midline and still 3 opportunities after that to get to the end zone.
Quick throw by Madison here to the near side. That's Michael Larkin, whose favorite player is Kyle Hamilton of the Ravens, making the play. I'm intrigued by the size differential in this age group, Kirk.
Yes.
We get guys like Larkin 5'5". We saw Himasura 6 feet. We saw earlier Bryson Wright for Jacksonville at 6'4". Here's Madison again back in the middle of the field. That's Dominguez, and a quick flag pull by Himasura, who caught the touchdown a moment ago.
Yeah, Dominguez goes both ways on offense and defense. Plays sort of the middle linebacker spot, but then he also is a sure-handed wide receiver. You see that right there as quarterback finding him over the middle. Marshawn Lynch, his favorite player. Look at that.
To the right, Madison. End zone, Dominguez. What a nice answer by Gilbert, Arizona.
Touchdown.
I told you, J.J. Madison, hear that name. The quarterback, number 8. I told you, he can make all the throws. He can go short, he can go intermediate. Watch this throw. He's going to the right. Watch him throw across his body and delivers a strike on time to Dominguez.
Yep. Third touchdown catch of the tournament for Dominguez, and the extra point could not be clutched by Gordon.
Timeout.
So it's 7-6 Yorkville. We'll take a break. Cardinals, after giving up an early score, get one of their own. Madison to Diego Dominguez. No matter who you are, lace up your cleats, smear on that eye black like Kirk Morrison, step out on the field and chase something.
Yeah.
In this game, there's a position for everyone. Visit NFLflag.com to find the league and start the chase today. Here's a look at our 2 drives so far.
Yeah, it started off with a bang. Both opening drive touchdowns. First, it was Yorkville getting out to that early start. Alex Kramer finding 3-4 different receivers, and that last one, that touchdown play to Himasura in the back of the end zone. Yorkville get off to a hot start, but they got an answer from the Cardinals. Can they do it in their second drive as well?
Yeah, Madison to Dominguez covering 10 yards, missed the extra point, so it's a 1-point lead in the ball for the Giants. Middle of the field, catch made. Silver on the back end of that.
This is one of the few teams that I've seen so far here at these championships, Wes, that actually utilize motion before the snap. Maybe it's just an indicator of what the coverage may be.
Right.
And the quarterback just reads where the safety is in the middle of the field. Diego Dominguez plays that safety for the Cardinals.
Sam Morris, the head coach of the Giants, got a little CFL in his blood somewhere. There's a throwback over, working down the field. Himasura again into plus territory. Yorkville's got some offensive rhythm built here.
Yeah, it's because they keep moving the defenders. The defenders are moving with the offensive players as they go to the right or to the left, but no one stays on their man in terms of the check down. That's all check down plays right now. Getting 5-yard check downs, turn them into 15, 20-yard gains.
A lot of stuff off the band you see for Alex Kramer. Tenafly, New Jersey. First down of 3, shoots it in the middle of the field, turning the corner, and scoring is Caleb Rivera. 6th touchdown of the tournament so far for Rivera. And 2 possessions, 2 touchdowns for the Giants.
Yeah, it was a route that I saw many times in my NFL career called Indigo. It's just he goes up and it goes in, and he just outraces the defense to the pylon. That is a skilled wide receiver in Rivera. Catch and go, and no one's able to stop him before he crosses the end zone.
13-6. Chance to make it an 8-point game here with the extra point. Going for 1 are the Yorkville Giants. And he'll slide it inside. Silver the catch. He'll step in. And just like that,
conversion for 1 is good.
It is 14-6.
Yeah, just going back to that touchdown catch by Caleb Rivera. You're trying to get to that flag, but how elusive that he gets. Outstretched arms, trying to grab it, just can't do it. The low man wins when it comes to this game. And right there, he almost scrubs the ground crossing that goal line.
So an 8-point lead, and well, you wonder if Coach Scott Gordon and these Cardinals from Gilbert, Arizona feel the pressure a little bit. There's a throw and catch by Dominguez. Silver pulled his flag.
So it'll be interesting how they handle this one. This is a team I mentioned that likes to kind of ground and pound. They're going to utilize the clock. So they may try to say, you know what, let's try to use as much clock as we can on this drive, knowing they get the ball to start the second half, too.
That's it.
They like the small gains. They're not a big play type of team.
Another quick throw. Catch here at the near side. That's Michael Larkin. And now 2 snaps to cross the midline for the Cardinals from Gilbert, Arizona.
Yeah, they've been down before. They were down yesterday in a couple of games, found a way to win, even had an overtime thriller, winning 14-13 to cement themselves here in this Sweet 16 matchup.
Madison will pump fake, now back, throws, intercepted. Silver the pick. Madison makes his first mistake of the championship. After throwing for 8 scores, he had an interception on his own yesterday. Now, Silver comes up with the pick.
Yeah, that was just a bad throw because he's throwing across his body, but this time the length of the field. That time, Incident Silver, he's on the underneath route. He got off of that because he's reading the quarterback's eye. See, that's a great look right there. The entire time, he's covering not one guy, he's covering 2 guys because he's able to look at the quarterback's eyes and broke on the football.
Giants with a chance maybe to really add some stuff here. Throw and catch, middle of the field. C.J. Redding, second time he's touched it.
There's just a subtle rhythm about the offense, too. Not only did they get the stop defensively, now the offense is just everything is clicking right now for Yorkville.
And you see that Sam Morris is going to bring Alex Kramer over for a quick word. And now the Yorkville Giants have got Gilbert, Arizona up against the wall in 3 snaps here with 1:15 to go before the half. Snap, here's Kramer. Loops it, backline catch, end zone, touchdown. Avalos with a very nice catch on what looked to be an easy route.
The play is touchdown, tries for 1.
I'm just sitting back and marveling at this offense because it's all about splits. This right here is just a double stack. So they're stacking the wide receivers. 1 stops and 1 keeps going. So that's all it is. They're just trying to figure out, they're reading the defense. Are they going to key in on the guy who stops underneath, or they're going to let the wide receiver go? They all key on the guy who stops at the goal line, and nobody guards the top of the back of the end zone where Avalos gets the touchdown.
3 possessions, 3 scores now for Yorkville. They'll lob for the 2, and that got picked. J.J. Madison stepped in front of the 2-point play, so it will stand as 20-6 here. And the clock will expire, I believe, on this first half. Arizona trying to pull the trigger here. Quick snap to Madison. And he'll throw back, and it's dropped. And that will be the end of the half. What an impressive explosion by Yorkville here.
Yeah, I'm still trying to catch my breath. It's like every time they get the football, it's just execution. Boom, 1, 2, 3, touchdown. 1, 2, 3, touchdown. And then you get a turnover as well with the interception by Silver. They feel like they're in the driver's seat right now, even though they don't get the ball to start the second half.
Coach Valdez joins us from the Giants bench. First of all, what an unbelievable offensive explosion by your group here in this first half, huh?
Thank you. Yeah, we were able to really move the ball up and down the field. We were taking advantage of the open spaces, and most importantly, we didn't have any drive stall. We were able to punch the ball in and get those extra point conversions.
You know, seeing Alex disperse the football to pretty much everybody, they don't key in on just one guy. How is it that everybody gets involved in this offense?
We draw up everything to have good spacing and take advantage of what a defense might try and do to stop us. And having our center delay opens up him a lot. Ironically, our center is probably our leading receiver over the course of the season.
Jonathan, real quick here. We heard a lot about Alex Kramer coming in. Boy, he's gifted now, not just in terms of delivering the football, but seeing the field, it looks like.
He's just an absolutely wonderful quarterback, an amazing talent, and he's super smart. He knows the game in and out, and he's just a great leader.
Appreciate your time. Good luck second half.
Thank you.
You bet. Jonathan Valdez, who works with Sam Morris. And boy, these Giants from Yorkville, New York, 3 touchdowns, 3 possessions. They even picked one. 14-point lead at the break in Canton, Ohio.
This broadcast is copyrighted by NFL Productions for the private use of our audience. Any other use of this broadcast or any pictures, descriptions, or accounts of the game without the consent of NFL Productions is prohibited.
20-6, Yorkville, New York leading Gilbert, Arizona here at the 2025 NFL Flag Championships presented by Toyota. And the excitement is continuing to build for not just NFL flag, but the Olympic movement behind it in 3 years. And you see now 750,000 athletes ages 4 to 17 are playing NFL flag in all 50 states, over 2,000 leagues. Women are constituting about a quarter of the athletes involved. 24 NCAA colleges offer women's flag football. That's in Division I, Division II, Division III. And 17 states have sanctioned high school girls flag football. And I encourage you to go to the NFL website, click on the tab for NFL flag, and look and see if your state is one of them. It's amazing the growth of this sport in a very short time. 20-6, Giants lead the Cardinals. We continue from Canton, Ohio in a moment. 2025 NFL Flag Championships presented by Toyota. We're in the boys 14U division. We're just a couple wedge shots for Kurt Morrison at the Pro Football Hall of Fame. We welcome you back to the digital field here at the village side of the house. West Durham with the former Raider, great San Diego State Aztec. Just ringing the bell with Kurt Morrison.
Here we go.
All right, we've seen plays.
We have.
Alex Kramer, terrific in the first half for Yorkville.
Yeah, these Yorkville Giants, they came to play, and it's like not just offensively. I thought defensively is really what got them started. But then when you do get them the football on the offense, it's been down the field. It's been easy throws, and they get down by the goal line. They throw it up. That was one to Himasura earlier. And then going back, this one was over to Rivera for a touchdown. And then an interception. That was by Silver. And then, boom, here we go. Another throw for a touchdown to Avalos. This is a outstanding overall effort by everyone being involved. And Kramer has not. His next throw that touches the ground, if it touches the ground, will be his first.
Jonathan Valdez telling us how smart he is, how much he's built for this.
He's doing it.
Yeah, he sure is. Cardinals have the ball. Madison trying to recover from the pick. Trying to get him started. Kristen DeSantiago, Chin out of Queen Creek, Arizona makes the catch. As Arizona gets to the ball pretty quick here. They're down 20-6, so they need 2 scores to just compete here in this second half. It's interesting when it becomes more than a 1-score deficit, because the 12-minute running clock in this second half can be a pair of handcuffs on a team trying to make the comeback.
And when you know a team is only going to really throw the ball, they want to get the ball down the field now. Before running their game, when they're ahead, it's a little bit easier. Now, I want you to keep an eye on C.J. Reddy, number 5. He's their rusher for the Yorkville Giants. He's the one that's going to apply the pressure here on 3rd down.
He is 10 off the line. Now makes the. Here's Madison trying to throw, and it's picked. Himasura, the interception. And stepped out of bounds in plus territory. And Yorkville has forced a second interception in 4 possessions off J.J. Madison.
And it starts with the rush. It starts with C.J. Redding going right for the quarterback, making the quarterback, J.J. Madison, have to move. He moves to his left and throwing late in the down. Just 2 defenders over there. Himasura on the bottom, Rivera up top, but it's Himasura who comes up with the interception.
Boy, what a terrific, the first touchdown. And now the Giants on the march, and here's Kramer with a lead of 14, looking for more. Shoots it toward the end zone, batted away, and that's Madison, the quarterback, who's playing in the secondary to knock it down.
That was a great play. He's just reading the eyes of the quarterback, Kramer. He broke on the football. Just watch that ball thrown. He breaks. Almost could have intercepted. I think he probably could have got the interception, but he was trying to bat the ball away. He didn't realize he got such a nice jump on that ball.
First miss of the day for Alex Kramer. Now shoots it end zone. That's caught. Touchdown, Rivera. Caleb Rivera in the end zone for a second time.
That's just an easy diagonal route.
Touchdown. The attempt is for 1.
Not really much that you can do. They're playing extra guys in coverage. So to have that much of a window open, look at this. See, there's nobody rushing, and that window's wide open. He hits it right in between the linebacker in front of the safety. There's just nobody there.
Well, he's got a gift for the timing on it. I mean, he's throwing the ball before Rivera's technically there, Kurt.
He's throwing it in the window. So it's a belief that my guy's going to be there. And my guy was there, and you get a touchdown.
Lead is 20 points now. Going for the point on the extra, and there's the throw across the back line, and that's caught. And that is Flynn Chadwick. So now it is 27-6. And Gilbert, Arizona needs some explosives quickly. 20 straight points by Yorkville. That ball is ripped. Madison upfield, Gordon the catch.
And that's how you start it off. A nice little positive gain on 1st down to get you near midfield. and you're trying to say, we've got to score in 2 plays or less. That's how we go, because just not enough time to come back from that many scores. So we got to score 2 plays or less. This should be the conversation.
Another quick throw, and another cut upfield. Gordon works his way toward the 10-yard line in plus territory. We'll see. I think they're going to spot him shy of that. They will at about the 11 or 12. Zeke Trotter was the guy that got kind of caught in the fray of the play. Here's Madison, and a flag will be thrown. That'll be interference on Aviles.
Pass interference. Defense. Ball will be placed at the spot of the foul. 1st and goal.
So now 3 cracks from inside the 10, about the 9.
Yeah, that may be one I'd keep in the pocket. I don't know if he got there. I didn't see any interference on the receiver. I thought it was a nice bang-bang play.
Madison thought about the shovel pass. Dominguez the catch at the 5.
I would still think, though, you would have to be sort of in 2-minute mode, though, right?
All right, absolutely. 90-second mode.
Oh, that one hit the ground, but no challenge.
There's a throw, and flag got pulled. Hermosua, who's had a big day, interception, touchdown. Makes the play there.
I would say the clock's not your friend if you're the Cardinals. Keep going with the tempo, because you've got to now get a stop if you get a score on this play.
Madison. And tried to throw it in the end zone. Looking to get it to Gordon, it looked like. And that got broken up. Terrific play of Aviles. And now the Giants get the ball back. 27-6. Just ahead of 6 minutes to go in a winner-take-all game. .608 to go, second half. Yorkville's built a 3-touchdown lead on Gilbert, Arizona. And the Giants get the ball back after holding the Cardinals off. And here's Alex Kramer, who has been terrific, this Yorkville quarterback. And look at this, just taking time, right?
Yeah, the clock is their friend, but more importantly, there's no rusher from Arizona.
Kramer, middle of the field, and juggled And Avalos is able to hold on, keep the play going.
Yeah, you only get credit for one catch, even though I feel like he caught it about 2 or 3 different times.
That's right.
But just methodically realizing, wait, with the game almost in hand, it's just executing down the stretch, just executing from beginning to end, and almost getting ready for what could be a matchup in the next round that maybe puts this team as a favorite.
A little inside, flip it forward, and C.J. Redding, boy, pretty good collision in the flag game there, wasn't it? With Madison.
Yeah,
J.J. Madison's a big guy.
Yeah.
6'1", listed at almost 180. And C.J. Redding is 5'6" from the Bronx.
I mean, they may call the penalty on Redding, I think, for charging. He's got to be able to hold up as well. When you run through a defender, that's going to be on the offense.
We have charging on the offense. That penalty is going to be declined. Illegal forward pass on the offense. Ball never crosses the line of scrimmage. 5-yard spot. Loss of down, second down. Excuse me, loss of down, third down.
All right. So a lot went on here. First of all. Yeah, Madison was there.
Yeah.
And Redding dropped the shoulder. Yeah. Redding.
That was all momentum. That was incidental. I think he did it on purpose. That was all incidental. But just the speed in which it's hard to stop when you're going that fast.
So Kramer going to take his time. Now the clock is really going to get grinded down. And we've seen this happen a couple different times already here today in Canton. Kramer now wants to heave it deep. Looking for Silver, beyond his reach, incomplete.
It was just a misfire. And look, you're able to do this because there's no rusher. We've talked about it. Arizona has decided, the Cardinals have decided, you know what? We're just going to play coverage. But in playing coverage, you're giving up the opportunity to let the quarterback, Kramer, and he had 2 guys open for a touchdown. He actually missed a wide open receiver that was streaking behind the defense. But without a rusher, it gives him too much time.
And to counter the clock burn here, a timeout used at the Arizona bench by head coach Scott Gordon.
Yeah, I would love to see them have someone lined up 7 yards to at least speed up the process, but they'll get the football after that 3 and out.
Yep. First time that the Giants offense has been stopped today. And it happens with a 21-point lead. Here's a look at our bracket. We're in the bottom right corner.
Yes, sir.
Now this afternoon, Gilbert, Arizona, Yorkville, New York, still to come. A team from Miami representing the Falcons. We'll explain that to you. And also a team from Baldwin City, Kansas, representing the Bears. Again, further explanation coming up when we bring you the Bears and Falcons in our next game. And there's a catch. And that's Gordon. Flag pulled after about a gain of 5. Maybe 6. Second down. 2 to the midline, 3 to the end zone here for Arizona.
See, how can they create a couple of explosives?
You got to have a huge play.
Yeah, I think just a couple of explosives for them. They can find a way to get the ball deep down the field.
There's a throw back and incomplete, intended for Michael Larkin. So now with 2:40 to go, group from Gilbert, Arizona, not as anxious to get up on the line and get going, trying to process everything and run the play. I understand, but it's a huge deficit here. And Madison to catch of a high snap, and then he'll throw it away. So now it's 4th down. And I don't think they have any chance but to go for it.
Yeah, I think that's the answer to this one. It's a team that's only down to 6 players. You lose a player yesterday and due to injury. So you're just kind of playing with 6 guys and you just don't see the juice that you need. And the way that Yorkville, the Giants, have been able to execute today, it's just one of those days. We've seen it happen on many levels of football. Kind of feel that right now.
Madison almost, oh, it's caught. Gordon and out of bounds with 1:42 to go. Clock continues to run though. But he did catch it, extend the possession here.
What a throw.
No kidding.
That ball was in between defenders and right into the arms of Gordon Nutson.
Madison to his right, quickly, rush coming. He'll throw, and is that picked? Is that an interception? It is.
It is.
So the interception, Aviles comes up with the pick. And Yorkville now just needs to run 68 seconds off the clock, and this will be over. Gilbert does have a couple timeouts.
Just playing his zone, staying there, just let the ball come to you. Sometimes when you're just doing your job, the ball finds you. That time, Aviles, in his third of the field, the ball finds him 2 feet in bounds. That's an interception.
And here's Kramer eluding the rush. And then back here to the near side. Another grab, Aviles this time. And that'll take us to about 30 seconds.
It's a nice job by Aviles. Just finds a way. He's been active throughout this game.
Yep.
Defensively, offensively, a very well-rounded team here with the Giants.
We still got Baldwin City, Kansas representing the Chiefs. Miami, Florida representing the Falcons coming up in our second game in this bracket. Middle of the field, catch made by Evan Perkins. And he'll scurry up the field. There's a timeout.
Timeout, Giants. First charge timeout.
So Yorkville will take the timeout with 5 seconds left. And
they get one last play. I'm kind of surprised they call a timeout there. But
yeah,
you let the clock just run out. But you get one last play, and I think honestly puts them as a favorite going into tomorrow's bracket.
Boy, how good was Alex Kramer today? Whew. Hope we can visit with him here in a moment. And Kramer going to take the snap, and he will loop it for the end zone. And broken up. It looked like Ryan Gordon got a hand on it, and that's the end of the game. It's a 27-6 win for Yorkville. Kirk,
that's probably one of the more impressive games that we've seen so far. They were executed offensively, defensively. There's a reason why their quarterback was a 2-time Player of the Year nominee. He sure looked like it today.
Sure did. And Alex Kramer delivered touchdowns in their first 4 possessions today. 2 to Rivera, and Morsura, and Aviles also had touchdown catches for this Yorkville team, who went 2-1 in pool play. They've lost their first game 7-6 to the Commanders. They've now won 3 straight here at the 2025 NFL Flag Championships presented by Toyota. And we're delighted to have Alex Kramer join us from the sideline. Alex, first of all, congratulations to you guys. Terrific win.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Did you break a sweat out there today? Like, you're just so calm and cool out there, the way you're throwing the ball around. How fun was that today?
It was great. We really played as a team together, and we wanted it badly, so it worked out in our favor.
Walk us through these 4 touchdowns. You had 4 touchdown passes in your first 4 possessions today.
Yeah, I mean, we just found the open spots. We adjusted to what was going to be open, and I trust my teammates, so I just threw them the ball, and they finished the play for me.
Yeah, how do you decide which guy to throw to? Because it seems like they're all running wide open today.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the easiest throw at that point.
Well, it felt like Adam was the guy early, and then Caleb in the middle. Ethan got one, and then back to Caleb at the end, right?
Yes.
So it's interesting. In doing some of the research here, you talked about wanting to do this to be part of something special. Kirk just said, with the win here today, you guys might be one of the favorites in the bracket tomorrow. What is this? What makes this something special, Alex?
I think this team is special. I think the coaches, the organization, we play as a team together. If someone makes a mess up on a play, it's just next play. We think not in the past, and hopefully we do well coming up.
You know, I did talk to Coach earlier. He said a lot of you guys have been together for 3-4+ years, and you've kind of grown to this moment. What does it mean just to be here at the Flag Football Championships, knowing the guys that you've grown with?
Yeah, I mean, it's great for everyone. It's a great opportunity, experience, and I think it just shows the hard work we put in, the hours, the practices, going to all the tournaments. It just kind of adds up, and it's a great feeling.
Well, congratulations on the win today. We look forward to seeing you tomorrow.
Thank you very much. Have a
All
good
right,
one.
you bet. Alex Kramer, Yorkville Giants, 27-6 is the win for Yorkville. You see they'll advance to meet the winner of the one coming up here in moments. Top of the hour, Miami. And they'll represent the Falcons. They won Atlanta's regional. That's why they are representing the Falcons. And Baldwin City, Kansas, representing the Chicago Bears. Why? They won their regional. Great to be with Colonel Morrison on a Friday here in Canton, Ohio. 2025 NFL Flag Championships presented by Toyota. Yorkville advances in the bracket in 14 and under boys. Stay tuned. More coverage coming up. Top of the hour.
before the lights go up, before the cheers and the crowd. There's only you and the grind. In gymnastics, we train for years, for moments that last seconds. Flag's no different. Every movement, every routine, thousands and thousands of times. So when the moment comes, you only get one shot to stick it.
Take off, this one's on me.
This isn't just a game. It's a spotlight on all the work nobody got to see. They've trained for this moment. Their time is now to grab the Flag Football Championship live on ESPN.
Friday afternoon in Northeast Ohio, and we welcome you back to the 2025 NFL Flag Championships presented by Toyota. Now, wait a second. Are some of those guys going to be in LA in a couple of years?
Probably so.
Yeah, one cat's got a Monday night show. Back with Kirk Morrison, West Durham, and the Hall of Fame Village has been bustling today as folks have been around to watch the Sweet 16 here in the boys 14 and under, and we turn our attention to the last game on our side of the bracket of the afternoon. The Baldwin City, Kansas group representing the Bears, and a team from Miami, Florida representing the Falcons. They'll meet Yorkville, New York, who just won a moment ago. And you see the way the rest of the 14U is playing out here today in Kent. Championship Sunday afternoon, 4 o'clock on ABC. Great to be with Kirk Morrison, West Durham. Delighted to have you with us for our coverage. The sport has given so many things to us to break apart today. That's the fun part about NFL flag. There's so many nuances, so many wrinkles to it. If you think you're getting the big game, boy, you're wrong here today, huh?
Just seeing the technique, the execution, running the football, throwing the football. They have a grasp of the game that I know I didn't have at that age.
Yeah.
It's fun to see them with smiles on their faces.
Well, and here's the thing in 14U. We're getting ready to see the tallest team, maybe the two tallest teams in this bracket, because the Bears, and the club is the KC Shockers, they've got 4 players 6 feet or taller. The Falcons, represented by the group in Miami, Florida, they got 1 or 2 guys in that neighborhood too. You see the ones up. I mean, look at all these teams that had 3 players or more 6 feet or taller. We've seen little guys impact the game. Maybe we get big guys here. And we're going to see one of the best players in the country in Wrigley Hammock here for the Bears.
Yeah, they talked about Wrigley all the time. He is a guy that, honestly, when you get him the football, he just makes things happen. They say he's the beast. He goes into beast mode. How many times can they give beast mode the ball today?
And Miami, the group representing the Falcons, is here because they won a regional in Atlanta at Flowery Branch at the Falcons training facility. They defeated the 4, the 2, and the 1 in the regional to get to the round. And then yesterday they went 3-0, Kirk. And there's a story about why they had to qualify in Atlanta. And like there is with the Bears, the KC group, who is represented by Chicago, and it takes the schedule of the regionals and all the things they did to get to Canton, Ohio. Bottom line is, we think this is a terrific game to help close our Friday coverage. 2 teams that have been impressive here in Canton and on the road to get here next.
This broadcast is copyrighted by NFL Productions for the private use of our audience. Any other use of this broadcast or any pictures, descriptions, or accounts of the game without the consent of NFL Productions is prohibited.
It's the NFL Flag Summer Championships.
Everything that you love about football is present here at this tournament.
How about that?
You're talking about surgical quarterback play,
This one going long, open for the touchdown.
crazy catches,
It's intercepted. He got another one.
amazing defense,
That might be one of the highlights of the tournament.
and really the passion for the game. And here in flag football, you get to see these young women and young men be kids and enjoy the game without the helmets on.
And here in Canton, Ohio, we encourage you to find a flag team and location in your area. NFLflag.com. No matter your size, no matter who you are, you can lace them up, step out on the field, and run around. Be a part of NFL Flag at NFLflag.com. Find the league and start the chase today. So here's some of the basic core elements of NFL Flag. It's a 5-on-5 game. They're two 12-minute halves with a running clock. 50-yard field. Drives start deep in their own territory. You get 4 downs to reach the midline. It's the yellow line, center of the field. 3 more downs after you cross the midline to score. Touchdowns are 6. Extra points, you choose 1 or 2. Each team gets 1 challenge.
One thing I can always say is that the friend can either, the clock can either be your friend or the enemy, just depending on how you do with your drives. Can't go with any empty drives. Got to score.
And this team representing the Chicago Bears, the KC Sockers from Baldwin City, Kansas. We're going to keep an eye on Dominic Tyler Jr., their quarterback. 8 TD passes in pool play yesterday.
Yeah, he's the guy. They want to get the ball to their receiver, Hamrick, but it's really about Dominic Tyler.
Yep.
Gets this offense going.
And for the Falcons and a team from South Florida, yesterday, Johnwell Morales, wearing number 1, had 6 touchdowns. But in this particular case, we're going to keep an eye on Jacques Major. Right there, 0. He had 2 picks yesterday in pool play.
Ball hawk.
Kirk Morrison made us talk defense here.
I did.
Yeah.
He's got the green gloves, too, letting you know he's a ball hawk.
Letting you know with the sleeves, too, right? There are some guys who are completely swag city.
It is.
Here in this event, too. All right, so the Bears are going to get it first. Kevin Bowerbach, our referee, and we're ready to go. And this is Tyler at 6'3", the quarterback. Back steps and shoots it in the middle of the field, and that's Jordan Mack. The catch for Baldwin City.
Yeah, nice little rhythm timing throw. Start the game off. Fake a handoff, roll right, open receiver. That's easy.
Yep. And another team that goes off the band. Kirk. Some guys wearing 2 bands. Tyler throws back. That was for Hamrick. Off his hands, incomplete.
Got 7 seconds to throw the ball if you're a quarterback. All passes must be beyond the line of scrimmage, but we've seen some teams pitch the ball back, hand it backwards to activate the quarterback. Once there's a handoff in the backfield, you've got not only a runner, but you still got a guy who can throw the ball.
So 3rd down to reach the midfield line. Here is Tyler backing up, and great pressure, and now flag's going to be thrown. Vincenzo Mena was there.
Personal foul, roughing the passer defense, 5 yards from the previous spot. 1st down, line to gain is midfield.
And Mena is flagged here.
Yeah, he's trying to grab the flag. I don't know where the I mean, the quarterback's falling down.
Right.
I understand kind of the dilemma that Mena's in. He's looking around, what else do you want me to do?
Yep.
I'm trying to grab his flag, but the quarterback is drifting and falling down to the ground. It looked a lot worse on the field when it happened. When you look at the replay, he was just trying to attempt to grab the flag.
And now they got 1 snap to cover. They got 4 snaps to cover 2 yards if they need it. Here on this opening drive, Mena again the blitz, and the catch is made. That's Benjamin Miners, who had 2 touchdown catches in pool play yesterday for this Baldwin City unit, and he picks up about 3 yards. And to be honest with you, they probably wanted something a little further down the field. Now they got 3 snaps to get in the end zone, And basically looking at about, what, 19 yards or so.
Yeah, they're still almost basically at midfield.
There's a throw back here. On one more catch. This is Hamrick. First time we've seen Wrigley Hamrick haul it in. Feels appropriate that someone named Wrigley's playing for a team representing Chicago. Second down it is now for the Bears. Tyler wants to fling it. Sack.
Nice.
Minna got there that time. And again, we talk about little guys,
right.
Kirk. Right?
Yeah, he's only 5'6", and Vicino Mina. But just a good job. See how he kind of holds off a little bit? Remember earlier, he was trying to grab the flag and inadvertently pushes the quarterback. This time he went directly at the flag. Not only did he get the sack, it's a tackle for loss, and he stayed off the quarterback, no penalty.
Yep. Here's Tyler again. This is third down. Another pressure. Boy, going to sail it. That ball is in the deep corner and broken up. Intended for Quinn Miles at 6'1". There was plenty of coverage down there for the Falcons. My goodness.
Well, that was a nice throw from Tyler. Just threw that up. But you also have to give your receivers an opportunity to come down with it. Just a little too deep on the throw.
I think Jacques Major's the guy that reached the hand in to finally knock it away. There was plenty of customers, though. So on downs, here are the Falcons' first opportunity. Morales. And a completion. Preedy, the grab.
So kind of just, you start off, it's a throw, and then you've got routes behind it. So you're going to see a lot of spacing when it comes to this Falcons team. And a little bit different the way that they go about running their offense. You mentioned earlier on the opposite side, the Bears, they're going off the card. This is a full-on huddle on the sideline for the Falcons.
Emmanuel Morales is the coach of this team from Miami. And we're going to get procedure.
Sound infraction. Offense, 5 yards previous spot. Loss of down, third down.
So now things become a little more desperate offensively.
And they've got to get to midfield. They don't get to midfield, they're going to probably have to pump this football. So
sure.
If I'm the Bears, I'm playing just a little bit in coverage, knowing where the marker is, knowing where the Falcons have to get to.
Bears aren't declaring a rusher. Oh, now they are. Yep, late ad. Here's the reverse. They're going to hand the ball and sail it, looking downfield. Morales, and it's caught. Matthew Preedy hauls it in. And what an answer by this group from Miami.
Yeah, it's all because of what happened in the backfield. They hand the ball off, and everybody's looking at the guy who has the ball in his hands. No one's looking at the receiver who's streaking down behind the field, which is Preedy. And Kessinger, he was the defender. His eyes were in the backfield, just gets lost, and that ball falls right in for not only a conversion, but sets them up right there inside the 20.
Yep, big completion. And now the ball around the 8-yard line. Here's the quick snap. They hand it again, and Morales is going to step to the left, or Minna rather is going to step to the left and score. Vincenzo Minna into the end zone, and Miami's got the first score.
You don't see many run plays. They're outside that run zone.
Yeah.
And so just that little pump fake froze the defense. Remember, once the ball is handed to him, he's able to do a pump fake. He's a thrower, but he pump fakes, gets the touchdown. And now they get the conversion to go along with it, and now they're up 7-0. Happening quick here for the Falcons.
Well, a team that is perfect in pool play yesterday has got the first points here of the final game in the bracket we're seeing on this digital field here this afternoon. Falcons 7, Bears nothing. Well, this team from Miami representing the Falcons leads Baldwin City, Kansas, representing the Bears 7-0. Speaking of the Falcons, dial it right into the 404. Notable NFL players who have played NFL flag. Bijan Robinson, getting ready for a big year 3, by the way, Kirk. Steve Smith Sr., Chase Young. I would have loved to have seen him play flag. Noah Gray, by the way.
2-time Super Bowl champion Noah Gray.
Yeah, who went to Duke. Is a flag veteran. And Russell Wilson's got some ownership in NFL flag.
What doesn't he have ownership in? You know?
Bears second possession. Remember, they stalled on downs. Here's Tyler, a little shovel pass. And Miners helps him get up the field before the flag got pulled by Jacques Major. So we'll see how Baldwin City, Kansas answers here. Casey Matthews, their coach. They lost to the Packers yesterday 22-7, then beat the Vikings and Lions by a combined 61-13 score. Tyler was impressive in the opening drive, just didn't have anything to show for it. Trying to load, he'll shoot it down the field, and nice play over the top. Delvin Brooks Jr. got in between Hamrick and another would-be receiver. Looked like Jordan Mack to contest that and force the incomplete pass.
Well, we talked about the height of these receivers for the Bears, and yet the only thing is they are getting too far down the field. I would love to see some catch and run elements because the rush right now, the Falcons, is getting there a little too quick. Tyler doesn't have enough time to throw the football, and without that time, things seems to be just a jump ball rather than a catch and run.
Inside 4.5 to go. Here's Tyler again. Back across the middle, and the flag is pulled. Preedy again. And the catch made by Quinn Miles.
Yeah, that's what you want to see, the catch and run element. And now a big decision to be made, right? See, catch and run elements, but decision to be made. Third down, or now fourth down here.
Yep.
And they're going to go for it on fourth.
What do you think?
I like it, aggressive. They realize that, hey, an empty series is not good.
Here's Tyler, play fake, now to his right, and he got the first across the midline. On the catch is Jordan Mack.
Yeah, a lot of faith in your quarterback, Tyler, but he's faking and then he's rolling to his left.
Yeah.
A little bit easier if he probably rolls to his right. So look, he's got to go back and then throw the ball across his body a little bit. Always difficult. We've seen a lot of quarterbacks do that today, Wes.
Yep.
Everybody's throwing across their body. Everybody wants to be Patrick Mahomes and Joe Burrow.
Play fake to Hamrick. Here's Tyler again, eluding the rush. Evades another attempt, and that ball is caught. And for the moment, it's now called incomplete to Miners. Looked like Benjamin Miners had done a fabulous job. Hernandez had the pressure of the quarterback Tyler here.
Yeah, Hernandez does a good job of just being around. Just be like a fly or a tick and just keep trying to do it. It looks like that ball almost was caught. Probably tried to challenge it. Goes incomplete.
Here's Tyler back to live action, going to try and fire to the end zone. It's incomplete. No flag, or there is a flag on the play.
Play yard, offense. 5 yards from the previous spot, third down.
Yeah, that time, just when we hear flag guard, is quarterback trying to evade, but he keeps his, I think, his hand over there trying to block the defender from being able to grab the flag. But it would have been a great catch, just out of bounds.
Yeah, Jordan Mack and Tyler Bryant. And so now third down. Here's Tyler again. And there's another play.
Yeah, there's our guy.
Mena. How good has Vincenzo Minga been, huh?
Yeah. You know, we talked about the 6-foot players on the opposite side for the Bears, but it's been the 5'6" wide receiver rusher for the Falcons and Vincenzo Mena.
Yep. So they will push it downfield on the punt after the sack. And Miami, representing the Atlanta Falcons, starts from its 5.
Yeah, his ability to get to the quarterback, just to get in the quarterback's vision, get in his way, it's been making it tough for Tyler.
And off the hands of the intended receiver, that's Jason Hernandez. Jonuel Morales, the quarterback. It'll be second down.
Yeah, they get the ball to start the second half, too, these Falcons. So if they can get a score here, get another score to start the second half, they can blow this game wide open. But got to utilize the clock. About 50 seconds here right now.
Yep.
How many plays can they get in 50 seconds?
This is where how they process the plays also comes into play. Here's Morales again, moving back to his left, and up the field it goes, and that's Jacques Major, the catch.
Holding.
Now a hold call.
Defense.
But with 28 seconds and a moving clock here.
Yeah, it's the kind of advantage to the
Yep.
defense. You know what? I would probably hold again. Let's just be honest. Hold it.
Yeah.
Penalty decline.
I'm just saying, keep that in my
Third
back
down.
pocket. I'm just part of the rules. You may not like them, but
12 seconds left. Here's Mina going to flip it back here to the near side. Catch is made. This is Preedy, and he will go out of bounds, and a timeout, I think. A flag down, by the way. So let's get the flag and then decide where we're going from there.
The rush. Offense. That penalty is going to be declined. Halftime.
All right, so halftime it is. And Emmanuel Morales' team. Okay, we're going to have one untimed down. It was a penalty against the defense. And so one untimed down here for Emmanuel Morales and the Falcons.
A. Yeah, A, let Jason's D. Yeah. No, but here, out.
just hey, everybody go deep. That's what it is.
Yeah.
I don't think you have to draw too many of these plays up. Hey, everybody go deep.
It feels
the
like
last play of the game, last play of the half.
Feels like Brooks, Major to the far side would be the two guys you'd be most interested in here, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, look at this, and it's dropped off the hands of Hernandez, and that will end the half. So, first half in the books. The early touchdown by Vincenzo Mena has given the Falcons the lead at 7-0. And Emmanuel Morales is the head coach of this group representing the Atlanta Falcons. And you guys just keep on chugging here, Coach. I mean, 3 wins yesterday, just keep finding a way, huh?
Yeah, we keep finding a way. We are competing, playing hard. You know, these boys been playing together for a while, so they have that chemistry going.
How do you think your offense looked in the first half?
They look pretty good. We just had some misreads that we should have hit. But for the most part, you know, we scored, so I'm pretty happy. You know, we up 1, so we can't complain.
I would say the young man quarterbacking the Bears, Dominic Tyler, you found a way to get pressure to him. How have you done that?
So we have my main guy here, Enzo, that he's not really a rusher. He hates rushing. But he's the best rusher we have, so I tell him, you got to go.
That was my next question, was Enzo, man.
Yeah.
The first half that he had, not only just on offense, but you mentioned it defensively.
Yeah, defensively, he's our two-way player. I call him my assistant coach. Like my son, he knows the game in and out, so he helps me out too.
All right, he doesn't like doing it, but he's pretty good, so we got to go with that.
Yes, sir.
Thanks, Coach.
No problem. Thank you, guys.
All right, halftime it is in Canton, Ohio. Winner going to meet the Yorkville Giants in the Elite 8 tomorrow in the 14U bracket here at the 2025 NFL Flag Championships presented by Toyota.
This broadcast is copyrighted by NFL Productions for the private use of our audience. Any other use of this broadcast or any pictures, descriptions, or accounts of the game without the consent of NFL Productions is prohibited.
An estimated 20 million people in more than 100 countries currently play flag football. And now, we have a chance to become Olympians. Flag's success has led to the International Olympic Committee approving the sports addition to the 2028 LA Games. It's a dream come true for myself and all flag athletes around the world to know that someday we may get to compete for the sport's first Olympic gold medal.
$7-0. Atlanta leading, the Falcons rather, the team from Miami representing them as we talk about flag football coming to the Olympics in 3 years now in Los Angeles. Kirk, I got to tell you, the build-up, I think, only going to get bigger as this calendar continues to churn here. I mean, it is a relevant discussion here at this event. The NFL, the ownership approved participation of players, and now the evaluation process begins. And as you said earlier today in our coverage, this is not for everybody.
This ain't for everybody, right? You know, I was looking at some defenders who probably can't play. We're talking about two-way guys, you know. Travis Hunter, where is he going to be at in a couple of years? Remember, we're in 2025. By 2028, Travis Hunter, who's the next Travis Hunter? So we should be looking more at the college ranks, up-and-coming high school guys, because those are the ones that may be playing in the flag football Olympics.
Imagine the quarterback battle, just for a discussion amongst yourselves.
So you're saying Arch Manning already?
7-0.
LA 28, Arch Manning.
The Falcons represented by a team in Miami at the half. '25 NFL Flag Championships roll on from Canton, Ohio, presented by Toyota. Second time ESPN and the Platform and Networks have been here to give you coverage of Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. The village is hopping. Humidity's up too for Kirk and I, which is nice. Yeah. Championship game is Sunday, 4 o'clock in the 14U boys bracket on ABC. Tom Hart, Jordan Rogers, Taylor Tannenbaum will be there for you for that. And you see the way the bracket's formulating. Boy, I tell you what, Jacksonville now in the bottom left. Them against the Ravens tomorrow. That'll be pretty good. We'll see Henderson, Nevada, and Clifton Park, New York. And then the winner of this will meet Yorkville. We'll have that on the digital field for you tomorrow. And Emmanuel Morales, nice combination of offense and defense, I thought, in the first half.
Yeah, it started with Enzo Mena on the defensive side. He's the one that got things going. And then on the opposite side, offensively, that nice throw to Freedy. That set up a score. And Enzo again. It's been the Enzo Mena show. You talked about Morales, but it's been Mena who stole the show.
Yeah.
Maybe this could be the Morales path, as they may throw the football a little bit more to get things going offensively in sync.
And they're going to get the ball to start second half. And Kirk, we saw this with Yorkville in our first game of the afternoon session. The ability to put points on the board right now,
yes,
it feels like you score twice when you score once, right?
100%. I feel like a score is worth 2 almost, because now you're forcing the opposite side to have to score 3 times to win. You know what I mean? So just 2 just to tie, that means no empty possession.
Morales quickly back inside. Preedy, the catch. He goes down on top of the ball. Thought for a moment he might have knocked the wind out, but instead looks to be okay. And with a 7-0 lead, here's what happens. Let's huddle up. Let's go to the bench, get the play. Key thing here would be, how clean can you be if you're Emmanuel Morales' club? This is Sun Yanwell. Throw across the middle. Preedy another catch. Flag pulled shy of the midline. It'll be 3rd down.
Yeah, and now in the no-run zone, I love that play. It started on one side. You allow your receiver, Preedy, to utilize his speed and run across the field, forcing who's ever in the coverage to have to keep up with him. You deliver a strike, and now it's putting you right in a position to get enough for a 1st down right here on 3rd.
Yep. And out they come. Tyler Bryant at 5'9" is going to be just to the right of the center. Major on the other side. There's a quick throw. There's the first. And a flag is thrown. Did the ball not cross the line here?
No, I think they're going to call blocking here, because when you get these tight formations, you have to allow room for the defense to go for the rusher to
Jason
get through.
Hernandez.
So I think they may call this on offense.
Impeding the rusher on the offense. Offense. 5-yard penalty brings up 4th down.
Oh boy, that's a big play now.
Yep.
Are they going to go for this?
Yeah, you see what happens is in that play, because the tight condensed formation, you've got to get out of the way. Here's the rules right here. Defense is allowed to have 1 or more pass rushers. Rusher must remain 7 yards deep, but all defenders can rush if there is a handoff or backwards pass. But offensively, you cannot impede the progress, so you can't block him. And that time, because of the formation, did not give enough space for the rusher, and that's why they had to turn it over or punt it on 4th down.
So an NFL flag, that's a punt. And Tyler trying to get things going for the Bears. Incomplete.
So it's still opportunity. I mean, I know that they're down 7 points right now, but it feels like it's just more. They just haven't been in sync offensively. Tyler's thrown a couple beautiful deep balls, but they just ran out of the back of the end zone.
He is 6 of 11 throwing the ball, make it a 7th completion. And the catch made by Jordan Mack. Flag got pulled there. 3rd down coming up now for this group from Baldwin City, Kansas. Both these teams had to qualify in a regional, and both missed in earlier opportunities, and therefore had to try and kind of hit the last chance, if you will. That's why Baldwin City, Kansas is representing the Bears, and Miami is representing the Falcons. There's a throw deep, and that ball is picked. Intercepted. That's Tyler Bryant making the play. The flag will be pulled, but an interception thrown by Dominic Tyler ends the Bears' first drive of the 2nd half.
Yeah, terrific job by Tyler. He's just playing center field, keeps his eyes on the quarterback, and watch the entire time. He's just watching the quarterback. He follows the quarterback's eyes, and the ball takes him to where it goes. Bryant picks up the interception. A little surprise on the opposite side that the Bears just get enough to get a 1st down to keep the chains moving. They try to go for the home run ball. Just has not been there today. That's 2 interceptions. That's an interception. More importantly, we've seen 2 of those balls go out the back of the end zone. So no deep shots. They've been all taken away by the Falcons.
Morales, the quarterback. Quick throw. Mina up the far side again. Emmanuel Morales leaning heavily on Enzo Mina here today. He's got a touchdown on an 8-yard run. He's got a sack. Now he's got a big catch to start this drive.
You know, we talked earlier with Coach Morales earlier, like how do you win a game 7-0? And he talked about it was playing against a team that they played against prior, and they know their offensive sets, they know their defensive sets, so you got to work on execution. This seems to be that game right here.
Yep.
Like right now, it's just, hey, we just got to execute. They are high-powered, we're high-powered, but it's a team that doesn't blink.
Quick snap. Here's the throw on the perimeter. Major the catch. And Jacques will close in on the midline, about 3 yards or so out. And we're under 7 to go now here in the second half.
And they're just going to march down the field, just trying to get first downs, maintain possession. They're already in 4-minute offense, and yet we still got 6 minutes and 40 seconds to go.
9-yard play. But this is a critical down here.
And remember the last time they had this situation, they got in that condensed formation and blocked the rusher. Not this time.
Here's the throw, going to take the shot down the field. Caught in stride. Delvin Brooks Jr. and a touchdown.
Touchdown, attempt for 1.
So Morales dials Brooks on a 28-yard throw.
It's always the guys who you sometimes seldom look at. And this time Brooks was in tight and just streaked in the back of the defense for a touchdown. I think everyone was thinking something short, and yet Brooks went deep.
And it's caught for the point.
Try from 1 is good.
14-0 now. The Falcons are in front of the Bears. This team from Miami. What a beautifully thrown ball by Morales, and over the shoulder, Delvin Brooks Jr. for the touchdown. Well, don't forget, if you like watching NFL flag, it's even better when you play. No matter who you are, lace up the cleats, smear on the eye black, step out on the field, and chase it around. Position for everyone. Visit NFLflag.com to find a league for you. And who knows? Maybe you lock in somewhere like this group from Miami, Florida did. They qualified through the Falcons regional tournament. And Tyler on the first play kind of shovels it ahead to Miners. Flag got pulled over there by Matthew Preedy.
And now you kind of go into a hurry-up mode, being down 14 points. Tyler has to get the ball down the field. We haven't heard from Harm Hamrick at all pretty much this game outside the first half, so can they get the ball to him?
Play fake by Tyler to his right, throws, that's caught. And now into the midfield area goes Miles. And finally the flag is pulled right around the, 15-yard line or so.
That's a big play. They've been looking for a big play all game long.
24 yards.
But everything is always fading away. Nobody's just staying in the pocket.
Shovel it to the near side and eluding the play and working down the far side is Benjamin Miners again. And he stepped out of bounds, but second down it is. This is a pretty critical play.
Yeah, they were
Bears really trying to answer fast. And what did we get there? Procedure, boy.
Oh, wow. Lost it down.
Yep.
Dead ball, snap infraction, offense. 5 yards, previous spot, lost it down, 3rd and goal.
Wow.
Wow, you lose the down with that one. So you go from going quick, and this is what happens when you're a team that kind of goes a little bit slower, right? You go slow. Now you're being asked to go out there and speed up. You get the penalty, so they've got to score here. This is our only opportunity to score. 1 down.
So Tyler will put Hamrick to the right side. And now what do we have? A Falcons timeout. Yep, Emmanuel Morales.
Timeout, Falcons.
And this team from Miami. Now here's the story about the way they are representing the Atlanta Falcons.
Correct.
Emmanuel Morales, they had a Dolphins regional tournament. You're thinking, man, they fly over state. They flew over all of Florida to go to Flowery Branch, Georgia, right? So at the end of the day, he had a son's birthday who fell during the Dolphins tournament, another son's birthday who fell during the Jaguars tournament. So they went one-stop shopping, winner take all at Flowery Branch. They beat the 4, the 2, and the 1 to advance here to Canton. And then we find out Baldwin City, same thing, right?
Yeah, same thing with Baldwin City. They actually ran through the Kansas City regional. They get a 3-hour break where all the guys go to Chipotle to go eat. And then they lose in the championship in the Kansas City region. Like, what do we do? What do we do? They immediately book the Chicago region. They win the Chicago region, which booked their ticket down here to Canton.
And now here's 3rd down. Tyler to the end zone, incomplete, and no flags. And now the Falcons will take over with a 2-touchdown lead and 3:40 to go.
Yeah, just knowing that ball has to go to the end zone. Everybody's playing up top and high. He's got to get that through multiple defenders. Just not unable to do that. A nice job by the Falcons, understanding the situation and also getting another one of those rushes from Mena.
And now Emmanuel Morales with the clock working toward 3 minutes to go and a 2-touchdown lead. Count is on to snap it. Manuel Morales to his right, loops it and caught. That's Preedy, keeping his feet near the midline. What a big gain on 1st down.
What a pretty throw there from Manuel Morales. That ball was layered over the top. Watch how he realizes, he tells him go. That ball's right over the top of the defender. And you saw the safety who was coming over, so he couldn't lead him into the safety, but he was able to get the ball to him and allowed him to make a move before that safety came bearing down.
So 2nd and short, and essentially they got 3 cracks at this if they need it.
I don't even think they want to. They just want to run the clock.
Yeah, 19 yards on the throw there. And the clock now toward 2 minutes. You get beyond a 1-score lead in the second half, and boy, it really becomes an issue. Look at this, and off the hands of the intended receiver, Jacques Major. Morales did a terrific job to contort his body around to be able to try and get the ball even completed to Major. So now it's 3rd down. And inside 2 minutes to go in the game.
I wonder, do they try to take another shot deep down the field? 3rd down, because remember, you can punt, so I don't know if they want to go for it here. I would take a shot at the end zone. Up 2 scores, I'll just try to put the nail in the coffin here.
Here comes the pressure. And Morales to his right, and there's the catch. Preedy, that's enough to convert the midline, and that, for the most part, here comes a timeout taken by Baldwin City, Kansas. And now with 1:21 to go, Emmanuel Morales has got to feel pretty good about his situation here.
Yeah, I don't think they executed as well as they probably have wanted to today, but they've found the plays when needed. It was more about what they did defensively, because they didn't put up a ton of points, only 14, but yet defensively they got the stops.
Here's a look at our bracket. You see the afternoon session underway with Yorkville's impressive 3-touchdown win over Gilbert, Arizona. They'll meet the winner of this game. Also tomorrow in our coverage from the digital field, you'll see Henderson, Nevada against Clifton Park, New York. Now, Kirk, I'll be honest with you. Yorkville, of the teams we've seen so far offensively, they were the most flammable. It felt like
they scored the most points that we've seen today.
Yep. Johnwell Morales 9 of 12 for 137 and a touchdown. This is Jacques Major, and he will just extend this drive here. And now another timeout called with 1:21 to go on the 10th completion of the day for Morales. And
you gotta do it good though. Yeah, act like you're in the corner, come back to the first cone.
Get behind me.
Yeah, you got the dig. You got the dig. Jock, your center. Dart this way. Enzo, dig from over there.
That is our man Vincenzo Minna, who we were told at the half by Coach Morales really doesn't like to rush, but yet provided one of the big defensive plays in this ball game.
I love that laminated play card by the coach. Emmanuel Morales.
A little bit more going on here than we.
Look at that play card. Look at that play sheet. He's got plays on there.
It's almost like the Jim Fossil wine list from back in the day. Here's the snap. And just offline. Looking for Tyler Bryant, who had the interception earlier in the half.
Bears, third and final.
That's the last timeout. And ironically, this is the third down play here for the Miami group.
Yeah, Morales efficient. 11 of 15, 123 yards.
Kirk, I just think people think about flag football and they think the game must just be, you know, vertical game, vertical throw, all this. There's a lot more strategy involved in the underneath and we hear the term creating space more than you would imagine from these coaches and players.
Got to read defenses too.
Morales pumped it now to his right. Remember, he can't run, and instead he finds Preedy for the touchdown.
That was a call, get open.
Yep.
That's called get open from Preedy. It's basically you realize you got to help out your quarterback. Quarterback breaks out of the pocket, is being chased down by a defender, and just get open. That's it. And get a little spin there at the end.
Yep.
I like that. A little spin there by Preedy.
So 20-0, and here's the extra point attempt. There's the throw toward the end zone and broken up, intended for Delvin Brooks, and Brayton Woods was there defending for Baldwin City. And now with the clock running, they're hustling to the line to try and get plays run, trailing by 20. Tyler to throw, intercepted on the backside. There's a marker down as Jacques Major scores on the pick six. We'll see if it stands. Nope, it will not.
Illegal rush, defense, 5-yard penalty, first down.
So we'll get one untimed down for that as the game clock comes to an end.
1 second left, untimed down.
Untimed down, one untimed down.
So one untimed down here at 20-0. Tyler cuts it loose, and it is off the hands of Bryant, and that's the ball game. Boy, a shutout thrown here today by Emmanuel Morales and this group from Miami representing the Falcons, Kirk.
Yeah, they get to the Elite Eight. All right, Sweet 16 participants today, but they live to fight another day as they get in to the Elite Eight tomorrow against Yorkville.
3 touchdowns in 5 possessions. Do it for Morales' team, who yesterday beat the Bucks by 10, the Saints by 21, and won a 7-0 game against the Panthers in their last game against a group who was also from Miami. And Emmanuel telling us, playing a buddy of mine, that makes it a little more difficult. But here today, they come out, get the touchdown in the first half, and I thought were really impressive in the second half.
Yeah, they sure were. Look, they were efficient, but defensively, it was really about Enzo Mena. He set the tempo early on, and when you get that offense going, because of the opportunities, you get big plays like that to Preedy, and then Enzo again. Mena going to the end zone for a touchdown. He was all over the field today.
Enzo joins us. Congratulations on the win. Now, Coach Morales told us at the half, you're not a big fan of rushing the passer, huh?
Nope, not at all.
Why not, man? You're good at it, though.
I like scoring.
Well, you did a little bit of that today. So you
Yes, sir.
scored. You did a little bit of everything. Just kind of take me to the mindset when you get out there on the football field.
It's a team game. We got to work together, work hard, push through whatever comes at us, and that's what we do.
You guys have had just such a curious path to get here. I mean, the winner-take-all situation at the Falcons tournament. You come here yesterday, you post 3 wins, including the 7-0 game yesterday in your final game, right, of the afternoon of pool play.
Yes, sir.
And then today get off to a good start. Mentality-wise, Enzo, what is it like now? How do you guys feel about all this?
You just push to win. That's what we want to do, win.
Take me through your job as a rusher. I know you said you don't like doing it, but you're effective at it. What do you do when you're a rusher? What's your thought process?
I make sure to run fast, break down, pull a flag.
That's it. It sounds a lot harder than it really is, but you make it look easy.
Yes, sir.
Well, you had a terrific play in the first half on the sack of Tyler and then the touchdown run, obviously. It's going to be fun to watch you guys tomorrow against Yorkville. They were impressive here in the first game this afternoon.
Yes, sir, they were.
So congratulations. Enjoy it, and go punch the ticket, my man.
Thank you. Have a good one.
All right. Enzo Mena, star today for the Falcons. This group out of Miami, Emmanuel Morales. Look at that, huh? Slapping on the board. They'll meet the Giants tomorrow in one of the Elite Eight games in this 14U bracket. Let's get a big look at the big board. Still to come. Tom Hart, Jordan Rogers, Taylor Tannenbaum will have Commanders, Panthers, Packers, 49ers. That's on the other side of this bracket where Jacksonville and Long Island, New York have already advanced. Coming up on ESPN Plus, more high school girls coverage. Roy and Rebecca will be here for that. Kirk and I'll be back tomorrow. Thanks to Tim Sullivan, Logan McDonald, our director, terrific crew we got here at the Pro Football Hall of Fame in Canton, Ohio. Busy afternoon. Coming up next in high school girls, team from Miami representing the Bucks and Rosemount, Minnesota representing the Vikings. Wes Durham from Canton, Ohio at the Digital Field. So long, everybody.
before the lights go up, before the cheers and the crowd. There's only you and the grind. In gymnastics, we train for years, for moments that last seconds. Flag's no different. Every movement, every routine, thousands and thousands of times. So when the moment comes, you only get one shot to stick it.
Take off, this one's on me.
This isn't just a game. It's a spotlight on all the work nobody got to see. They've trained for this moment. Their time is now to grab the Flag Football Championship live on ESPN.
Yes, indeed, we welcome you back here beside the Pro Football Hall of Fame for the 2025 NFL Flag Championships, presented by Toyota, which turned out to be a spectacular afternoon. The round of 16 rolls right along. Rosemount, Minnesota, representing the Minnesota Vikings against Miami's representing the Bucks of Tampa Bay. And the bracket looks like this. So far, we have had, count them, 5 teams eliminated. That means 5 now advancing into the round of 8. Those games set to be played tomorrow back here in Canton, Ohio. Hey, so glad you could join us. Rebecca Londo, Roy Philpott, and the action today has been fast. It's been furious. We've enjoyed it, and now another opportunity for one of these 2 teams to advance to tomorrow.
And I can imagine their day. It's been slow for them because they've been waiting to get on the field. And when that happens, your nerves start to kick in. It's going to be super interesting how solid they are when they come out.
Yeah, talking with the coaches, and that has been something they've had to deal with today, is to navigate the length of time. One team was here at noon today, so they've waited 4 hours. SF Elite representing the Bucks and out of Miami in Florida, and that's something that is not always easy to do with these young ladies.
Not at all, because you see the other games as well.
Right.
You spend so much time in the locker, at the field. You really need to be careful with your hydration, where your focus is. Make sure you're staying hydrated, but also not bored. It's such a struggle for each player. They each have like their own pre-game routine, let's say, and when it's that much time, it's really hard to keep it.
No question about it. Anticipation continues to build, and we are just about set and ready to go. NFL Flag Championships continuing in Canton. We've got Rosemount, Minnesota, Miami, Florida coming up after this.
This broadcast is copyrighted by NFL Productions for the private use of our audience. Any other use of this broadcast or any pictures, descriptions, or accounts of the game without the consent of NFL Productions is prohibited.
Hands it off, Serenity Simon. What a sprint! Touchdown!
My name is Serenity Simon. I'm 17, and I play everything on the field.
It's the NFL Flag Championships.
I started playing football when I was in the 7th grade. I love playing flag football because it's like my second home. It's like an extension of myself. The energy at these tournaments just gives you that drive to want to get better. It keeps me disciplined in my day-to-day life.
Serenity Simon has a personality that just lights up the room. She makes everyone around her better, and she is just an extremely dynamic player.
One of my favorite memories of flag football would be winning states. Rolling in the end zone and then getting up and seeing all my teammates' face, the way the crowd lit up, oh my goodness, it was amazing. Flag football has changed my life tremendously. If I didn't play flag today, I don't know who I'd be.
Now, Serenity Simon, ultra talented, a state champion, one of 4 state champions on this roster for SF Elite, representing the Bucks out of Miami in Florida, and she is committed to play for Kaiser University at the next level. And a look at the roster, Serenity Simon, one to watch. A lot of athletes, that's by design, Rebecca, because these players can all play multiple positions. Ava Alvarez will get to start at quarterback today for head coach Kevin Mojica.
Yeah, and it's great to see that. When you see ATH, you mean they're a baller. Like, they know they can play any position on the field. You can see the charisma from this team right off the bat, specifically from Serenity Simon. You could tell her smile, talking about flag football. So many of these players bloom on the field.
Meanwhile, for the Vikings out of Rosemount, Minnesota, Olivia Danner will get the start at center. At quarterback, Talia Vesio. 48 touchdowns, just 2 interceptions in her regular season. Extremely accurate and has been awfully impressive to start here in camp for this upstart program that is looking to challenge and perhaps slow this game down a little bit. Coach Jeff Erdman telling us pregame he anticipates 5 possessions for each side if his team is going to have its best opportunity to win this game.
Which is a great strategy. I love that thought, because sometimes we think about this is a very fast-paced sport, which it is, but you can slow it down with your own offensive drives. Make sure that the other team doesn't have the possession of the ball too long to get many points on the board. So I like what he's thinking.
The Vikings will get the football first, and Vesio in at quarterback. Being from Minnesota, a lot of these players, of course, play multiple sports, Rebecca, including hockey, which constitutes a certain level of toughness with this team. They're not going to be intimidated by anyone.
No, and you can tell by, their demeanor. Doesn't matter if they've been playing for a long time. And did you see that? Knocking on the head, is that like a pregame ritual?
That's the good luck charm from Olivia Danner and Delaney Mackin. They'll tell you about it coming up in a few minutes. First play from scrimmage, Abby Essler around the right edge and dives forward for a small gain as the flag is pulled quickly for number 3 in purple.
I can tell you right now, this is going to be a physical game. You can really realize it, especially coming from the Bucks and SF Elite, but also the creative side. When we talk about the Vikings, when you're new in this sport, you got to find ways to attack those very physical defenses, and they just did it in the last play.
Oh, just underway. Second down, midfield to go. 12-minute clock. It's a running clock. First and second half, both teams equipped with 3 timeouts. Sidearm delivery, and the pass will be grabbed by Taylor Krieg. It'll be third down midfield from there. About 11 yards to go to reach the line to gain.
So what does it mean to allow the other team to have 5 possessions? It means your drive has to be really slow. So you have to balance it out with like chunk plays, but then it's really slow play as well, making sure you're gaining those yards to keep your drive alive without moving too fast.
Interesting strategy involved, and it's kind of the game within the game at this level of NFL flag. Vesio has it. Here comes the pressure, the crossing route, and a first down and a little bit more the near side. It'll be first and goal. And a quality pickup as Essler able to stay in bounds on the grab from Vesio.
I love this. She's doing a cross route. Look at where she's finding that ball in the air, then twisting to make sure she's in bounds great move by her, and it's just a hustle. It has to be the safety that's the one that catches that flag.
Hessler said growing up her dream was to play tackle football.
Mm.
She runs track, plays soccer, speaks French, and does a little bit of everything, including scoring touchdowns here in Canton.
Like so many of us, we wanted to play tackle football. It wasn't an option, and then we found flag football, fell in love with it.
That's one of the reasons the sport has exploded the way that it has in the last 10 years. Those dreams now being realized. That's a backwards pass. Krieg has it. And on the double completion, racing towards the 5 is Olivia Danner. Well, of course, as a starting center, you're an eligible receiver. It's not like what you would expect if you're just tuning into NFL Flag for the first time.
Exactly. And this is the thing. So they have 2 quarterbacks, 2 rushers are going in, and they're leaving that space in the middle of the field wide open for that very comfortable catch.
12-yard gain, 2nd and goal, so 2 downs to score a touchdown. Well, the Vikings will turn it over on downs. And facing this Bucs team out of Miami, SF Elite. Well, good drive, and exactly what Jeff Erdman told us he wanted his team to do right out of the gates. And a great start, obviously, Rebecca, so important. Here comes a penalty marker, and the first time we'll hear from Emily Howard.
False start. Offense. 5-yard penalty includes a loss of down.
That is enormous.
3rd down.
Oh my God, they had done such a great job, and that's why details are so important in flag football. So they still had a chance to put that in the end zone with very comfortable field position. Now it's a little bit longer, and they lose that down. Still 3rd and goal.
3rd and goal from the 12. And without a touchdown here, the possession comes to a close. Vesio receives the snap towards the goal line, and it's caught for the score. Taylor Krieg. She had to climb the ladder to haul it in, but she did so beautifully.
What a drive, honestly. And I think they did a good job. 5 minutes on that drive is pretty good to take opportunities away from SF Elite. And you look at that into traffic, that's just trust. That's trusting your wide receiver, making sure she's gonna find that in the spot, not being afraid of the contact, because sometimes it happens.
And the rusher, Emmy Murhai, was bearing down quickly. The 12-yard scoring strike, and now going for the 1-point conversion and a 6-0 advantage for the Vikings. Here's Vesio with time and batted away at the last moment. The PBU for Kamai Moore, committed to play flag football at Baker University. The damage has been done. Taylor Krieg, little celebration after the fact. You love the post-TD selling.
That's a long one.
name?
Hi, my name is Delaney Mackin.
Hi, I'm Olivia Danner.
This is for good luck.
Pre-game ritual.
All right, we're gonna win this game. Knock on wood.
Little knock on wood for good luck, part of their pregame ritual for the Vikings, and so far so good. It is working beautifully. You're watching the NFL Flag Championships presented by Toyota, and don't forget, Gen Youth and the NFL Foundation have teamed up to bring NFL flag in school to over 40,000 schools nationwide, energizing physical education and empowering 17 million students through movement, teamwork, and play. Flag football making its Olympic debut in 2028. The momentum is building. Learn more, genyouthnow.org. First possession for the Bucks and SF Elite. Pass falls incomplete. And playing quarterback Ava Alvarez banged up her elbow on that first attempt, and we'll take another look at how that transpired.
This is so common within rushers and quarterbacks, so you can see how it hits her head, and they both kind of, you know, your arm kind of feels like it's dead for a second, and then also so dangerous for the head, but they're both set to keep on going.
8 of 9 players on this Bucks roster slated to play flag in college. Twist of the hips, the completion, and it goes to Casey Hart for a nice gain. It's third in midfield.
Yeah, and I think this is a great choice right after that big hit. It's a comfortable pass. Make sure you get some yards in there. Good tackle.
Casey calls flag football her escape. And for Ava Alvarez, committed to play at Baker University. She's been part of this organization for 4 years, her last go around, and she wants to go out on top as a champion. Deep snap on third in midfield. Dump off across the middle. Flag is pulled short of the line to gain. So the pass is caught by Ashley Alvarado. And it'll be fourth and midfield, needing just 3 yards to keep the drive alive, Rebecca.
Yeah, but they're staying on the field, and if they don't make the first and down, then that's exactly where the other team is going to get possession of the ball.
So our first enormous play. Bucks already trailing 3-0. Check that 6-0. And a pass incomplete off the fingertips of Ashley Alvarado.
Wow, this is a huge stop. That is a huge stop. So we're going to see here, she has time. There's a crash within the rushers, and then she finds her. She says they were pulling her arm a little bit. What we said, the importance of that play is that you don't start in your 5-yard line. You're going to start where the ball finished, let's say. So they're already first and down. First and goal, let's say, for the Vikings, right?
It'll be first and goal, starting out in Bucks territory.
Yeah.
Ava Casper was in coverage. And what an opportunity now for the Vikings from Rosemount, Minnesota. Here's time for Vesio. She slips and falls back behind midfield. It'll be second and goal from there, and a big play defensively for the Bucks. Canals came in for the sack.
Honestly, so important. They had super good field position, and this is huge because now they have to advance so many yards, almost 30 yards in 2 downs.
Not easy to do. Daniela Canals with the sack. That's a loss of 5. Second and goal.
Couple of important plays.
Vesio with time, crossing route available. Pass is hauled in by Essler, but a short gain, third and goal, and a long ways to get home.
Yeah, so now you're expecting the defense to go preventive defense. They're going to go back and back and back, making sure they can catch anything underneath them, but nothing behind them, just to avoid those points.
Vikings taking their time with a 6-0 advantage. Boy, that sack changed everything about the feeling of this first half and the early dominance by the Vikings here. Vesio has to go long and does. End zone and intercepted. Garcia comes out with it. And interesting, the interception, the possession will begin way back deep on their end of the field. If it was just a turnover on downs, a different story, right?
Yeah, so the good thing about intercepting here is that you're gaining yards for your team. There's a lot of teams that would have batted that down. For example, IFAF rules, sometimes you would rather bat that down, but it makes sense that she intercepted and trying to gain some yards.
Jocelyn Garcia, also a standout soccer player, wants to be a physical therapist. Comes up clutch when her team needed her the most. Emmy Murhigh tap dancing down the far side. A quality gain on first down. Second in midfield, needing only 4, maybe 5 yards to pick up the first.
And what I like to see right now is they're very close to midfield, so they can risk it and they can try to gain a lot of yards in this next play.
And at quarterback, Ava Alvarez. Elbow appears to be just fine. Here comes the rush. She'll get rid of it. And the pass nearly intercepted. The penalty marker down.
I want to wait and
Roughing
see.
the passer on the defense. 5-yard penalty from the previous spot. Automatic first down.
Rule 1 in NFL flag. No contact allowed, and that got to be a physical play on the release of the ball.
Yeah, especially when it comes to the quarterback. Sometimes if you're fighting for the ball, let's say cornerback and a receiver, there could be a little bit of contact. But as in the NFL, the quarterback is really protected. If it's an incidental hit, kind of like what we saw at the beginning, the elbow to the head, there's no problem there. But if there's body-to-body contact with the quarterback, you're going to see this flag.
95 seconds remaining in the half. The clock has stopped. It'll be first and goal just across midfield. Dynamic start by the team from Rosemount, Minnesota, led by head coach Jeff Erdman. And now they push it back to third and mid. Play action. Murhigh has it. Baby Gronk is her nickname, and that's a first down.
I love that nickname. That's an amazing nickname. It tells you everything about her. She has size, she has speed, she has knowledge of the games, secure hands, and then you can see her right there gaining yards after the catch.
She's also committed to play volleyball at Troy University in the Sun Belt Conference. A dynamic standout in multiple sports. Short dump off and across the goal line into the end zone for the touchdown. So finally, the Bucs respond. Casey Hart calls flag football her escape. She escaped into the end zone that time, and we're tied.
Yeah, this is kind of like a shovel pass. You're going to fake it. You're going to make the defense wait a little bit. And we must remember, in flag football, the ball is what counts. So as soon as it crosses the plane, that's a touchdown.
Casey likes to say, you look good, you feel good, you play good. She checked all 3 boxes in that sequence.
She's my type of guy.
They'll go for the 1-point conversion attempt here. And a chance for their first lead of the game, and wisely allowing that clock to wind down so that Vikings don't get another chance in an ideal scenario. Back end zone open, but out of bounds. It was there for the Bucs. And Alvarado unable to reel it in. Ran out of real estate.
Too much air on that ball, we would say. But she knew she was going to be back there. It's just a little bit of an adjustment. Also, the Vikings should write that down and make sure they are careful for that play in the future.
What a first half. Both teams trading punches early, tied at 6, 12 minutes in. And this team from Miami, led by Kevin Mujica, the head coach, who joins us now. Coach, it's great to have you on board with us for a few moments. What did you see in the first 12 minutes today?
I mean, it's just a lack of sense of urgency from our girls. Understanding the situation, like I told you earlier, 2 third down miscommunication on an in route on that for that first one, and then on third down, just our girls got to know that situation, don't back up on the end zone. But offensively, I mean, we're moving the ball fine. Again, it's what I told you earlier. We just got to worry about us and limit our mistakes, and we'll be in a good spot.
What are some of the adjustments you're looking for in the second half?
I mean, on the offensive side, I know Coach Willie is gonna put it together. Defensively, they're in that too high look, which is a little different than what most teams do in a 5-on-5 setting. And then for me, my defensive girls, I think we're the most athletic group out here, so probably going to continue to get up on them a little bit and trust our athletes to continue to make plays.
Coach, appreciate your time. Best of luck rest of the way.
Thank you.
Kevin Mujica, head coach, SF Elite, out of Miami, representing the Buccaneers. Tie game at halftime here in Canton. Round of 16 continues. Vikings and Bucs in our second half is headed your way next.
I like playing NFL flag because I get to travel around the world and make friends while I do it. I'm Sam, I play for Great Britain. Team China. Team Germany. Team Mexico. Flag football has taught me teamwork and just enjoying the moment.
If anyone's down, we pick each other back up.
I'll never forget this experience.
It changed my life in many ways.
The friends that you make along the way from different countries and different cultures is just so much fun, and that's why I love it.
Welcome back here in Canton, Ohio. And yeah, the International Showcase Games headed your way tomorrow. We'll have the semis and the championship for the first time. And Rebecca, you see the countries represented. A lot of excitement, I know, especially for your home in Mexico.
Yes, of course. I'm also excited to see Puerto Rico because I've never seen Puerto Rico in an international level when we're competing. So this is the first time that I'm going to be seeing Puerto Rico participating in an international team. But I love that video because you get a sense of what it means to play flag football internationally. And even though we're competing, it feels like a big flag football community. We're all pushing the sport forward. So when we get together, we like to compete, but we're also very happy to see how it's moving forward.
Rebecca, Londa, Roy, Philpott, your experience in the international field of flag football is tremendous. You won a gold medal in 2022 at the World Games, 7-time member of the Mexican national team. What is that like for those that are unaware?
Yeah, amazing. It's a dream come true, honestly, because you work so hard to get there. I say that good things take time, and it took me about 15 years playing flag football to get that gold medal. And the people who you do it with, all the people that are part of your process, it's just amazing to be on one of those stages, being seen on TV, everybody being able to support you, and also competing at the best level. So something that I love about flag football is, for example, you go to Finland and you see Japan, and they play so differently from what we play in America. So the sport becomes better because we're learning things from the other side of the world, and we're just growing together.
Yeah, we certainly saw that earlier today with a team with the majority of its players from Mexico, the 2-quarterback system.
Yes.
It was a lot of fun to watch, and by the way, they did survive and advance into the round of 8 coming up tomorrow. So we'll step aside, and of course, everyone's still looking ahead towards Los Angeles 2028, the Olympics, flag football apart. It's going to be incredibly fun. Tied at 6, start of our second half coming up. And welcome back to the NFL Flag Championships presented by Toyota here in Canton, Ohio, next door to the Pro Football Hall of Fame. Start of our second half here is the round of 16. Gets whittled down to 8 today. And the Vikings and Bucks representing Rosemount, Minnesota, and Miami tied at 6. Bucks will get it first, and the quick strike from Alvarez. Pass will be corralled by Casey Hart. Third grab of the afternoon. And it'll be first and goal after the long completion.
That was a great play, and we're going to see here the out route and then the balance she has to stay on the field. The only thing I wish is that she would have short lined, meaning she would stay behind midfield, make sure she has more advantage to gain yards after that.
After a gain of 22, back across the middle, wide open, the flag is pulled. On first down and goal, it'll be second and goal just inside the 10-yard line. And the pitch and catch operating quickly was Ashley Alvarado.
They have great tempo. You can see how she rolls out to the left and then looks to the right. She's moving the whole defense onto that side and finding that space in the middle.
Alvarez under center on second and goal. She'll fake the handoff. There's the shovel pass. The flag was not pulled in time, and that's a touchdown.
We saw that play in the last touchdown. It works for them, Roy.
Daniela Canals scores from 5 yards out. And a crafty play. Go back to the well one more time. It worked the first time, twice as good the second. Here's the conversion attempt, a one-point try. Both teams unable to convert so far today. 12-6 ball game that changes here. The throwback to Serenity Simon, her first grab of the game, and it's a big one. 13-6, Miami out in front of Rosemount.
Delaney McCain is really close to batting that down. We're going to see it here in the replay. But once again, she's rolling out to the left, looking through the right. I think it was Ava Kaspar on the defensive side. Well, that went really fast, which is exactly what the Vikings wanted to avoid.
Serenity Simon, all smiles. What a career she has enjoyed. Set to play flag football at Kaiser University. Vikings will get it back. And across the middle for a short gain goes Taylor Krieg. So she grabbed a touchdown pass in the first half. And the Vikings trying to start another drive here to begin the second. Second in midfield to go.
And at least in this first play of the half for the SF Elite at defense, they were playing man. Great work, honestly, by Jocelyn Garcia. Really tight there on her coverage. It's okay if they catch the ball. The importance of not allowing yards after the catch, and exactly that's what she did.
How many coaches have we talked to this week that talk about yards after catch? Yak is
everything.
critical. That means everything in NFL flag.
Yeah. And even in the NFL, we talk about that stat so much when we're talking about
offense. Half the distance to the goal. Loss of down.
Well, the loss of down really
Third
gets
down.
you with these infractions. It's so important to playing clean football. Jeff Urban talked about that with us and looking ahead towards keys to his team finding a way to win. And so you lose the down and you lose yards. Third and mid to go, and it's a long ways to get to the line to game, Rebecca.
the way for me to understand that, it's like it's double punishment, right? They're taking two things from you, yards and it down. So now they really need to adjust. It makes sense that they're huddling up because they need to get really close to that midfield on this down.
Approaching 8 minutes to go in the game. Vesio with time, loops it downfield and out of bounds. And on fourth down, you have to imagine the Vikings will elect to punt to put the Bucs back at their own 5, and they will.
Especially where they were spotted. It would be so risky, to say the least, about that choice. So, like we say in flag football, and especially in this format, when it comes to fourth down, you decide to either punt or play. The obvious choice is to point. Even though there's not a kick, they're going to start at the 5.
Head coach Kevin Mujica, he told us today it's about how we approach and limiting our mistakes too. And if we focus on ourselves, we're going to be just fine. Murhai, quality gain on first down, second in midfield with about 10 yards needed to keep the drive alive. And let's see where they officially spot it. Make it 12.
You can see the resiliency of this team because they started kind of with low energy, like the coach said, not really understanding what they were playing for. But after some of these situations, you can really tell they're comfortable with being uncomfortable.
Third and mid. And the Vikings defense stepping up here. The coverage has been ample. Stepping in Abby Thiel-Moiser. And the pass incomplete. Well, the play of the game coming up right now. Chance for Rosemount, Minnesota to get the football back with a stop.
It's interesting because they're going to play box as a defense. That's going to leave the center wide open.
Alvarez across the middle and trying to give herself up just before midfield.
Yeah, so this is a thing. She thought she was short lining, but she lost awareness of the down they were playing. She really needed to cross then, because now it's fourth down and you're risking not crossing that half midfield.
In your mind, the call is to go for it here.
You have to.
Time winding down, needing 12 yards. The gain was 11. And Alvarez back on the field, needing just a half yard to keep this drive alive in the no-run zone. Got to throw it. There's the shovel pass, and the drive continues, still alive. Serenity Simon. What a play call. They've gone back to that play several times with 3 different players.
Mm-hmm. And it's worked every time. Really, this is all tackling. that's what we have to say. You really have to open your stance, open your arms, occupy as much space as you can. Make sure that you're making her stop for a second, and then the rest of your team is gonna come and help. Those yards after the catch, again, key in this play.
It'll be 1st and goal.
15 yards after the catch.
SF Elite in position. Vikings need a stop here. Trailing by 7, more than halfway home in our second half. And now a chance to talk about it.
And it's interesting, right? Because in the first half, Rosemount Irish from the Vikings did a really good job at limiting the offensive plays and the offensive drives that SF Elite had. But now it's taking a toll on them, especially because they're not having success as an offense.
1st down and goal to go as we step aside in Canton. 4:53 remaining, a big possession for the Bucs coming up next.
This broadcast is copyrighted by NFL Productions for the private use of our audience. Any other use of this broadcast or any pictures, descriptions, or accounts of the game without the consent of NFL Productions is prohibited.
Back in Canton, Ohio, and a barn burner here. 4:53 remaining. The lead at 7 for SF Elite out of Miami, Rosemount, Minnesota. We talked about the Bucs and their ability to get players to the next level in flag. 8 of 9 will be participating in flag football in college. And Emmy Murhai, as we mentioned earlier, set to play volleyball at Troy in the heart of the Sun Belt Conference. Very impressive.
Yeah, that's just amazing. Look at the quality of players they have that they get scholarships. First of all, getting a scholarship playing the sport that you love, you got to be lucky. But second of all, of course you work hard for that. I'm glad they get the opportunity.
Enormous play. 1st and goal. Vikings need a stop here. Alvarez has it out of a bunch formation. There's a penalty marker, and the touchdown is caught in the back corner.
There's a flag on the field, though.
King caught the touchdown. Or it was Murhai that caught the touchdown, excuse me. Here comes the infraction.
During the play, illegal blocking, offense, 5-yard penalty from the previous spot, includes a loss of down. Be 2nd down. Timeout.
6 points off the board. And the loss of down. That's the biggest play of this game so far, and the Vikings still with life here.
Yes, and this is the problem. So you can see right there, number 8, how she's coming in, Ashley Alvarado, with her arms up there, trying to kind of like block. I know there's a lot of traffic, but you need to avoid those contacts. As an offense, you need to make sure that you're stepping out of the way, especially from that lane that the rusher has directly to the quarterback.
2nd and goal, and this possession going in the wrong direction, at least for that one play. What could have been a touchdown and perhaps a game clincher. To Simon, and Serenity Simon into the end zone. And Naselli, legendary. They were dancing during that last timeout, fully confident a touchdown was going to be on the board.
And you can see how much this play works out for them, but also how much they enjoy playing together. And this is the thing, many of them are going to college. They're not going to be playing together anymore, Roy. You got to think these girls might have known each other and have been playing under the same jersey for maybe 5 or 6 years. They're basically family. And the fact that they're enjoying themselves, but also playing great flag football is just amazing to see.
Last 3 possessions for SF Elite, all ending in the end zone after trailing early 6-0. Coach Mujica emphasized to us earlier today, this game is about us, our approach, our mentality. A little sloppy early. They have cleaned those things up late, and it is making a difference on the scoreboard. Approaching 4 minutes to go. The conversion, Murhai. Yes. 20-6. You won't see a better reception today than that when Emmy Murhai finds a way, and she scored a touchdown that was negated moments ago in that same corner.
I was waiting for the spike on a touchdown by Baby Gronk. Look at that catch, going outside, tiptoeing into the touchdown, and the celebration. They had tried this before. It didn't work out. Now she finds her in the toughest spot for me as a cornerback when you're covering the end zone.
Kevin Mujica always coaching, talking to his star receiver, set to play volleyball at Troy, originally from Boca Raton, and you know, Odell Beckham Jr., her favorite player. There's a little bit of OBJ there in terms of the hands, the stick-to-itiveness in the grab.
And something that I heard from Baby Gronk, Emmy Murhai, is she wants to be a sports broadcaster. We might see her, you know,
she told us she wants your job.
Okay, I'm not sure.
Vikings get it back. Their 3 possessions today, a touchdown, a turnover, and another one that ended on downs. 2nd and midfield after the quick reception. Olivia Danner.
Now the challenge for the Vikings is they need to score fast, stop fast, and then get another opportunity.
Alessio with a deep handoff. Throw back across the grain and incomplete. Taylor Krieg into traffic that time. It'll be 3rd and mid.
And Delaney Macon has kind of to transition into a defensive position even though she's playing as wide receiver, because that pass was a little bit underthrown. She needs to get back in there and provoke the incomplete pass, avoid the interception.
3rd down. Vikings need to get across midfield. Deep pass incomplete. 2 receivers open for a moment. Delaney Macon was one, and Taylor Krieg the other. It'll be 4th and mid, and at this point trailing by 14. What do you do?
Yeah, you got to go for it, honestly. The thing is that this play is the game. If you don't get this play, then basically they just have to run down the clock, and that's why it's so important. I would have taken a timeout, honestly. Make sure everybody's ready, everybody's in sync. It's worth it because this is the most important play so far for the Vikings.
Jeff Erdman, the head coach, back to the drawing board, this upstart program. State of Minnesota went from 4 flag football teams to 51 within the last year. We talk about the growth of the sport, highlighted by what's happening there, and that pass incomplete. And now SF Elite out of Miami in control with possession and just 2 minutes and change remaining.
So even though what we're seeing on screen happens to be that the Vikings have no timeouts anymore, that's why they didn't ask for one. They had to rush into that play.
A Now SF Elite in no hurry whatsoever. They're just trying to milk this clock out. And as you mentioned, that last play essentially the ball game.
Yep. Now we're going to see basically running plays. They're going to make sure the ball is really safe. And they're going to try to hear that count from the official. Gets to 4, gets to 2. That's when you snap the ball. Last 3 possessions, all touchdowns. Let's see if they're going to look for a 4th.
Alvarez, pressure coming. And the flag pulled away at the last minute as the reception's made by Francesca Lara. Her first grab, also a standout wrestler in the great state of Minnesota. Approaching 1 minute to go, 2nd and goal.
And you can see how aggressive they're still going to be, even though the game is theirs. They're still risking it. They're still going to find touchdowns and points on the board. Whatever you see on that scoreboard, it matters when you're facing your next team.
You've told me about that. Point differential is big behind the back and a roundabout way into the end zone one more time. Casey Hart able to break through.
Yeah, and the Vikings throughout the whole game, they couldn't really fix any of this, but this is very creative. This is kind of like what you see Japan do. So they're gonna hide the ball. As a rusher, you have no idea where the ball is at because you're looking straight ahead. Most of the players are hiding their hands behind their backs. It's just a very creative, fun play with very successful rate.
And if you're an upcoming opponent, this Bucs team, that's a play that you have to game plan for.
Yes.
Shovel pass, another one to be on the lookout for tomorrow. They've gone back to it 5 different occasions today, and the conversion is good. So Kamai Moore reaching the end zone, 27-6 the final score. And 27 unanswered on the board for Miami. SF Elite representing the Bucs. And a big-time performance after the early deficit, and perhaps that was the moment that recharged this team to get them back in gear for another deep run.
And it talks a lot about the experience that they have, because sometimes when you don't have that experience, you do not know how to respond to the adversity. They were like, okay, we got to put it together, and they did.
Plenty of standouts to choose from, to talk with. We have chosen Serenity Simon, and Serenity, correct me if I'm wrong, it doesn't look like you guys are having any fun whatsoever down there.
What? You don't think we're having fun?
What was this experience like today? You guys trailed early, and it seemed like everything fell in line perfectly.
Honestly, it's a great experience. We came here before, and in the same exact situation, we didn't end up coming out on top. But to be able to have fun with these girls with our last one and win like we did, it's a great feeling. I can't imagine.
How important is that for you, and how much do you guys talk about this being your last run together before going to college?
We try not to talk about it too much, but it ends up coming up anyways because, you know, it's a sad, but it's a bittersweet moment because it tastes good, but it also don't really at the same time because, like I said, it is our last one. But just try to keep all the vibes as high as we can and winning like this, and just after every play, celebrating every single moment, because these are moments we're never going to forget.
Only one more question for you, Serenity. Do you guys have one more dance for us today? Because we've seen some incredible moves so far.
Which one y'all want to see? Just you let me know.
The best one you got.
Hey, I got a text. Hey.
Appreciate the time. Best of luck tomorrow.
Okay, thank you so much.
It's a state champion from the Sunshine State in Florida there, Serenity Simon, breaking it down for us. And the updated bracket, Miami, her team advancing, awaiting the winner between Irvine, California, and Lansdale, Pennsylvania. That game coming up just moments from now. Rebecca, what a day this has been, and more action set to come.
I feel like dancing. How about you? Are you set to dance?
I know you can dance better than me. We'll hold that all for our final game, perhaps, as we step aside. What a day it has been, and congratulations to Miami for the big win today in the round of 16.
before the lights go up, before the cheers and the crowd. There's only you and the grind. In gymnastics, we train for years, for moments that last seconds. Flag's no different. Every movement, every routine, thousands and thousands of times. So when the moment comes, you only get one shot to stick it.
Take off, this one's on me.
This isn't just a game. It's a spotlight on all the work nobody got to see. They've trained for this moment. Their time is now to grab the Flag Football Championship live on ESPN.
The NFL Flag Championships presented by Toyota. What's turned out to be a sunsplash afternoon at times in Canton, Ohio, right in the shadows of the Pro Football Hall of Fame. Dare Ranch, California, representing the 49ers against Phoenix, Arizona, representing the Packers. Lady Ghosts is the name that they go by in the bracket. Well, we started the day with 16 teams, and slowly but surely that number has been whittled down as we get to the final 8 in the quarterfinals headed your way tomorrow afternoon. Alongside of Rebecca Landa, I'm Roy Philpott, and away we go, our fourth and final game of the day. The action's been fast and furious. A great comeback moments ago, and who knows what kind of fireworks we're going to see here today.
Yeah, I'm sure we are going to get plenty because it's the close of the day, you know. Like we said on the game before, these players have been waiting the whole day to take on the field. I'm sure there's a lot of nerves, but also a lot of anxiety to get out there and have some fun.
Yeah, no question about it. We've seen defensive-oriented games today, offensive games. Big plays has been more of a common theme we've seen in our last 2 contests, I would say.
Yes, flag football is a sport of detail, especially when the games are so tight. It could be one penalty, it could be one flag pulled, it could be just anything basically that makes a big difference. And you know the stakes are high.
Stakes are extremely high. We're pulling all the flags coming up as we get set for our fourth and final match of the day in the girls' high school division, a step closer to a championship. Of course, that's coming on Sunday. We're headed your way next.
This broadcast is copyrighted by NFL Productions for the private use of our audience. Any other use of this broadcast or any pictures, descriptions, or accounts of the game without the consent of NFL Productions is prohibited.
What's great about flag football is it's so explosive. And because there's so many fewer barriers to participation, you get way more people having access to the sport.
To see what women can do in this sport is pretty amazing.
1, 2, 3, family!
It has one of the highest growth rates in any sport out there.
The demand is coming from girls. They're saying, we want this opportunity to play.
I'm able to play in college on scholarship.
Bring your teammates back up with you. Let's go.
I see her dedication and her love for the game.
The self-confidence this sport gave them is immeasurable.
It's made her such a strong person.
To be that motivation for all the little girls out there.
They're inspiring so many generations of young people.
On the field, you're trying to win, but off the field, so many bonds have been created.
I like competing and the friendships.
Now the explosion of NFL flag around the country. Here's a reminder of the rules that matter the most. It's a matchup of 5v5, 2 12-minute halves. Running clock, both teams equipped with 3 timeouts. That's for the duration of the game. Touchdown is worth 6 points. You understand that. You can go for a 1-point conversion try from 5 yards out or a 2-point opportunity from 10 yards out. Both teams also receive 1 challenge in regulation. And the key, to begin a scoring drive, you have 4 downs to reach midfield. If you're able to achieve a first down by crossing midfield, you have 3 downs to score a touchdown.
And I find that so interesting because it's so different from what we play in IFAF rules, which is at the international level, right? You get 4 downs in the first half of the field and then in the second half as well. But I was talking to the organizers of the tournament and they said that 4th down to reach midfield is just new to the sport. It's mostly a position where players have to decide if they're gonna punt or they're gonna play. It's a very important decision to make.
The 49ers out of Ladera Ranch, California, South OC Wave. Head coach Corey Hill and Paige Russell settles in at quarterback, also a standout varsity basketball player. Her brother set to play baseball in the collegiate ranks at UC San Diego later this fall. Talented team with plenty of skill, speed, and athleticism. We talk about Ladera Ranch. Meanwhile, for the Packers, Lady Ghost, Phoenix, Arizona. Maya Tice is the starting quarterback, wearing number 3. Number 5 on your screen, Kayla Tacker, has been incredible so far here in Canton. The one thing that jumped off from our perspective in watching both teams warm up earlier, Rebecca, the size of this Packers team. They have tremendous height, and we'll see if that comes into play at some point in this game. An experienced team that is ready to take that next step.
Yeah, and I'm sure it will. A lot of the national teams are looking for very tall players just because you need to catch that ball up high, but even as a defense, you have like a wider span to take those flags. So yeah, for sure, it's important. Even as a rusher, a lot of people are looking now for tall rushers to avoid the quarterback to have free sight over what's going on the field.
Russell, the quarterback, and just about set, ready to go. Another chance, punch a ticket into the final 8 teams in Canton. Deep ball near sideline, Wernemar, and it falls incomplete in coverage. Rebecca Currents.
Starting aggressive. And I want to see now how they're going to adjust. Remember, they only have 4 downs to cross, but basically the 4th down is to make a decision if they're going to play it or not. They're going to have to go for a midfield kind of pass right now.
Wernemar went in motion. Paige Russell behind her intended target, but the pass is hauled in, and a quality gain. All the way ahead is Gwyneth Lyon. 5 yards shy of the line to gain. It'll be 3rd in midfield to go from there after a pickup of 14.
And that is exactly what they needed. This was a very nice design play. So you got like a quick out, and then you got an out higher up on the field with 2 straight routes. Do you call that a fly?
A fly would be, yes, yeah. Straight away.
Opening that space up for her.
A go route, if you will. There's a first down. And sliding in safely, Sydney Hogenkamp. And so South OC Wave representing the 49ers out of Ladera Ranch with a first down. It'll be 1st and goal.
I love what I'm seeing from there. This is a team that knows who they are. That's the impression I get. basically just by looking at them in this last 4 plays.
Gain of 13. First down goal to go. 3 plays to cross the goal line. Across the middle, Hogenkamp again. Flag is pulled quickly. 2nd and goal from the 5.
And very interesting, they're deciding not to rush her. So remember, in flag football, if there's no rush, the quarterback has 7 seconds to throw that ball. She did not need all that time. Perfect completion up the middle.
So on the move go the 49ers. 2nd down and goal. And how impressive has Hogenkamp been? We've seen her as a center at times, now as a wide receiver in the slot. Couple of quick receptions. 2nd and goal. Guns it in the middle, and it's caught again, this time for the touchdown.
Into traffic. She's precise. Have we seen an incomplete pass? No. She's precise. Look at this play. Being patient, finding her receiver, and everybody doing their work perfectly. No crashes in those cross routes. Very important.
So is Seaman able to reach the end zone, and now they'll go for the 1-point try. High snap, and the pass falls incomplete. And Paige Russell nearly perfect on that opening possession. Right down the field. Opening salvo here for the 49ers. Awfully impressive with under 9 minutes remaining in the half.
5 plays in that drive that ends in a touchdown.
Packers with their first possession. The dump off, Allie Jensen. Now Jensen's story, she's overcome multiple injuries throughout her flag football career, including an ACL tear. 5 broken bones, out there giving it her absolute all for numeral 0. Maya Tice, the quarterback, will buy some time in the pass. Incomplete. 3rd and midfield to go. Well, NFL flag comes at you so quickly, and the rush also comes fast for the 49ers.
That's what Michaela Berry was doing. She was right in her face, her hands up, avoiding that comfortable pass.
Big play on 3rd and mid. Tice will shake and bake. Open for the first down. Flag is going to be pulled quickly, but the drive continues, and how big of a play was that? Kayla Tacker hauls it in for big yardage and a first.
They needed it. Look at her eyes. She's under pressure, but she knows where her receiver is going to be. She trusts her. There was traffic there, but great concentration by Hogenkamp. But Kayla Tacker.
Here goes Tice, and the far side scramble picks up a couple on 1st and goal. This game with a great flow offensively for both sides to start.
And we need to remind everyone the quarterback can't really run unless they do that handoff once the snap comes, right? So rushers need to be really focused and attentive on who has the ball and who they need to attack.
Intriguing formation, a bunch set near the top of your screen. Tice was looking that way. Now in the crossing pattern, it was bobbled and caught cleanly right at the goal line. And it's a touchdown. Well, the delayed signal does not matter. It counts as 6. The 2nd grab by Kayla Tacker.
That is just an amazing effort and concentration. She has the defense right in front of her. Ooh, I'm not sure about that play. I think she's outside the touchdown.
4-play drive ends in 6. And now surveying incomplete. We remain tied at 6. 5-play scoring drive, followed by a 4-play response ending in the end zone as well. Fun start.
Fun start. Great defensive work right now for the extra point.
Kayla Tacker, what an incredible start. The juggling touchdown reception moments ago, tied at 6 here in Canton. watching the NFL Flag Championships presented by Toyota back here in Canton, Ohio. And tied at 6 after Kayla Tacker able to catch that football cleanly after the carom, stopping just short of the goal line. And in your mind, Rebecca, that could be ruled the non-touchdown, a grab, but not a score.
Exactly. They should have been within the first yard, but that is not a touchdown. It's exactly what it was called. And they have challenges, but it was moving too fast to throw that red.
Tied at 6, 49ers get it back.
Ooh.
Contact, there comes the penalty marker. And that was obvious from our perspective. Gwyneth Lyon able to bring it in. And a lot of contact working quickly. Here comes the call. That was a takedown.
Yeah. Let's hear it. They're
Emily
still
Howard,
deciding.
our referee.
Illegal contact on the defense. 10-yard penalty from the spot of the foul. Automatic first down.
In NFL flag football, contact illegal. Rule number 1.
Yes. It's very hard to avoid sometimes, though. Things are moving so fast, it's just gonna happen sometime.
Allie Jensen called for the infraction. So 1st and mid after the game. And now, what is that called when you stop short of midfield to give yourself an opportunity maybe to throw one deep? Short lining.
Yes, short lining. I was going to say Phoebe Schechter calls it short lining. In Mexico, we just say play smart. You got to be really conscious of where you are on the field. They have a great opportunity to be really aggressive in the next play.
So on 2nd down and mid, you figure you get the 2 yards, so a chance maybe to go deep. Instead, they'll go short. They'll pick up the first down. And the running reception by Wernemar.
The way you have to think about it is once you cross that midfield, you have to gain 25 yards in just 3 downs. So when it's 2nd down behind midfield, you just got to gain as much yards as you can. Make sure that you're more comfortable when you cross that line.
And the thought process, you can easily pick up the first on 3rd
Exactly.
or 4th down if needed.
Yep.
So now 1st and goal, 3 tries to reach the end zone for the 49ers. Precision strike, and the pass caught by Lyon. Paige Russell just fired that one in stride to Lyon and right on target for Gwyneth.
And she can do that because Lyon runs a very beautiful route, and we might see it. She runs straight, breaks down, and then wide open. 18 yards on the game.
Here's Russell. He's got to get rid of it in 7 seconds, directing traffic. And there it is for the touchdown on the comebacker. Hogan Camp again.
That is a great play. And that's kind of why I like having a rusher, because when you're a defensive player, 7 seconds is eternity. And she has eternity right here. It's just so hard to cover when she has that much time.
And the accuracy of the quarterback, Paige Russell. She has been on point in this first half. And now speaking of on point, they'll go for the 1-point conversion. Currently a 6-point lead. Russell with a high snap, no problem. And make it 13-6.
That's a beautiful route once again by Lyon. She's doing like this ribbon, stepping inside, freezing that defensive player, and then going outside for a comfortable catch.
Don't forget, Gen Youth and the NFL Foundation have teamed up to bring NFL flag in school to over 40,000 schools nationwide, energizing physical education and empowering 17 million students through movement, teamwork, and play, with flag football making its Olympic debut in 2028. Momentum is building. Learn more at genyouthnow.org.
I'm so glad I'm not playing, because if I would have known that wasn't a touchdown, I couldn't overcome that thought like, it wasn't a touchdown. So I'm glad the defense doesn't even know what we think wasn't a touchdown. And they're just moving ahead, making sure they're making a difference right here against Phoenix, Arizona.
Winner of this game gets Calexico tomorrow in the quarters. Pass is incomplete, and suddenly, Rebecca, 3rd down in midfield.
Yeah, this is going to be a huge play for them. They have so many yards to gain. What the defense should be doing is stepping back, making sure that line is not crossed. I feel like they're playing too tight right now. Let's see if they're doing any backpedal to make sure they're stepping onto that line.
Maitai surveys, unloads deep, plus territory, and it's caught. 2 receivers were right there. Wernamar rips it out of the sky for the first down.
And that's why you have to step back. You have a safety right there. Still, hard catch, great pass into traffic. What a play.
Rebecca Currents, excuse me, with the reception for the Packers. And time winding down. Less than a minute to go. Incomplete. Kaylin Hill. And she got
that
the
is
fingertip on it.
From her. Yeah, so she's right in the middle, but she reads perfectly so she can come across enough speed to get her hands onto that ball, 2nd and goal.
Well, the snap was high. Tice found a way to catch up to it. Stays alive with a play. To the end zone and caught.
My God.
Unbelievable. Kayla Tacker climbed the ladder. And the play of the day here at NFL Flag.
That was amazing. It was about to be a sack, and then it turned into a touchdown. And that's why rushers are so important. Look at her. She has the flag almost in her hand. She keeps looking downfield to her receivers. Great play by the Packers.
Kayla Tacker talks about wanting to set the stage and the example for future growth. NFL flag. Penalty marker comes in on the running catch.
Yeah, there's going to be impeding in that play. That's what I read, but apparently it's a defensive flag.
The results of the play is a successful conversion. Illegal contact on the defense.
Interesting.
That penalty is declined. Halftime.
Rebecca Currents as the first half comes to a close, and what a thrilling finish.
We got a tight game. This is exciting. I'm wondering if the players from Calexico are watching this game, scouting whoever's going to be their next rival. They should be.
Tied at 13 here at halftime. And Amaya Tai somehow, someway kept that play alive. And in the back of the end zone, guess who was there? Kayla Tacker. We mentioned how she wants to set the stage for future generations for NFL flag, the growth of the sport. And it has been tremendous to watch.
Yes, it has. And you can see all of them, like the intensity in their face, how much they're into this game. We're going to hear from the coach in a little bit, but this is a really, really tight game.
Corey Hill joins us now, head coach of the 49ers, Ladera Ranch, California. Coach, first 12 minutes, exciting from our perspective. What did you see?
Exciting from your perspective. I would like us to not give up 2 touchdowns on defense, but other than that, it was good. I liked our offense. I liked how we moved the ball. We did some good things on defense. We just gave up some really big plays, and we can't do that in the second half.
Okay, so tell us, how are you going to adjust that defense to avoid any more touchdowns in the second half?
Well, I'm going to talk to the Packers coach to stop throwing to those tall girls that jump up over us and catch the ball. How about that?
That's one way to do it, Coach.
Yeah,
appreciate the time. Best of luck second half.
Thanks. Appreciate it.
Corey Hill, head coach, South OC Wave, representing the 49ers. Big plays galore for both sides. We are tied at 13 here in Canton, Ohio. And our halftime report's coming up next.
It's the NFL Flag Summer Championships.
Everything that you love about football is present here at this tournament.
How about that?
You're talking about surgical quarterback play.
This one going long, open for the touchdown.
Crazy catches.
It's intercepted. He got another one.
Amazing defense.
That might be one of the highlights of the tournament.
And really the passion for the game. And here in flag football, you get to see these young women and young men be kids and enjoy the game without the helmets on.
Highlights galore throughout this weekend back in Canton, Ohio. And here today, tied at 13. 49ers and the Packers representing Ladera Ranch, California, and Phoenix, Arizona. And so many highlights to talk about. And the growth of flag football has been so much fun to watch, especially this decade. And how about the fact that now 17 states have sanctioned girls flag football, including the most recent state as of this weekend here in Ohio. Well timed.
Yes, very well timed. They saw an opportunity and they took it, as they should, because it's going to happen in every state in the United States. That's really the reality. It's not about if it's going to happen, it's about when it's going to happen.
No question about it. Rebecca Londa, Roy Philpott, and with so many big plays in that first half. We'll get to the highlights in just a minute. But for the sport of flag and NFL flag football, what we've seen this weekend, it really is just the tip of the iceberg. And even compared to last year, the level of play, the athleticism, the speed, the skill, it continues to be on the up and up.
We were talking behind the scenes a little bit about how I've seen the fundamentals grow with time, right? Before you would see maybe not really being strategic with hand placement or tackling, but you don't see that here. They look like pro athletes, honestly.
Certainly they do. And we're going to tell you why and explain why. Most importantly, show you why with our first half highlights. That's coming up next. Kayla Tacker, an incredible grab after Amaya Tice kept a play alive. The last possible moment. Welcome back to the NFL Flag Championships presented by Toyota. And what a day, what a game this has been. Tied at 13, the start of our second half. Ladera Ranch, California, Phoenix, Arizona, representing the 49ers and the Packers. With Rebecca Londa, Roy Philpott, to look at our first half highlights, and we'll show you all the touchdowns. Paige Russell with precision, a couple of early strikes. One, Zoe Seaman, and the next to Hogan Camp. But here comes the Packers and their comeback ability. Amaya Tice, are you kidding? Here comes Kayla Tacker, climbs the ladder. She plays basketball and has also participated in rodeo. She lassoed that football out of the sky to tie us up.
I love that. 5'7" and taking advantage of it.
Packers get the football to start our second half. And across the middle, it's Tacker again.
Dominant player, honestly, safe hands. When you're a quarterback and you have a player like that, you're very lucky.
We talked about the height of this Phoenix, Arizona team. Tacker in particular has been a true difference maker. Tice will buy some more time retreating. Passes caught, the flag ripped away. 5 yards shy of the line to gain. It'll be third down in midfield to go from there after the reception on the move by Allie Jensen.
And great work from Tice, keeping her eyes upfield, but having a real sense of where the rusher is, making sure she's buying herself and her team time. Now, I want to see right now how aggressive they're going to be on this third down.
Check the play, Tice. Expecting the deep snap cleanly once again. She'll get it. And over the middle, off the carom and grabbed cleanly. Woo! It took a moment for Tacker, but no problems in the end. It'll be first and goal.
So much tension when it comes to Kayla Tacker having the ball in her hands, bobbling it. I really thought she wasn't going to get it. So much traffic, doing everything they can. The 49ers still got the gain.
Well, she was the only girl in school that wanted to play football. She's showing off the skill set today. Tice, the flag ripped away at the last moment. That's going to be a sack back near midfield.
It was meant to happen at some point. She's been doing a great job. Michaela Berry getting in her face. She's doing the breakdown. Oh, watch it. She let go of that shirt. Soon enough, no flag on the play.
Does that become a subjective call in that moment?
Yes.
Loss of 2 yards, second and goal near midfield. They'll fake the handoff, and Tice wants to go deep, and the pass incomplete behind Jensen. It'll be third and goal, and now a long ways to go to reach the end zone with just one play to work with.
Yeah, so now defensively what I would do is put a lot of pressure on them, because you know they need like a midfield catch. You don't want to give them that much space, because if you do, they're going to get it. You need to make sure you're putting a lot of pressure also not only on the quarterback, but the receivers as well.
Here in the round of 16, third and goal, the final play to reach the end zone for the Packers. And Tice back across her body and incomplete. And the 49ers get a much-needed stop and some momentum back on their side after forcing the turnover on downs.
Yeah, that's huge, and that's why the sack is also huge. That's why the rushers are so important. I say the rusher is kind of like the base of the defense, kind of like what we see on the offense. The quarterback is that. Everything starts with a good rushing.
Well, the ball will be spotted at the 5-yard line after the change of possession. And Paige Russell back on the field, standing 5 yards deep in her own end zone. Here comes the pressure. Had to release it quickly. Rebecca Currents was crashing in a hurry.
Yeah, and she's very tall. She's taking advantage of it. You will see her raising her arms. It just blocks the whole vision of a quarterback. You're forcing them either to move or make a choice really fast. And it's very impressive when a rusher can do that without losing any speed. So you're going really fast, but once you raise your hands, you need to go at that same level.
Russell, quick strike. Lyon, another reception. Tripped up, flag is pulled, a little bit of contact, no penalty flag. Rebecca, what about the skill level we're seeing in this game so far? It has been extremely high on both sides.
Yeah, both sides. They're both very solid. And you can see right there from Lyon, she has a really good sense of where the defense is. So instead of going outside, she steps into where she feels like there's space to gain a lot more yards.
Third and midfield to go. Biggest play of this game thus far. 49ers want to keep this drive alive. Need a couple of more yards to go for it on 4th. And the pass incomplete over the head of Gwyneth Lyon. And decision time now for head coach Corey Hill.
Yeah, I think this is an easy one, honestly, especially for how the score is lining up right now. Both offensive drives without points at the start of the second half. It's really important to keep it that way, and you don't want to risk it when in flag football possession is everything.
Timeout on the field. We will step aside. 7:08 to go. We remain knotted up at 13 here in Canton, Ohio.
This broadcast is copyrighted by NFL Productions for the private use of our audience. Any other use of this broadcast or any pictures, descriptions, or accounts of the game without the consent of NFL Productions is prohibited.
Back in Canton, Ohio, we've talked about the growth of flag football here at NFL Flag, next door to the Pro Football Hall of Fame. Graphic tells the story. Currently 24 colleges competing girls flag. As it stands now, 23 more in the NAIA realm, 12 JUCO programs. Rebecca, wouldn't be surprised at all if you fast forward into the next decade, those numbers triple, quadruple because of the popularity of flag football.
For sure. There's so many girls and boys also playing flag football. It would be a great way to attract student athletes.
Shout out to our friends watching right now as they prepare to face the winner of this game today, Calexico, California.
Yes.
They are stockpiled in one room, scouting, getting set for their quarterfinal matchup tomorrow. We enjoyed getting to know them a little bit more earlier.
Yeah, like they should. It talks about how serious this is for them, right? Many would be like, oh, let's go, I don't know, shopping or whatever. They're really doing their homework.
There's no shopping taking place today. It is all scouting all the time. Kayla Tacker will have the flag pulled after a short gain. It'll be second and mid.
And that's a play that's given them a lot throughout the game. That soft middle, secure hands. Even though the defense is playing great, she finds enough space to gain.
Our first half featured nothing but touchdowns. Our second half has featured nothing but stops, and that pass incomplete. Current's the intended receiver. It'll be third down with a penalty marker down as well.
I like the intention of that play.
This looks like it'll go against the offense.
Illegal rush.
Oh no.
Defense, 5-yard penalty from the previous spot. includes an automatic first down.
There's a lot of things that we need to remember as rushers. You need to announce yourself, first of all, put your hand above your head. Also, you need to be 7 yards behind the line of scrimmage. If you move, then you can't rush anymore.
So first down, still midfield to go. The pass incomplete. And along the far side, Hila Hempen was open for a moment.
Sometimes
Tice unable to spot her.
Sometimes when you're a rusher and they do a hard count, it's very easy to give a step forward and try to and cross that line, that 7-yard line. You need to make sure you're behind that all the time.
Handoff to Tice, throws on the run. And a bang-bang play near midfield. Reception by Allie Jensen. And they're going to spot her just short of the midfield line to gain. So as it stands now, third down and less than a half yard to go to pick up the first.
That's great work from Kaylin Hill.
Quickly, Tice, and it's back to Jensen. And this time across midfield for the first down. So first and goal, 3 plays needed to reach the end zone. 3 plays is all the Packers will get.
And once again, that's a great play by Kaylin Hill because they do get the reception, but now they have 25 yards to gain. She was in tight coverage. She does a great job of stopping and grabbing that flag as soon as she can.
Kaylin Hill always wears white socks for good luck. Wants to be a sports marketing director later on in her post-sports career, but will stay involved, and that nearly intercepted Tenley Hill that time. And breaking across, she almost looked like the intended target for break on the football.
That was close. So they're trying to fake off down the field, but then she's keeping her eyes into the quarterback. And sometimes when you're a cornerback, you're just thinking 1, 2, 3, and you put your eyes downfield, making sure that pass is on your way.
4 minutes remaining, still tied at 13. Deep in the backfield, somehow Tice survives again. Pass is caught, Jensen has it. Well, Tice pulls the Houdini act. How much fun is this to watch? She is nearly impossible to bring down.
Yeah, that was great from her. So you see the rusher attacking. She needs to break down, make sure she's... Sometimes when you're a rusher, you need to see that flag, maybe moving in slow motion. That's something you've got to develop in your head.
Kayla Berry nearly had her for the sack, and instead Tice survives. Third and goal, and still 10 yards across the goal line needed. Will be the final play of this possession, barring a penalty.
So important because of time management.
Tice. This time the flag is pulled and the sack is achieved. Zoe Seaman romps into the backfield. And a change of possession.
So look at her breakdown. That's exactly what you need to do. Put your hips down, open your arms, and make sure you're taking as much space as you can when that quarterback is trying to change directions.
Well, the Packers have run 10 more plays than the 49ers so far in this matchup, and yet we still are tied at 13. Oh, the defense here for Ladera Ranch, California, on full display. Russell on the field over to Gwyneth Lyon. Here comes a penalty flag.
Wow, yeah. And she not only gets the catch, yards after catch, the great tip move. That's very hard. I wish I could do that. And then, of course, the flag that's going to give them even more yards.
Holding. Defense. 5-yard penalty from the spot of the foul. Includes an automatic first down.
That's a huge play.
Still first and mid, but very close to the line to gain, and perhaps an opportunity to be aggressive. And you see the takedown from Allie Jensen on Lyon. Holding the call, the final verdict. Paige Russell, Lyon in stride. First down and goal, the flag is pulled. 10 yards into plus territory.
And this is an interesting balance because you have to be aggressive, but you need to make sure you're not leaving enough time for the other team to come back into the game. So this 20 yards that they need for the next touchdown, 15 yards, are going to be crucial in how they manage it, making sure they're taking as much time from that clock as they can.
And if you're Phoenix, you're thinking about timeouts here, I would.
Of course.
First and goal. Russell zings it, front pylon and incomplete. Wernemar was open for a moment, had to thread the needle with the pass, and now it's second and goal. Time now at 47 seconds and counting. Still tied at 13, but advantage Ladera Ranch, California. On the move with 2 plays to reach the end zone. There's a strike, pass is caught. And the flag was pulled just short of the goal line. Hogenkamp corralled it. And with 27 seconds to go, third and goal from the 1.
That is so tight. So tight. I want to see the replay. That's the pass, the catch, and then she's extending. We must remember the ball is the one that crosses the plane. That is so tight. We must remember the coaches have one challenge, and they could use it now to see where they spot that ball. We could argue it was a touchdown either way.
Rebecca Currents at the last possible second ripped the flag away. And so this game all comes down to this. Third and goal, 1 try to reach the end zone and a chance to put this one away potentially for the Packers. And both sides now talking about the importance of this moment with Corey Hill and Damian Dedman, their respective head coaches.
Yeah, this is the play of the game. If this is a touchdown, things most likely are over. If that's the case, Phoenix, Arizona would have 1, mostly 2 plays. We must take into account the clock doesn't stop, even if it's incomplete pass, even if you're stepping out of bounds when it comes to this format of flag football.
Paige Russell, the quarterback. In motion is Wernemar. She'll get the look and the catch and the touchdown.
There's a flag on the play. I want to see what they're going to say.
The flag was hidden from our vantage point by one of those signs near the goal line and quickly picked up. And the 1-point try apparently coming as there is no infraction. The 49ers were clapping their hands, indicating the touchdown was true, and with 9 seconds remaining.
The result of the play is a touchdown. After the play, illegal contact on the defense. That penalty will be enforced on the succeeding spot. Please reset the game clock to 11 seconds.
So 11 seconds remaining. A timeout now called.
Packers.
1-point try.
First charge timeout of the game.
For the 49ers, now leading by 6, Rebecca.
Yeah, so we're going to see this play. This is really hard to cover. You're going to see her come across underneath and into the touchdown.
Now for the conversion, and it is grabbed cleanly. 20-13, 6 seconds remaining, and a timeout called.
Once again, beautiful route running. You can see them being super specific on where they need to make the breakdown, change directions to generate that separation with the defense. Sometimes, Roy, with flag football, the last possession is the one that wins. And basically that's what we've seen here today because both teams have played solid flag football. 49ers had the advantage of having the last drive.
What a game. What a finish.
Yep.
Down to the very end. And it's not over yet. 6 seconds remaining. A long ways to go for the team from Phoenix representing the Packers.
And the defense right now really needs to play preventive defense. I would like to see another D-back standing back there.
Behind midfield even.
Behind midfield or in the line of midfield, just making sure that nothing gets behind you.
Maya Tice has been running all afternoon long. Pass is incomplete. The flag was pulled. And the game is over.
What a game.
Ladera Ranch, California advancing. 20-13, the final score.
The coach talked about how they needed stops, how they needed the defense to start dominating. And they did a good job to at least stay on the field, making sure the Packers weren't on the field that as much. And finally, the change in that rusher position made a big difference. That huge play back here that made that stop without them getting any more points. That was a big difference maker in the second half.
And we talked about the accuracy of the quarterback, Paige Russell, number 11. And that certainly was on full display in that final drive, and the plays that needed to be made to keep this game alive from the 49ers perspective were made because of her elusiveness, athleticism, and most importantly, her accuracy throwing the football. And Paige Russell put it together when it mattered the most. She joins us now. And Paige, your experience out there today, you guys coming back at the last moment, what was it like for you and for the team?
I mean, it was awesome. I mean, I couldn't have asked for a better team. I mean, it's so fun being on this team, and I mean, it was a great win.
How are you guys going to prepare for your next matchup, knowing that you're going to face Calexico, California?
I mean, we're going to work hard, watch some film, and come prepared. We're ready.
So you get one more chance to get to the quarterfinals, and you get to put your name there on that bracket. Go ahead and do it. Let's watch it. It's got to feel good, Paige. Now the moment. All these young ladies can't wait. Let's go.
I love the energy. You know they're bringing that energy for next game in that quarterfinal. Such an important and exciting game that we're going to have tomorrow.
High skill level, tremendous speed,
yes,
and athleticism.
And by both teams, because that's the same thing we talked about when we talked about the Cowboys. Such a solid team. The same thing we can say right now about the South OC wave from the 49ers. It's going to be super interesting to see how they're going to adjust the games now that they have video on what their opponents have done.
And just one spot remains to reach the final 8. And that game will go down moments from now. Irvine, California, Lansdale, Pennsylvania. The winner will face the Bucks out of Miami. And that team also certainly a lot to deal with. What a day. What an afternoon. Rebecca Landa, I'm Roy Philpott, and our entire hardworking ESPN crew. Tremendous afternoon now into the evening as we inch closer towards Sunday's championship in the high school girls division. That'll do it for us today as we say good afternoon. The Pro Football Hall of Fame here in Canton, Ohio. Tremendous afternoon of NFL flag football. So long.